Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. May God peace be upon you. Good morning, and we are delighted to welcome you for the opening ceremony of the Third International Allied Health Students Conference 2023 Stikes Mitra Keluarga Indonesia. The head of Stikes Mitra Keluarga, Dr. Susi Hartati, SKP MKet, Spesialis Keperawatan Anak, all of Stikes Mitra Keluarga's lecturer, presenters, and also participants of the Third International Allied Health Student Conference 2023. The Third International Allied Health Student Conference 2023 will be held for the next 2 days, from September 13 until 14, 2023. This conference purpose is increasing the participation of the health students, academics, and professionals in scientific development based on health innovation for well-being. This conference provides a great opportunity for prospective participants to share their recent theoretical knowledge, research findings, and experiences in dealing with health sciences. As such, this conference will feature presentations by international speakers, which are cutting-edge session topics. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the conference, I would like to deliver Stikes Mitra Keluarga Safety Induction during online meeting. First, this event has been conducted through Zoom application, where all participants join in home or workplace. So we would like to ask all of you to pay attention to the visibility of your PC, laptop, or your mobile device. Second, please, we hope all participants pay attention to ergonomic aspects. Make sure your sitting positions are safe during the session. Third, pay attention to the electrical hazard, such as charger cable or switch around you. And the last one, please keep your microphone in mute mode and turn on your camera. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to do prayer together for the success of this event that will be directed by Mr. Nurse Muhammad Haidar, Magister Keperawatan. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Haidar.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let us bow our head for a moment, pray to God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, so that our international conference can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and those who are not Muslim, you are pleased to pray according to each of your beliefs. Allahumma firlana wali walidaina walil muslimin wal muslimat wal mu'minin wal mu'minin al ahya minhum wal amwat innaka sami'un qaribun mujibun da'wah ya qadiyal hajat. Allah, today and tomorrow Wednesday and Thursday, October and 13, 14, 2023 in Zoom Stikes Mitra Keluarga, we gather here to bring about an international elite health students conference. The theme is Innovation and Future Prospect in Health for Well-being. Make this international conference as a useful sense assembly, as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experience of scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines. May the conference we organize today benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, shine our ideas, and lead us to be successful, productive person, which in turn will boost dignity of our nation. Allah, guide and bless our hearts and our minds with the light of your guidance. Impact your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are included to the blessed persons. Oh Allah, protect us from unintended temptation, show us the right path, and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things. Actually, show us and make it clear the bad things and give us knowledge and strength to avoid them. Oh Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our dua. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun ala mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Haider. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to start the opening ceremony of the Third International Allied Health Student Conference 2023 that will be delivered by Mrs. Guntari Prasetya, Master of Science for the Committee Conference Report, Mrs. Afrinia Ekasari, STP, Master of Science, for the welcoming remarks as the Head of Research and Community Engagement Agency, or LPPM Stikes Mitra Keluarga, and Dr. Susi Hartati, SKP MKep, Spesialis Keperawatan Anak, for the welcoming remarks and to officially open the Third International Allied Health Student Conference 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Guntari Prasetya, Master of Science for the Committee Conference Report.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Your Excellency, Head of Stikes Mitra Keluarga, Dr. Susi Hartati, SKP MKep, Spesialis Keperawatan Anak, Head of Research and Community Engagement Agency, Afrinia Ekasari, STP, Master of Science, Steering Committee of the Third IAHSC 2023, our keynote speakers, Head of Health Research Organization, National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN, Professor Dr. Hewan, and LP Indi Darmayanti, Master of Science, Head of the Agency for Higher Education Services, of Jakarta Region 3, Ministry of Education and Culture of Republik Indonesia, Professor Dr. Tony Toharudin, SSE, Master of Science, which will be represented by Mr. Adi Purnama, SA, Master of Management. Our distinguished speakers, Dr. Insinyur Rafael Aswin Susilo Widodo, ST MSI, CIP, IPU, PT Soho Global Health, Professor Lisa McKenna, La Trobe University, Australia, Dr. Nurhayati binti Abdul Hadi, University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Malaysia, Assistant Professor Dr. Satapon Ngamukote, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, Professor Lin Cheo Fang, Taipei Medical University, Taiwan, Marieke Gigi Stukenboom, PhD PSD, University of Groningen, the Netherlands, Dr. Imami Nur Rahmawati, SKP Master of Science, Universitas Indonesia, Hari Fretak Luklio Muhammad, SGZ Master of Science, RD PSD, PT Gizi Gama, Profesor Dr. Sri Darmawati Master of Science, Universitas Muhammadiyah Semarang, Profesor Dr. APT Anton Bahtiar M. Diomed, Universitas Indonesia, Mr. Rahmatullah, Health Students Association, West Java Province, Indonesia, our speakers from each study program. To all organizing committee, honorable guests, and all of participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. We are thankful to God Almighty, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who provides us with health and productivity. May God's peace be upon us. On behalf of the organizing committee of the Third International Allied Health Students Conference 2023, it is an honor to welcome you to the Third International Allied Health Students Conference, IAHSC 2023, virtually hosted by Stikes Mitra Keluarga. As the chairperson of this event, let me provide you with our report. The IAHSC this year in 2023 has a theme, Innovation and Future Prospect in Health for Well-Being. Our purpose is to increase the participation of health students, academics, and professionals in scientific development based on health innovation for well-being. The program event of the third IASSC 2023 will provide you with a multiple board of scientific material delivered by our keynote speakers. 7 plenary speakers were expert representatives from academic and professional fields on day 1, September 13, 2023, and continue to the next day. On day 2, September 14, 2023, our program will be provided by 8 plenary speakers, followed by oral presentation session, parallelly located at 4 breakout rooms. Our last agenda item will be the sharing of knowledge and experiences by Health Students Association representative from West Java Province, Indonesia. The total number of participants who have registered in our event was 55 oral presenters and more than 500 students from nursing, nutrition, medical laboratory technology, and pharmacy study program, among others. We are pleased to welcome all undergraduates, postgraduate students, lecturers, and professors from Stikes Mitra Keluarga Indonesia, University of Sultan Zainal Abidin Malaysia, Taipei Medical University Taiwan, Uttara Adunik Medical College Dhaka Bangladesh, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia Bandung Indonesia, 11 Maret University Surakarta Indonesia, Institut Ilmu Kesehatan Nahdlatul Ulama Tuban Indonesia, Stikes Pekanbaru Medical Center Pekanbaru Indonesia, Politeknik Katolik Mangunwijaya Semarang Indonesia. We believe that our success has resulted from all team members' great performance. For this reason, I'm sincerely thanking all the team members for great contribution, dedication, and hard work since the beginning of our event preparation and up until now. More importantly, we are thankful to the steering committee who have advised us with their board experience and expertise. Thank you to the government of Indonesia, the corporate of Mitra Keluarga, health-related industry, and partners, University Sultan Zainal Abidin Malaysia, Taipei Medical University Taiwan, Chulalongkorn University Thailand, Groningen University the Netherlands, La Trobe University Australia, Universitas Indonesia, Universitas Muhammadiyah Semarang, Health Student Association or ISMAKES, Professional Organization, PPNI, Patelki, Persagi, IAI, Pergizi Pangan Indonesia, and media partner Gizi Gama for supporting our event. Thank you for all participants and hope you enjoy the conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan.
Thank you, Mrs. Guntari Prasetya, for the report. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to listen to welcoming message from the head of Research and Community Engagement Agency, or LPPM, Stikes Mitra Keluarga, Mrs. Afrinia Ekasari, STP Master of Science. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Afrinia Ekasari.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Is it my voice is clear? Can you hear me?
Yes, pure.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Excellencies, Head of Health Research Organization, National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN, Professor Dr. NLP Indi Darmayanti, Master of Science, as the first keynote speaker, Head of the Agency for Higher Education Service of Jakarta Region 3, Ministry of Education and Cultural Republic Indonesia, Professor Dr. Tony Toharudin, SSI, Master of Science, or the representative, Excellencies, Head of Stikes Mitra Keluarga, Dr. Susi Hartati, SKP MKep, Spesialis Keperawatan Anak, Chairperson 3rd International Allied Health Student Conference, Mrs. Guntari Prasetya, SGZ Master of Science, our distinguished speaker, Steering Committee, Organizing Committee, Honorable guests, and all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. First and foremost, our grateful to God Almighty, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who provide us with health and productivity. May God's peace be upon us. On behalf of Centers of Research and Community Engagement, Stikes Mitra Keluarga, it is our great pleasure to welcome you to 3rd International Allied Health Student Conference 2023 that will be held in virtual meeting from 13 until 14 September 2023. The 3rd International Allied Health Student Conference theme is Innovation and Future Prospect in Health for Well-being. Based on this theme, we want to raise the issue of innovation, especially in the health sector, which is urgently needed at this time. Because of climate change, weather, and the increase of disease in the world, force every country to be able to find solution to every health problem in a fairly short time. Innovation is the one of the solution that can support the acceleration to overcome health problems. In this conference, we want to initiate health students to provide ideas which are the results of the study related to innovation finding in the health sector covering the fields of nursing, nutrition, pharmacy, and medical laboratory technology. We are also bringing various speakers from various countries to gain knowledge about innovation in the health sector that are applied in various countries. In the end of my message, I would like to say thank you to keynote speaker, all speakers, student and lecture committee, and also all participants and presenter. We hope that you can enjoy this conference and get a lot of insight for health innovation. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mrs. Afrinia Ekasari. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are going to invite the head of Stikes Mitra Keluarga, Dr. Susi Hartati, SKP MKep, Spesialis Keperawatan Anak, for the welcoming remarks and to officially open the 3rd International Allied Health Student Conference 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Susi Hartati, SKP MKep, Spesialis Keperawatan Anak.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency, keynote speaker, head of Health Research Organization, National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN, Professor Dr. D.R.H. NLP Indi Dharmayanti MSc, Head of the Agency for Higher Education Services of Jakarta Region 3, Ministry of Education and Culture of Republic Indonesia, represented by Mr. Adi Purnama, our distinguished speakers, colleagues, professors, lecturers, researchers, steering committee, organizing committee, honorable guests, and all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu. First and foremost, our grateful and God Almighty, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who provide us with health and productivity. May God peace be upon us. On behalf of Mitra Keluarga School of Health Science, Stikes Mitra Keluarga, and the committee, I'm pleased to welcome you to the 3rd International Allied Health Student Conference 2023. We believe that innovation is one of the keys to sustainable development in health and well-being. There is no such achievement in human development without great innovation and great leadership, and there is no future prospect in health without great transforming science, knowledge, and technology among researchers and professionals. Participation, collaboration by health students, academics, and professionals, and what is known as pentahelic approach might contribute to the growth and development of health innovation for well-being. Stikes Mitra Keluarga provide a vision become an innovative health education institution at the national level by 2035. Therefore, the theme of the 3rd this conference, Innovation and Future Prospect of in Health World for Well-being, may accommodate our strategy to support the achievement of our vision. We also believe that effort to do this conference annually could be the way to empower the learning process both in scientific-based knowledge and communication and management skills. Based on the above consideration, our purpose is to increase the participation of health students, academics, and professionals in scientific development based on health innovation for well-being. During the course of 2 days, this conference offers a full scientific program featuring keynote speaker session, 16 plenary lecturers representing its study program in Stikes Mitra Keluarga, nursing, nutrition, medical, laboratory technology, and pharmacy, and 55 oral presentation sessions. Stikes Mitra Keluarga, the organizing committee partner, are delighted to welcome you to this conference, virtual. Thank you to the Government Indonesia, BRIN, and LLDC 3 the corporate of Mitra Keluarga, health-related industries, partners for supporting for our event. Thank you for all participation, and please enjoy this conference. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I declare the third International Lighthouse Student Conference 2023 has been opened. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan.
Thank you, Dr. Susi Hartati. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony of the Third International Allied Health Student Conference 2023 has ended. Before continuing to the next agenda, now we will hold a photo session to honorable guests, keynote speakers, as well as participants are welcome to turn on the camera. There are 21 slides. I will count from the first slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the next slide. 1, 2, 3. The next slide. 1, 2, 3. The next slide. 1, 2, 3. Next slide. 1, 2, 3. The next slide. 1, 2, 3. The next slide. 1, 2, 3. And the last slide. 1, 1, 3. Okay, done. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I will share our agendas for today's session. Today's session will be divided into morning and afternoon sessions. In the morning session, we will have 2 sessions, including the first session is keynote speaker session. And the second session is plenary speaker session. The keynote speaker session will be delivered by 2 keynote speakers. They are Professor Dr. Hewan Niluh Putu Indi Darmayanti, Master of Science, as Head of Health Research Organization, National Research and Innovation Agency, and Professor Dr. Tony Toharudin, SSE, Master of Science, as Head of the Agency for Higher Education Service of Jakarta Region 3, Ministry of Education and Culture, Republik Indonesia. The second session will be a speech session. From our 3 plenary speakers, there are the Head of Stikes Mitra Keluarga Indonesia, Dr. Susi Hartati, SKP MKep Spesialis Keperawatan Anak, Vice President of R&D Laboratory Medical Affairs, PT Soho Global Health, Mr. Dr. Insinyur Rafael Aswin Susilo Widodo, STP Master of Science, CIP IPU, and Professor Lisa McKenna from the Department of Nursing and Midwifery from La Trobe University, Australia. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now welcoming you all to our first keynote speaker session. Please welcome Professor Dr. Hewan Niluh Putu Indi Darmayanti, Master of Science, as the head of Health Research Organization, National Research and Innovation Agency. Okay, let me read the CV first. Profesor Dr. Hewan Niluh Putu Indi Darmayanti, Master of Science Indonesia, is the chairman of Research Organization of Health National Research and Innovation Agency. For the committee, please zoom the CV. Okay. She's obtained a bachelor degree in Okay, sorry, let me repeat. She's obtained a bachelor degree in veterinary medicine from Erlangga University, and in early 2022, she received the title of Professor Research in the field of avian influenza. As we can see here, she has a lot of experiences in virology, emerging zoonoses, and re-emerging disease. Professor Indi Darmayanti is the President of the Republic for Indonesia Special Achievement Rank 3 National Leadership Training Level 2 batch in 2022. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are okay, ladies and gentlemen, let us all watch the video of Professor Dr. Hewan Niluh Putu Indi Darmayanti, Master of Science, for her recorded speech.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the committee that invited me in this conference. Allow me introduce myself. My name is Indi. I am a professor in virology. Let me start the presentation on the topic Health Research and Innovation in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the world faces unprecedented global health challenges. COVID-19 continues to cause huge loss of the life, human suffering, and economic and social disruption across the world. Hard-won gains against HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria are being reversed with the devastating consequences for the poorest and most vulnerable communities. Climate change and increasing conflict and displacement are affecting the epidemiology of the existing diseases and facilitating the emergence of the new ones, and have possibility we will face the next pandemic threat. With the population growth and climate change putting increasing stress on global ecosystems, we will likely see more zoonotic spillover events where pathogen from the animal world become threats to human. The world cannot manage the next pandemic with tools tailored to the past pandemic. Continuous track the newly emerging and re-emerging pathogen and the critical value of the research in pandemic preparedness effort and national resilience of health. Most of emerging infectious disease and re-emerging infectious disease have a zoonotic origin. Denoting the disease has emerged from an animal and crossed the species barrier to infect humans. As we know, the emergence and re-emergence of infectious disease has continues to threaten the health of the people worldwide. The world cannot manage the pandemic with the tools tailored to the past pandemic. So we need a new approach and a new way of the working with the partners from across disciplines to control and minimize the risk of the pandemics. On the other hand, Indonesia still has many problems regarding its dependence on pharmaceutics, drug, vaccines as medical medical devices. The current situation shows that almost 90% still import, and we need to act to decrease the situation for resilience of health. The pandemic COVID-19 gave lessons for all countries in the world, including Indonesia, to leverage national resilience of health. There are many actions that will reduce the important importation of pharmaceutics, drugs, vaccine, and medical devices, such as improve capacity and capability on health research. BRIN is the only institution bodies in Indonesia belong to Indonesia government that have mandates to conduct research in Indonesia. BRIN has 12 research organizations, including research organization for health to do the function. So the health has 7 research centers, namely Research Center for Biomedical Research, Research Center for Preclinical and Clinical Medicine, Research Center for Public Health and Nutrition, Research Center for Pharmaceutical Ingredients and Traditional Medicine, Research Center for Vaccine and Drug, and Egmont Research Center for Molecular Biology, and Research Center for Veterinary Science. Each research centers conduct research activities based on their functions. Based on the health strategies issues, such as the climate change, ecological changes, global health, infectious and degenerative diseases, increasing global population, food security and food safety, self-sufficiency of medical devices and disease detection. We have 4 research focus on research strategic plan health during 2022 till 2024, namely vaccine and drugs, precision medicine and regenerative medicine, medical devices and disease detection, and infectious diseases. On the slide, you can see 4 research focus in our research organization. First one, we have research on a drug and vaccine for control of infectious and degenerative diseases. And second one, we have the activity on research, especially for development on research and innovation in precision and regenerative medicine. And the third one is the development of medical devices and health detection tools. And the last one, the research about the infectious disease research and innovations. For the drug vaccine for control of infectious and degenerative diseases, we are divided 2 main activities, namely vaccine research and biological products and drug research. For the vaccine research and biological products, we have some activities like we conduct research on vaccine platform, antibody monoclonal, stem cell, and adjuvant development. And the other hand, for the focus on the drug research, we have the activities on the drug discovery of infectious and non-infectious diseases from macro and microorganism, drug delivery system development based on natural resources and nanotechnology. We also developing a drug and a structural modification. We also do the virtual screening and synthesis for drug discovery and development. And also we have the activities related on the drugs from Indonesian native traditional medicine. And for the focus development of research and innovation in precision and regenerative medicine, we have the activities focus on the biomarker of infectious and complex drug delivery, bioinformatics and artificial intelligence in medical research, human genome related in diseases, regenerative medicine, and applied clinical medicines. Okay, for the I think it's still in Indonesia. We have how we developing the medical tools and detection tool in the especially for the medical devices. We have the activities to develop the implant, electromedics, disposables and consumables, diagnostic reagent, point of care testing, and software and IG radiology, and so on. And the other hand, the last one, we have the focus on infectious disease research and innovation, such as the zoonosis, antimicrobial resistance and antimicrobial use, emerging and re-emerging diseases, malaria, dengue, hepatitis, and other urgent diseases, also bacterial and parasitical diseases. I will show all of you about the research priorities we conduct in 2023 till 2024. Based on activities, we have the 6 topics. We determine a research based on 6 topics that we correlated on on the Ministry of Health program. For one topic about the need to control and reduce the burden of communicable diseases, like the new infectious diseases causing public health emergencies, as well as the neglected tropical diseases. For the activities, we conduct research on the research related to infectious disease, emerging diseases like the TB, malaria, dengue, hepatitis, influenza, COVID-19, coronavirus diseases, hantavirus, henipavirus, zoonotic, parasitic, and mycotic, anthrax, leptospirosis, and etc. And the second one, we conduct a research on zoonosis, animal-human interface, like the Japanese encephalitis and something like that. And the last one, we also have the research on the neglected diseases research, such as schistosomiasis and filariasis. For topic 2, we have the topic about the need to control antimicrobial resistance and drug and vaccine residues. That the topic, we have the 4 activities, such as the antimicrobial resistant disease research, research on AMR factors in human, animals, and aquatic animals, AMR genomic research, research on antibiotic residues, drugs, vaccines in food ingredients of animal origin. For the topic climate change, we have the activities related to research on infectious diseases transmitted by vector-borne diseases, research developing a health risk alert system for climate change-related diseases, research on heat stroke disease, respiratory disease, heart disease, kidney disease risk, etc. And also we conduct research about the mental health disease. And the 4th topic, we have a topic about the strategy for independence of the domestic pharmaceutical products and medical devices. For example, for pharmaceutical product, we have research on drug and vaccine research. We focus on tuberculosis mRNA vaccine, monoclonal antibody for therapeutics, and a diagnostic stem cell, avian influenza vaccine, silencing RNA-based avian influenza, and so on. And we have activity on the discovery of medicinal raw material for the malaria, dengue, tuberculosis, and cancer diseases. For the medical devices, we have priority disease to develop the medical devices for the point of care for the tuberculosis, dengue, malaria, and hepatitis. And we have also activity to develop the medical devices to other infectious diseases and zoonosis, such as the leptospira. And the last one, we have the activity to develop research on degenerative disease detection medical devices, such as for the cardiovascular disease, multiple sclerosis, arthritis, osteoporosis, and etc. And the next topics about the need to control 4 major risk vectors to reduce the burden of the communicable disease. We have the research activities for example, research on risk on sodium consumption behavior on blood pressure in Indonesian population, research priority on biggest risk factor for daily cardiovascular, research main infectious disease and risk factor such as the tuberculosis, diarrhea, hepatitis, cirrhosis, and lower respiratory tract infection. And we also have the research for the main non-communicable diseases and their risk factor, such as the ischemics, hypertensive heart disease, diabetic, cancer, asthma, and so on. And the last one, we have the topic about the precision and regenerative medicine. We have the 3 activities in here, such as the human genome research, such as, for example, for the cardiovascular disease, stroke, and diabetes mellitus, research on applied medicine, and research for the regenerative medicine research. I will add information regarding the antimicrobial resistance because we know antimicrobial resistance is called the silent pandemic. We face an increasing risk of being confronted with the pathogen threats impervious to life-saving medical tools such as antibiotic. We already see that the drug resistant TB, for example, a growing global threat. That is one of the leading causes of death from AMR. So we have the current research about the antimicrobial resistance and antimicrobial use in AMR in patient, AMR in water, AMR in healthy person, antibiotic use, WGS of the MMR bacteria, and for future research, we want to develop the AMR database of Indonesia, and we try to develop the diagnostic kit for AMR, and we have the research still ongoing for the new antibiotic substance and vaccine candidates. Okay, I think that's all my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like
Thank you, Professor Dr. Hewan Niluputu Ini Darmayanti, Master of Science, for her valuable speech. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now welcoming you all to our second keynote speaker session. Professor Dr. Tony Toharudin, SSE Master of Science, as head of the Agency for Higher Education Service of Jakarta Region 3, Ministry of Education and Culture, Republik Indonesia, which will be represented by the head of Division Research and Community Engagement. Please welcome Mr. Ardi Purnama, SE, Master of Management. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining with us. We're delighted to have you here in this conference. For Mr. Adi Purnama, SE, Master of Science, you may start your speech.
Ini saya lewat mana? Saya share sendiri atau gimana? Boleh share sendiri?
Yes, sir. Boleh, Pak. Ya.
Suara saya terdengar jelas ya? Baik.
Terdengar jelas, Pak.
Okay. Thank you. I represent as Dr. Tony Toharudin, MSc, the head of Agency of Higher Education Services of Jakarta Region 3, Ministry of Education and Cultural. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for inviting me in this international conference, especially for head of Stikes Mitra Keluarga Steering Committee, our beloved Miss Dr. Susi Hartati. Well, let's we start. Okay, in Indonesia, we had 344 higher education institution. How about in LEDQ Tiga? We have 291 college divided into 80 academy, 50 polytechnic, 2 academic community, 67 university, 25 institute, 96 sekolah tinggi. How much we had the lecture? We had 422 lecturers, and then 630,296 students of college, and 1,893 course. Kampus Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka is policy of the Minister of Education and Culture, which aims to encourage students to master various disciplines to enter the world of work. The program are student exchange, apprenticeship, independent study, teaching assistant, research, entrepreneurial activity, humanitarian project, thematic, community service program. All products from this conference is support for value of research. What is research? Research is exploring data or phenomena that don't yet exist or hidden, which are confirmed to be true or false based on empirical facts. It's doing by lecturers, student of college, or also faculty of staff. Knowledge as scientific publication is about quantity and quality, become novelty, international or national. And the goals is as a citation, index citation quantities, amount of utilization, become quality or reputation. How about impact? Impact is give impact for academic and social, economic for stakeholder and society. Technology by research, it can be hard or soft product. It must be to be invention and then innovation, and then must be support to copyright. We support copyright to valuation. It's mean assessing, and also to downstreaming is commercialization and dissemination. Collaborative activity has three principles. The first, implementation of research for society. 2, stakeholder engagement, and 3, focus. Right now, the policy of research is suggested for research collaboration with industry, BUMN, and LPDP. And then we facilitated it with the Kadareka platform. Research and community service give opportunity to lecture in higher education, to create research and solution for global society. And then MBKM is an initiative program of the Ministry of Education and Culture, which aims to increase student independence, creativity, and innovation in higher education. This program was developed in response to the needs of an increasingly complex and dynamic job market, as well as to prepare students to face the challenges of the digital era. The impact of NBKM on study creativity is increasing student creativity through developing soft skill and critical thinking abilities, increasing student participation in creative and innovative activities outside the formal curriculum, increasing students' ability to produce quality creative works. NBKM, in the short, what is creativity to innovation? Higher education plays a role in preparing competitive quality graduates with skill and entrepreneurial character. Thank you. That's all from Jakarta to Indonesia. I bring it back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Adi Punama SE, Master of Management, for his valuable speech. Now, we will invite Dr. Susi Hartati, SKPM Cup Spesialis Keperawatan Anak, and Mrs. Afrinia Ekasari, Master of Science, to take a photo session together with Mr. Adi Purnama SM, Master of Management. Okay, let me count. 1, 2, 3. Okay, done. Thank you.
Terima kasih Bapak Adi.
Terima kasih Pak Adi.
Thank you for the keynote speaker for delivering such an important message to us. Now we are continuing our next agenda, the plenary speaker session, which will be directed by Mrs. Nurse Rohayati, SKP MKep, Spesialis Keperawatan Komunitas. Mrs. Nurse Rohayati, SKP MKep, Spesialis Keperawatan Komunitas, is Tikas Mitra Keluarga's lecturer from the Nursing Study Program. Please welcome Mrs. Rohayati.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. My voice is clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. The Honorable Head of Stikes Mitra Keluarga, Dr. Susi Hartati, SKP MKep Spesialis Keperawatan Anak, the Honorable Head of Research and Community Engagement Center, Mrs. Afrinia Ekasari, STP MSI, our speakers from Indonesia and Australia, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rohayati. It gives me a great pleasure to be the moderator for this plenary session at the 3rd International Allied Health Student Conference. Today, we are gathered here as a diverse community of experts, scholars, and practitioners, united by our shared passion for health area. Our goal for this session is to harness our collective expertise to identify key challenges, explore innovative solutions, and chart a course toward a brighter future. Before the presentation begins, let me tell you how this session will run. Each speakers will present the material following question and answer sessions selected. We are glad to receive questions directly by pressing raise hand emoji and from chat box. Participants can ask questions in English or both in Bahasa Indonesia. I'll try to do my best to translate it for you. Due to time limitation, we are going to select only one to 2 questions for each speaker. Before we start, several annotations for participants. Please make sure to tune your microphones off during presentation in order not to interrupt the presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, first, I'd like to read a brief introduction to our first speaker. Please committed to share Dr. Susi Hartati curriculum vitae first. Can you make it more zoom? Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Susi Hartati, SKP MKep, Spesialis Keperawatan Anak. She is the head of Mitra Keluarga School of Science. Dr. Susi has graduated doctoral degree from UNJ Jakarta. She has a lot of experience for becoming the speaker in various health and educational topics. She is a lecturer in pediatric nursing area and research methodology. Her research focuses on pediatric health issues and nursing education, published both international and national scientific journals. Dr. Susi, are you ready for us?
Yes, Ms. Rohayati, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, now allow me to welcome Dr. Susi Hartati to present the topic with title Update on Health Research Innovation in Higher Education for about 20 minutes. Dr. Susi, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Okay. Clear?
Okay, Doctor, please go ahead.
Good morning, all participants, lecturer, researcher, and honorable guests. An honor to meet you in this beautiful day. Thank you for coming to this presentation. I would like to share about advancing health by cutting-edge research innovation in Indonesian higher education. In the realm of Indonesian higher education, remarkable advancements are being made to elevate the standard of healthcare. This presentation sheds light on the cutting-edge research innovation that are revolutionizing the earth, holding immense potential to transform the future of health. Indonesian digital health revenue is expected to reach $973 million by 2023, showing dramatic CAGR growth of 60%. Like the case of many other industries, AI is the epitome of digitalizing healthcare in Indonesia. AI translates a win-win situation for both the patient and the healthcare provider, as it helped to address the health concern of 293 million population spread across 17,000 islands and take Indonesian closer to its aim of becoming an innovation-centered economy. Indonesian higher education is witness a significant focus on health research, aiming to advance healthcare standards. In recent years, University and research institutions in Indonesia have made remarkable progress in this domain. This slide will provide an overview, the background Indonesian higher education, highlighting the institution driving research and their commitment to innovation and collaboration. There are some research innovations. There's five cutting-edge research innovation in higher education. Number one is artificial intelligence medical diagnostic. We call AI. AI is revolutionizing medical diagnostic in Indonesia higher education. Researchers are developing AI algorithms that can analyze medical imaging data, detect disease, and provide accurate diagnosis. This innovation has the potential to improve the efficiency and accuracy of diagnosis, leading to better patient outcomes and advancing healthcare standards in Indonesia. I can give example of several AI-related initiatives and research in medical diagnosis that have been developed in university in Indonesia, like University of Indonesia. One project that can be example is the use AI for early detection of eye disease, such as for diabetic retinopathy. And Bandung Institute Technology, one of project they are developing in an eye system to support cancer diagnosis through medical image analysis. Gadjah Mada University, they use AI in diagnosis of infection disease, including diagnosis of COVID-19. So they are also focusing on using AI to analyze patient health data. Erlangga University. This university has research that focuses on using AI for medical image analysis, such as MRI, CT scan, to support disease diagnosis. ITS, Teknologi, Institut Teknologi, 10 November, is also active in AI research in medical field. They have developed diagnosis support system for various diseases such as heart disease. Number two is genetic engineering for personal medicine. Genetic engineering is another cutting-edge research innovation in Indonesian higher education. Scientists are exploring ways to modify genes to tailor treatment for individual patients. By understanding the genetic makeup of individuals, personal medicine can be developed to target specific disease and improve treatment outcome. By analyzing individual genes, doctors can predict disease risk, determining the most effective treatment, prevents adverse reaction of medication, predicting disease risk, preventing adverse reaction, targeting specific disease, clinical application, and so on. But Indonesia, this development of biotechnology in Indonesia has been going on for a long time, but tend to be slow due to several main factors. The first factor is the lack of research funds, lack of human resources, facilities, and government policies. Then number three is nanotechnology for targeted drug delivery. Nanotechnology is revolutionary research innovation in Indonesia higher education. By utilizing nanoscale materials and devices, scientists are developing targeted drug delivery system can be crisis delivery medication to specific cell or tissue in the body. This technology has the potential to improve the efficacy and reduce side effects of medication, enhancing patient outcome and transforming the field of healthcare. Some universities that we know to be active in this field at the time included like Bandung Institute of Technology, ITB, has a number of technology research programs in various faculties, including the health sector. They have conducted research on nanoparticle for drug delivery and diagnosis application. And University of Indonesia has a research center and laboratory facilities related to nanotechnology. Some of research they have done included development of nanomaterial for diagnosis application and health therapies. And 10 November Institute of Technology, also active in nanotechnology research, including those focusing on health applications. They have conducted research in the field of delivery of nanotechnology drugs. University of Gadjah Mada has several research too. One focus in development of nanomaterials for medical diagnostic application. And the last one is Erlangga University is produced several research in nanotechnology for health, especially in the field of delivery nanotechnology medicine. Number 4 is telemedicine for remote patient care. Telemedicine is another cutting-edge research innovation in Indonesia higher education. It's utilized technology to provide healthcare services remotely, allowing patients to consult with a doctor and receive medical advice without physically visiting a clinic or hospital. This approach is particularly beneficial for individuals in remote areas and those with limited mobility, as it improves access to quality healthcare and reduces healthcare disparities. Several universities in Indonesia involved in developing telemedicine for remote patient care. University of Indonesia has various research programs in the field health technology, including telemedicine. They have been involved in the development of telemedicine application and system to facilitate remote care. Bandung Institute of Technology has various research programs in the field health technology, including telemedicine. They have been involved in projects that integrated information technology with telehealth services. Gadjah Mada University is involved in research and development of health technology. They have participated in telemedicine project to improve remote patient care. Erlangga University, they have been working with various parties to come up with telemedicine solutions. Number 5 is big data analytics for health management. This is the problem in Indonesia. Big data analytics plays a crucial role in advancing health management in Indonesian higher education. By analyzing massive amount of healthcare data, researchers can identify patterns, predict disease outbreaks, and develop personalized treatment plans. This innovation has the potential to revolutionize healthcare delivery, improve patient outcome, and contribute to the overall well-being of Indonesian population. Some of universities in Indonesia have research in big data analytics for health management, like University of Indonesia, they have research in big data analytics for health management. Technology Institute Bandung, they have two for health management, and Gajah Mada University and have some research about big data analytics in field health. Then and ITS Technologies Institute in Surabaya, they have a program or project in big data analytics for health management. There is some problem in Indonesia, some challenges, millions of data and hundreds of applications in Indonesia. So many data and have not integrated. So we have problem for health data. So Indonesian Health Ministry had technology transformation. Maybe some this year they have 2023, they have some projects, some productivity activity like integration and development, development asset data system, integration and development of health application system, and development of technology ecosystem. This is roadmap of Indonesian Health Ministry. The development citizen health application. We will wait. Yeah. The citizen health application platform is developed to solve three major issues. The first problem is personal health data is not integrated as low interoperability. This causes redundancy for the health administration when assessing various health services. Various health services like puskesmas, rumah sakit, hospital, clinic, doctor, there are many data not integrated. The second problem is the public cannot monitor their personal health history. This is because medical records are saturated in various health services. And finally, the health services that people currently receive are not based on individual approach. For example, health education is not provided individually and is often mistargeted. And the next one, how about benefit and potential impact of this innovation? This cutting-edge rich innovation in Indonesian higher education have the potential to significantly benefit society. By utilizing big data analytics, researchers can improve healthcare delivery, reduce costs, enhance patient outcomes. And next, additionally, these advancements have the power to shape public health policies, address healthcare disparities, and ultimately contribute to the overall well-being and quality of life for the Indonesian population. And the next one, challenges and ethical consideration. This is important. The Indonesian higher education institutions strive to advance health through cutting-edge research. They must navigate several challenges and ethical consideration. This includes ensuring data privacy and security, maintaining transparency in research practice, addressing potential biases, and addressing the ethical implications of using emerging technologies. By proactively addressing these challenges, researchers can ensure that the innovations have the intended positive impact on society. How about the transformative impact? This is a 5 remarkable outcome of health research and innovation by Indonesian University. Significance of health research and innovation. Indonesian university have been playing a crucial role in driving health research and innovation, resulting in transformative outcomes. Outcome 1, advancements in medical treatment. Through their dedicated efforts, these universities have contributed to breakthroughs in medical techniques, procedures, technologies, leading to improved healthcare outcomes for patients. These advancements have not only saved lives, but also enhanced the quality of life for individuals facing various health challenges. Outcome 2, prevention and control of disease. Through extensive studies and collaborations, researchers have developed effective strategies, vaccines, and intervention for various diseases, ultimately reducing their prevalence and burden on society. This proactive approach towards disease prevention has resulted in healthier communities and improved public health outcome. And an outcome for number 3 is improvement in public health. Health research and innovation by Indonesian university have contributed to improve in public health by addressing the root causes of disease and implementing evidence-based intervention. Indonesian universities have successfully reduced the prevalence of disease and improved the overall health of communities. The proactive approach toward public health has resulted in enhanced health outcomes and higher quality of life for the Indonesian population. Outcome number 4, socioeconomic benefit for Indonesia. The health research and innovation conducted by Indonesian university have not only improved public health, but also produce significant socio-economic benefit for the country. By addressing health issues such as reducing the burden of disease, improving healthcare delivery system, and enhancing public health infrastructure. Indonesian universities have positively impacted the economy, productivity levels, and overall development of nation. And outcome number 5 is collaboration and knowledge exchange. One remarkable outcome of health research and innovation by Indonesian University is the promotion of collaboration and knowledge exchange. By working together with international institutions and sharing their findings, Indonesian universities contribute to global knowledge and research advancement. This collaboration enhance the reputation of Indonesian university and foster a culture of continuous learning and growth within the health research community. How about potential for future transformation? The transformative impact of health research and innovation by Indonesian university goes beyond collaboration and knowledge exchange. It also includes advancements in medical technology, improved healthcare practices, enhanced patient outcome, and economic growth. This outcome demonstrates to the immense potential for future transformation in the Indonesian healthcare sector through ongoing research and innovation. And the last conclusion, this innovative breakthrough in health research in Indonesia have had significant impact on healthcare access and outcome. From telemedicine revolutionizing remote healthcare, access to advancement in medical technology, this innovation have bridged the gap in healthcare disparities. As a result, individuals living in rural communities now have better access to medical consultation and treatment, ultimately improving overall health outcome in the country. Thank you. This is
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Susi. Such a great presentation that enlightening our morning session. Let's, audience, we are going to see the chat box. There is a question from Mrs. Edita Panjaitan, Dr. Susi. Still one question arise from chat box. Mrs. Edita Panjaitan asks you about, I would like to ask, nanotechnology needs more efficient treatment effort, whether this nanotechnology has been packaged in every brand of medicine, and whether this nanotechnology option can be applied to all organ system in human. Please, Dr. Susi, maybe can answer the Mrs. Edita questions.
I think this answer can be this question can be answered for the next speaker, second speaker. He is pakar in nanotechnology. Mr.
Dr. Aswin, yes.
Dr.
Okay, Dr. Susi, I will keep it for asking to Dr.
Well, I think this question
can
answer by the second speaker. Yeah, he is pakar expert in nanotechnology. Yeah, he is a background. He was background study in pharmacist technology, Institute Technology of Man.
Okay, thank you. Participants, maybe one of you want to direct asking question to Dr. Susi. You can press your right hand emoji and ask the question, both maybe in Indonesia or in English.
In Bahasa, maybe?
In Bahasa, it's okay. I'll translate it for you. Okay, Dr. Susi, still we are waiting for the participant question. Your presentation is very great topic, and I really appreciate for all the subtopic that you present. In your presentation, you mentioned that we have so many challenges for growing innovation in university or in higher education. Some challenges is maybe come from slow by funding, from human resources, and so many. According to your experience as a senior lecturer, what is the best strategy for handling those problems in scope of higher education?
Yeah, there are so many problems for develop research and innovation, but we can collaboration with big universities. We can, yeah, if we can collaborate in government, industries to problem to this solving this problem. There's some problem is fundings, yeah, funding research people, yeah, human resource and facilities. We can collaborate with industries, governments, and big universities.
Okay, so I find the key word we will do, and we will make an innovation by collaboration. Right, Dr. Susi?
Yes.
We can do it by ourselves.
Yes,
We
of
can
course.
do it by collaboration
course.
with big university, industry, corporate, and so on. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Susi. Still, there's no question in chat box. Maybe audience.
Okay.
Is there any question from audience in the meeting room? Don't you mind if we are waiting for maybe 1 minute, Dr. Susi?
Okay.
Okay. Kamita, maybe you can share the background music while we are waiting for question, because we have still time for question session. Okay, 1 minute left. I conclude that audience has no question for you, Dr. Susi. So please give me the time for summarize your presentation before we are taking photo session together. Research and innovation in higher education drives product and utilization of innovation, both in teaching and learning, developing tools using AI, and beside that, innovation drives genetic engineering for personal medication, nanotechnology for targeted drug delivery, and telemedicine for remote patient care, and big data analysis for health management. And we can do collaboration with all parties to make an innovation for a better health. The benefit for innovation is advancement in medical treatments, prevention and control of diseases, improvement in public health, socioeconomic benefits for Indonesia, collaboration and knowledge exchange. Thank you once again for your great presentation, Dr. Susi.
Thank you, Ms. Hayati. Thank you for all participants for your attention.
Before we are going to second speakers, Dr. Susi, would you mind to take photo together with us?
Okay.
I
Never
would
mind.
invite Mrs. Aprinia Ekasari, for taking photo together with us. And Miss Guntari Prasetya. Okay, thank you. The committee, are you ready to take photo together? I will count. 1, 2, 3. Thanks, Dr. Susi, once again for insight presentation.
Thank
See you in the
you.
next event.
Thank
See
you,
you.
Dr. Susi Hartati.
Thank you, Miss Eka, Miss Guntari. Thank you. Success.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for second speaker? Now we are going to the second speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Insinyur Rafael Aswin Susilo Widodo, ST MSI CIP IPU. Dr. Aswin, are you with us?
Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning, Dr. Aswin. Dr. Aswin will provide us into current state of the research dedicated to product innovation in pharmacy industry. First, I'd like to read a brief introduction to Dr. Aswin. Please, committee, share the Dr. Aswin curriculum vitae. Okay, thank you. Dr. Insinyur Rafael Aswin Susilo Widodo, ST MSI CIP IPU. He had graduated from Doctor of Pharmaceutical Technology, Bandung Institute of Technology. He is Vice President R&D, Regulatory and Medical Affairs of PT Soho Industri Pharmacy. He had so many experience in pharmacy industry area, as you see in his curriculum vitae. Dr. Rafael had a lot of research and publication. Please go on for the next page to the publication. Next. Yes, next. Okay. Yeah. Dr. Aswin had a lot of research and publication in drug development and drug evaluation, both national and international journal and conference. Next pages. Next page. This is so many publication and research. Yeah. Yeah. Next page. Yeah, Dr. Aswin had more social activities and had more award according to his research and activities. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome to Dr. Insinyur Rafael Aswin Susilo Widodo to present the topic with title Product Innovation for Well-being for about 30 minutes. After presentation, session will continue to Q&A session for 15 minutes. Dr. Aswin, are you ready?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, please, your time is now.
Okay, can I share the screen?
Okay, go on.
Can you see the slide?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity that I can share about the innovation, the product innovation for well-being. This is the topic, the agenda that I will discuss. First is we talk about the what is innovation, and then secondly is about what is the our focus, and then after that is we will see the learn from a company from the Soho Global Head about the strategy how we innovate. Then the last but not least is about the take-home message. So we go to the innovation. Almost every day we heard about the innovation, but how is the innovation? the innovation itself is the creating and the capture of the new value in the new ways. And innovation is also is defined as the new product and process and major technological modification to product and process. And also the innovation is considered perform of introduce the product into the market. So if we talk about the product innovation, meaning is the products will be in the market, or implement in the production process, meaning is the process innovation. So talk about the process in the production. While the innovation itself is not only about the product, but also in many place, which is the some in the research, technology, organizational, financial, etc. Then now we go to what is different between invention and innovation. So as a student, yeah, sometimes we conduct the research, and then we invent, we as a inventor some topic or some part of our research. But we should know what is the difference between invention and innovation. So I try to see from the any aspect. First is about the economic perspective. First, invention is an idea made manifest, while innovation is idea applied successfully in practice. So the keyword is about the application. Innovation is application. While in the business perspective, is refer to the tutor to you net, is the invention is the formulation of new idea for product or process, while innovation is all about the practical application of your invention into market. And then if we talk about the intellectual property perspective, invention is the first occurrence an idea for a new product or process, while innovation is the first attempt to carry the invention out into practice for social benefit, commercialization, market entry, or monetization. So based on this perspective, we can see the definition. We can see is the innovation is applicable, practical, and marketable. Maybe we can see the illustration. So this the frankly the situation. So we can see in the left side and the right side the invention of the automatic toilet flusher. We can see this is the idea. This idea is a good idea, but this invention itself is there is no impact for the business. Also, there is no possibility for application and also for marketable. While for the right side, maybe the concept is the idea also initially from the left side, and then the right side is the marketable. So this is we can see which is the invention and innovation. So currently is if we talk the innovation, currently we already in the innovation in the industry 4.0. So we can see the revolutionary industry, first industrial revolution in the 18 something, and then until now is 2000 something. Now is the industry 4.0. What is the industrial 4.0? Industry 4.0 is according to World Economic Forum, is a revolution. Is the 4.0 is because of the process is refer to the Internet of Things. So the key word is the Internet of Things, and then also the evolution itself is the cyber physical world. So the industry 4.0 also now is already implement in some industry in the pharmaceutical industry and also some healthcare industry. So now we talk about the pharmaceutical focus. The Indonesia, we can see the demography Indonesia. So Indonesia is tropical archipelago, yeah, with the 13,000 something verified island, yeah, and then the land area, the population itself is growing quite fast, and then our biodiversity is the world big five. The question is how to use the properly the possibility, the opportunity of the biodiversity for in the healthcare sector. So now we see that some of the from the biodiversity we use as jamu. Jamu is itself is a local wisdom heritage. Jamu is the use of plant for medicinal purpose in Indonesia from the prehistoric time, and then jamu has been handed down. Then there is some biodiversity in the jamu refer to some our empirical study. So most likely jamu is development of jamu is referred to the history and the empirical study. So how to develop jamu is the first is the develop is we can see the first the potency. Potency is after we have the information about the abundance of the medicinal plant, and then the potency of the economic and social culture, and then endorsed with by research and policy regulation, then the jamu can have developed, yeah, from the traditional become the modern. So we can see the development of jamu. Yeah, initially we see the jamu gendong, and then after that go to the jamu peddler at the shopping center, and then modern dosage form of jamu. Now this is the innovation of jamu. And then this, how is the strategy for product development of the positioning of jamu? So basically our regulation, BPOM regulation, is traditional medicine itself is defined three categories. First is jamu. Jamu itself is the claim for efficacy is based on a heritage. While for this, the next step is the standardized herbal medicine, or we call it OHT. Claim for efficacy is generated from scientific approach through preclinical tests. And then for the next level is the we call is the phytopharmaca. Phytopharmaca itself is OHT that already have conduct the clinical trial. So the claim based on the result of the clinical tests. So this is the strategy how we to innovate the product of the traditional medicine in Indonesia. So now we go to learning from Suhu Global Health. Our Suhu Global Health is have the purpose. Our purpose or mission is a simple but clear purpose, which is to hold the care of human life as our highest priority, and thereby glorify God. Menjunjung kepedulian pada kehidupan manusia adalah prioritas kami yang utama untuk memuliakan Tuhan yang Maha Esa. That's our purpose. While our vision is to be a healthcare leader and the preeminent provider of innovative natural pharmaceutical product. So now we focus on natural pharmaceutical product. We are the company, the value, the well-being of the community, and promote a healthy lifestyle in socially responsible way. While our value is we have the four value. First is the absolute integrity, mutual respect, vision for innovation, and culture of discipline. This is the history of the Suhu Global Health. Initially, the business is started in 1946, which is at the time we have the injectable product, and then the product, the company growing until now, and in the last is in 2022. So Global Health is IPO, go public in the Jakarta Stock Exchange. At the time, in the situation, in the pandemic situation, we go public. Now we talk about what is the challenge in the innovation, especially in the Zoho Global Health. We can see there is some challenge how we innovation. First is, if we talk about the product for well-being, first is about the efficacy, safety, and the quality. The product innovation should have match the efficacy, safety, and the quality. And then if we already have able to develop the product with the good efficacy and then safety, good safety, and the good quality, the question is how about the cost? So the product cost is also as a part of the our challenge also. How is the cost is will be meet the requirement of the market. And then if we develop the formula, and then all of the formula should be able to manufacturability. So it should be have the mass production, and then all of the formula should be have the consumer acceptance. That's why some of the product prior we launching of the product, we should conduct the market test, and then should have approved by consumer acceptance. So if the consumer acceptance, there is no consumer acceptance, the acceptance is very low, then of course we should change the process, change the formula, etc. Should have the innovation content, and then of course because this product is for the well-being product, so should follow the regulatory compliance. Not should, but must comply to regulation. And then all of this process, all of the challenge about a time frame. So we should develop as fast as possible. So this is of the challenge, and almost challenge how to innovate the product of well-being. Now we go to the question is what is the difference between the herbal and synthetic API drug? This is the paradox. Which one is better, a specific target or unspecific target medicine? If we talk about the synthetic API drug, meaning is the synthetic API drug is a specific target, while herbal is unspecific target medicine. So specific target is good, but sometimes better to have unspecific multiple target medicine. As multiple target is medicine is good, but sometimes better to have specific target. So if we talk about the disease, actually most likely the factor is a multi-factor. So the idea is why you use the herbal is because the herbal is not single compound, but it's multi-compound. So if we talk about the multi-factor, the logically is better we use the multi-compound to handle multi-factor. This is the inspiration why we develop the herbal product. So the other thing is it impossible or not herbal medicine to have standardized quality as the API drug? Yeah, just like synthetic API, which almost have same quality. If we talk API, we can guarantee the same quality because the process is the synthetic process. So if the process that control is the good control, it's the same control in the same process, most likely the result is the same quality. But Is it possible for the herbal medicine? Yes, it's possible. It's important also is how to control the process of the herbal development. So this is the our inspiration. So that's why we Soho R&D is focused to herbal medicine, because if we use the natural medicine, have a lot of component, and so they have multiple biological action. This is more logically solution to treating multifactorial disease than a synthetic drug, which usually does just one thing. This is our inspiration. So what is the focus? The focus of our R&D is first is how to develop raw material of herbal medicine. Because of that, that's why we have research center is a center excellent in herbal research in Sukabumi. We have the cultivation. We have Sukabumi plantation. Currently, this in this place, we already able to develop the Curcuma santorisa or temulawa, and also Echinacea purpurea. In this process, we also develop how is to develop the extraction process. And then secondly, the focus is a formulation and drug delivery system. And the last is a in vitro and in vivo test, preclinical and clinical research. This is the focus. But how is the strategy? The strategy, our strategy is there is two strategy. First, we call is the seed to patient concept. Seed to patient concept is the concept through full control process from seed selection, cultivation, formulation until reach consumer hand. Because as we know, to assure that the quality of the herbal is as close as possible as the API, that's why we should concept we have the concept seed to patient concept. And then we also implement the strategy we call is the open innovation. Open innovation is the collaboration, which is the collaboration with the ABGC, academic, business, government, and community. We have a lot of collaboration with the some stakeholder. Yeah. So we have the academic partner as the EPB, UGM, ITB, UNSW in Sydney, Australia. While business partner, we have our sister company in SFI in Australia. Government, we have the partner BRIN, yeah, BPOM, Balitro, and then community itself, we have the community partner with some local farmer. We have the Gapotan Communing in Sukabumi, and some in area also we have a collaboration with the farmer that they plant our plantation. And then this is the situation is situation is the two quality guarantee. And then how is industry 4.0? So actually is in our plantation, we also already implement 4.0. We call it the smart farming 4.0, precision agriculture. So we use the some sensor, and all of the sensor is connect to application in the and then the by application, all of the farmer they able control the situation if the plantation. So not every day of the farmers should go to the land, should go to the to check the plant, but they can see the information who chat from the application. For example, is the farmer, for example, today they would like have a plan already to provide some water, but according to the system, to the sensor, there is information from BMKG that will be rainfall. So they will not watering of the plant, etc. So also the sensor also is a soil condition. We check the humidity, pH, etc. The application itself is we have the collaboration with UGM for the application, and then we have also surveillance itself. We use the water traceability concept. Then the land is the plantation ourselves is already certified since 2017 with from the Innovis is the Organic Indonesia. While for the process of the harvest process, and then how the extraction process of the plant from the Simplicia, we already have some collaboration with some university. And then for the efficacy safety evaluation, we conduct the approach biomolecular preclinical and clinical trial collaboration with some university. By this strategy, we have some recognition. 2017, we have award from the Ministry of Health, is a national award, and then also we have the Product Development Management Association from Chicago. We have outstanding corporate innovator, and we have also award from the Ministry of Research and Technology, which is the Industrial Research and Development in 2018, 2019, and also in 2020, also from the Ministry of Research and Technology. Also, we have we have the award also for Rintisan Technology, Rintek, from the Ministry of Industrial. So by this process, what is the outcome of our innovation? First, this is our product that we call the name is the Gastin Force. This product is a OHT, and this product already approved and recommended, strongly recommended therapy from the PGI, Perkumpulan Gastroenterologi Indonesia, Gastroenterology Association of Indonesia. And this product is recommend PGI guideline for IBS and FD treatment. So this is herbal, but the herbal already put into the recipe of the doctor for and strongly recommended for therapy. This is part of our innovation. And then for the novel delivery system, we have the new delivery system, which is the we call is the QuickFast technology. Is the liquid that deliver in a hard gelatin capsule. So this is the difference between the hard gelatin capsule and soft gelatin capsule. So QuickFast technology is we can see the graph is superiority against soft gelatin capsule and powder hard gelatin capsule. This is the QuickFast technology. So if comparing with this soft gel, the hard gelatin QuickFast technology is contained for 105 times less gelatin than soft gelatin capsule, meaning it's the more efficient. And then if we talk about stability, the heat resistant is until 75 centigrade, while for the soft gelatin is only until 35. That's why soft gelatin should be stored in the low temperature and then stable in hot climate. And then if we talk about disintegration faster, is our novel delivery system is disintegrate faster because capsule will being thinner than the wall of the soft gelatin capsule. This is the product with, for example, is a Astin Force 12, is a antioxidant, Astin Core, etc. And then we have also Cap Zero. We have liver health, joint health, diarrhea treatment is all diarrhea treatment, and the sleep management is all is the OHT category. And then we have also for diabetic. This is the diabetic is a collaboration with the IPB. The formula is we have the collaboration with Prof. Hani, and then the fund is the research is funding by LPDP. So this is the UN in glucodiap. And then also publication. The team in the R&D is we have the KPI that always at least per person they should in some level they should publication. So it's part of their KPI. Because we not only in about the innovation, but we also support knowledge, science and technology. That's why we should publish in the some journal, local and international journal. So the conclusion is business innovation is defined as the creating and capture of new value in new way. Then the single compound from synthetical medicine is fast and has direct effect, but it may not give full therapeutic potential of herbals, and standardized herbal medicine could lead to a better quality. Then the open innovation and situ patient are good strategy to be able to utilize herbal potency to its fullest. And then comprehensive controlling process in situ patient concept started by implication of the smart farming 4.0, organic certification, and support by advanced technology process with carefully conduct efficacy and safety evaluation, enable to SOHO to give a bigger contribution for Indonesia and also for the world. Thank you very much for the time that I already sharing. Thank you.
Okay, such an excellent presentation, Dr. Aswin. It was very interesting. Now we are going to the session question. Before I read the question from chat box, I would like to invite the participants who want to ask directly to Dr. Aswin. Please raise your hand and open your microphone. Is there any participant who want to ask directly live? Okay, if there is no, I would like to read some question in the chat box. There is a question for you. Okay, for the first question come from Mrs. Aprinia Ekasari. Mrs. Aprinia Ekasari, are you with us?
Yes.
Your question is, thank you for your interesting topic, Dr. Rafael. Here is my question. The first, as we know, there are challenging to make product innovation of jamu to commercial because the most consumer is old and or adult people. How do SOHO strategy in the introducing and make the young people interesting to jamu product? And the second question, in herbal drink, there are component active that will be the advantage of the product or claim of product. How SOHO proving the function of the component active after preclinical to animals? Is there any intervention to human? Please, Dr. Aswin.
Okay, thank you. The question first is about this how to introduce the product for younger, for teen, etc. So the important is as per I mentioned before is what is the enormous challenge in the how to innovate is all of the innovation should be meet the expectation our market target. So for this, we should conduct the market test. First is a market test, and also sometimes for the initial idea, we conduct the FGD, focus group discussion, and we invite the our target market. Based on the FGD, we can have some idea what is the purpose, what is the ideal product that they our target consumer need. Based on that, then we develop that. So all of the developments will be meet the requirement of the target. That's why first, initially, we should have the concept first, the concept of the product. Then the concept of the product should be tested first into the market. This the flow, the process of the innovation. And then of course, is if we talk about the younger with the older, and then not only about the age, but also social economic class. So social economic class, for example, for the social economic class for grade A plus plus, B, C, D is different concept. Also different product. For example, we talk about the simple one is about the taste and aroma. If we talk about the low class, the taste should be bold. The color should be very strong. Yeah, but in the product for the economic class is the upper class economic class should be modesty, something like that. So we can should have the information before we develop the product. So the key is we should close as possible with the market, with the target of the market. By we close with the market, and then we can manage what is the need of the market, and then we develop the product, and then the product will be meet the requirement of the product of the consumer. So this is the strategy. Yeah, of course, is if we talk about the younger and older, is a better approach, especially if we talk about the process also for the FGD. For the FGD, maybe in the for the older, maybe is we can see in the situation, in the formal situation. But in the younger, for example, for the teen, for the children, for the FGD itself is should be is not as like as the older FGD. Okay. Then what's the second question?
Okay,
Sorry.
before we are going to second question, Mrs. Aprinia, are you satisfying for the answer?
For the second question,
Okay. For the first question is done, okay?
For the second,
For the
I have
second
two
question
questions. Yes.
yeah, in herbal drink, there are component active that will be the advantage of the product or claim of product. How Soho proving the function of the component active after preclinics to animals? Is there any intervention to human?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. First, if we talk about, maybe we can I see share screen? Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay. if we talk about the positioning of the product, so if we talk about the functional drink itself, we can check what is the target of the category of the product. If the product is only refer to the inheritance or empirical approach, meaning as category as jamu. If the jamu, we cannot able to claim for efficacy. Some I think it's just only empirically, but for standardized should have the scientific approach, which is the clinical study, and then of the active ingredient in, for example, temulawak, kurkuma. The active ingredient of the active compound in the curcuma, at least there is 2 active ingredient, which is the curcumin and santorisol oil. If we talk about the standardized, meaning the ingredient of the santorisol and also curcumin should be standardized. So for example, the from the extract itself is the example is consists of the curcuminoid is 30%, and then santorisol is 5%. This is the standardized. And then if we talk standardized, we should conduct preclinical study, and the clinical is the in the initially we do also is in vitro, and then also in the animal study. By this animal study, we can calculate what is the doses. I mean the doses, the optimal for human. So there is the method how to calculate the doses based on the animal study, yeah, in vivo in animal study. Then we call is a pharmacodynamic study. From the pharmacodynamic study, and then we able to provide the doses in the human. So it's important is what is the category. If we talk about category, then we can define what is the step that we should do to develop the product. Okay.
Okay, Mrs. Afrinia. Are you
Yes,
got the
good
key
enough,
message?
Mrs. Rohayati. Thank you, Dr. Aswin, for the
You're
answer.
welcome.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Aswin. Let we continue to the second participant who asked about raw material. The question comes from Windy Dwirahayu. She asked about what criteria state that raw materials are good. And the second question is, are there many obstacles in finding good raw materials? Okay, please, Dr. Aswin, to answer.
Okay, thank you. So if we talk about the quality of the raw material and also the finished product, we have the specification. All the specification, it should be refer the regulation of the BPOM regulation. So in the BPOM regulation, there is some we talk about the analysis that is mandatory. For example, if we talk about the raw material, should have the analysis of the heavy metal. Yeah, for example, should be talk about the heavy metal. And then if we talk about extract, we have the standardized. For example, the standardized, for example, is temulawak. It should be have the extract. For example, if we want to claim is 30% of the curcuminoid, so we have the specification. It should be 30%, and then raw material should be meet the requirement, the specification. For example, the other raw material, for example, the other herbal, for example, is the Echinacea purpurea is the active ingredient is cichoric acid. The cichoric acid is how many the percent? For example, is 5%. For example, then should be the follow this. So if we talk about the quality, should be have meet the requirement of the specification, and the specification should be approved by BPOM.
Okay, so there is so many examinations to check it while standardized or not. That's right,
Yes.
Dr.
Yeah.
Aswin. Okay.
For example, for the liquid raw material, there is the some raw material for the glycerin, for example. The glycerin or the sorbitol is there is the residual, the EGDEG. The hot topic last time is the EGDEG. This is there is the minimal threshold. How much the EGDEG that should be still approved by BPOM. So there is specification. All of this, of course, we should conduct the analysis and also the method that should for use for the analysis is referred to the compendial, which is the Pharmacopoeia Indonesia. Yeah, now it's already Pharmacopoeia Indonesia 6 Pharmacopoeia Indonesia. And sometimes if they're not in the Pharmacopoeia Indonesia, and then we should follow the other compendia, some as like as the USP, as like as the EP, something like that.
Okay, I think such a clear explanation. How, Windy Dwi Rahayu, are you got the message?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Dr. Aswin, because your topic is very interesting, so there are so many questions for you. Yeah,
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, the third question is come from Salwa Zafarina. Salwa Zafarina asks you about regarding of smart farming 4.0 based on IoT. Is there a possibility of system errors? If this happens, are there any preventive measures that can be taken? And can smart farming 4.0 help minimize harvest crops failure during extreme seasons?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if we talk about the system, yes, all of the in this in the world, yeah, there is no 100% guarantee is excellent, but there is still there is possibility, yes. But it's important is how to manage it if there is risk. So we should manage the risk if there is possibility to. Yeah, the system, of course, is there is the process of the validation, the process, yeah, from the system. So we have there is the periodically time we synchronize the system. Yeah, there is how to manage the risk. And then if we talk about is it possible to minimize harvest crop? Yes, exactly. That's why by this technology, we can manage our plantation very well. Based on our experience, is by this technology also the result of the harvest is increased significantly, because we can manage we can capture what is the plant need it. For example, plant is they should have the need the fertilizer. The plant is need the water. Yeah, and then is the what is the pH, etc. By this technology, we can control it. We can control it is that the plant could growing very well, because we can manage the plant how to their grow. So this is the technology that we already implemented it. So of course we can minimize harvest crop failure during extreme season.
Okay. Salwa Gafarina, do you get the answer from Dr. Aswin? Okay. Okay. Salwa has answer in the chat box. The next question come from Gita Febriani in Bahasa. I would like to translate the question. Gita asked Dr. Aswin about whether someone who has innovation must always be developed. I mean, if I want to make an innovation, should develop all things of my innovation, maybe like that. And then are there certain conditions or criteria regarding developing the innovation based on your experience, maybe Dr. Aswin?
Yeah, if we already have the innovation is started from the idea. If you already have the idea, you can try, you can implement your idea, and then your idea, if possible, if you have the if you work in the company, you can discuss with your the team. You can also discuss with your subordinate, yeah, your manager or your superior, supervisor, etc. You can discuss with that. It's important is if we already have the idea, then we try to implement it. This is the started if we want to do the innovation. And then if we talk about innovation, of course, is the prerequisite of the we can able to innovation is we should open mind. Yeah, if we don't open mind, then we can not able to innovation, because by the open mind we can have the some information of the what is the consumer need. So by the some information, and then we have the idea, then we can do innovation. So this is the we already have the idea, then you should try to make it happen.
Okay, thank you. I got a beautiful word, idea. We have no innovation if we have no idea. That's right. And the idea comes from learning, from reading, from taking some activities in a scientific forum like this. Yeah. Okay, that's Gita, the answer from Dr. Rafael. And the next question comes from Mrs. Melania. Mrs. Melania asks you about how far Soho implemented AI and data bank of herbal medicine to develop the product.
Yes, thank you. So actually, Soho already have some collaboration with some university related with the AI. We have some university in the Frank, also in the from the Sydney. We have the collaboration for the AI for the development. And actually, Soho itself, we have the sister company that we call is the name is the Soho Florist International. The base is in the Sydney, and then the Soho Florist International itself is have the some factory in some area in US, in the UK and Swiss, and also in Australia. And then we have also research center also in the Sydney. So we have the some collaboration itself with this our sister company.
Okay.
And we already implement the AI. That's why we by this AI we can able to develop to innovate the product is more efficient.
Okay. How, Mrs. Melania? Do you got it?
Yes, I get it. The answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Aswin. Dr. Aswin, because there is still a time, would you mind to answer question about nanotechnology? It comes from the session.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, yeah, from the session, we have two questions about the nanotechnology. I think it's suitable with your material and with your experience. Yeah, the Mrs. Edita Panjaitan, are you with us? Mrs. Edita asked about nanotechnology needs more efficient treatment effort, whether this nanotechnology has been packaged in every brand of medicine and whether this nanotechnology option can be applied to all organ system in human. Is it related with the question come from Abdullah Reza Saputra? Abdullah asked about, is nanotechnology good for health and what positive impact on health? Please, Dr. Aswin, maybe to
Yeah,
answer.
okay. If we talk about nanotechnology, the first benefit of the nanotechnology is because the size, the particle of the size is very small, so will increase the absorption in the system, our system, in the body. But the question is, the nanotechnology currently in the regulation still under review. So that's why until now there is no product with the, and we talk about the active ingredient with the real nanotechnology to that already approved by BPOM, because BPOM currently have no regulation about the nanotechnology, but still in the process, the regulation. But why is the BPOM is do that? Because if we talk about the new system, also there is pro and cons. There is the good benefit and the other the side effect. So because of the good, very good absorption, so the product, the possibility will not will go to everywhere in the body. So this is the some researcher reported about that, and that's why if we talk about the nanotechnology is until now there is no product could able claim as with the nanotechnology with the good claim in the product. But if we want, if we talk about the with my experience also, my dissertation is nanotechnology use the interferon as a therapy for the liver, hepatitis C, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, is we can cover the product, the protein, and then able to protect it from the enzymatic reaction. And the process also for the absorption is a very good absorption, something like that. But again and again, by regulation, not yet in the regulation of BPOM. Still in the process of the regulation, develop the regulation.
Okay, Miss Edita.
Yeah, yes, Miss, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Aswin, for the answer. I think our question has enough to answer by Dr. Aswin. Before we are going to the end of our session, is there any participant who want to ask directly to Dr. Aswin? I think all participants has got your clue of presentation, so allow me to summarize your presentation before we are taking photo session together. Innovation informatics industry according to biodiversity in Indonesia and Jammu as local wisdom can be an innovation potencies to develop through standardized medical step using high technology based method from farming, preclinical step, and to clinical step. Okay, thank you, Dr. Rafael Aswin, for wonderful discussion. And before we end our session, I would invite Dr. Susi Hartati and Mrs. Afrinia and Mrs. Guntari to take photo session together. The committee, please spotlight. And Dr. Susi. Thank you. I will start our photo session. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Rafael Aswin, once again for
Thank you, Dr. Aswin.
presentation and see
Thank
you
you.
agenda. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Izin lift ya, izin lift.
Okay. Okay, audience, we are going to the third speaker because we are going too early. I will check, is there the third speaker is in the room? Prof. Lisa, are you with us? Prof. Lisa? Okay, Prof. Lisa still not join with us yet. So we are going to break session before Professor Lisa is joined with our session. So we will take a break for a moment.
Stikes Mitra Keluarga merupakan sekolah tinggi ilmu kesehatan yang modern, komprehensif, multibudidaya dalam disiplin ilmu kesehatan yang terkemuka di Indonesia. Kampus Stikes Mitra Keluarga terletak di Bekasi Timur di sebuah kawasan strategis yang mudah diakses dan menyatu dengan Rumah Sakit Mitra Keluarga Bekasi Timur. Tuntutan akan kebutuhan pelayanan kesehatan yang profesional sesuai dengan kemajuan ilmu dan teknologi merupakan motivasi yang kuat untuk Yayasan Pendidikan Mitra Keluarga dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan kesehatan. Yayasan Pendidikan Mitra Keluarga berada di bawah naungan Mitra Keluarga Group yang terdiri dari beberapa rumah sakit yang tersebar di daerah DKI Jakarta, Jawa Barat, Jawa Tengah, dan Jawa Timur. Dengan didukung oleh pengajar yang berkualitas dan fasilitas lengkap, Stikes Mitra Keluarga mempunyai visi menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi kesehatan yang inovatif di tingkat nasional pada tahun 2035. Stikes Mitra Keluarga memiliki 5 program studi antara lain. Program Pendidikan Vokasi D3 Teknologi Laboratorium Medis. Program Pendidikan Akademik Sarjana S1 Gizi. Program Pendidikan Akademik Sarjana S1 Farmasi. Program Pendidikan Akademik Sarjana S1 Keperawatan plus Nurse.
Good afternoon, Prof. Lisa.
Selamat siang.
Selamat siang. Oh, your Indonesian is good. Okay.
Sedikit.
I'm so sorry the session start maybe too early because I see in the rundown we will start at 11:30 and now still 11:20. Okay,
Yeah.
don't you mind, Prof?
No, it's fine. I just wanted to check everything was working.
Okay, thank you. Okay, audience and our participants, we are going to the next presenter. Prof. Lisa McKenna from School of Nursing and Midwifery, La Trobe University, Melbourne. Thank you, Prof, for joining us in this session. Prof. Lisa will provide us to the field of understanding experiences and well-being of internationally qualified health professionals. And before the presentation, I would like to read a brief introduction to our first speaker. Please, Kamito, share the CV of Prof. Lisa. Okay, can you make it more bigger, zoom in? Okay. Prof. Lisa McKenna graduated from Doctor of Philosophy from Deakin University. Prof. Lisa is still at School of Nursing and Midwifery, La Trobe University, Melbourne. She has so many experiences in research and publication in patient safety, nursing and midwifery education, complementary and alternative medicine in childbearing, and research methodology. Go on to the next pages. Go on to the next pages. Okay, next. Okay, go on to the books. Next pages. Prof. Lisa has so many published book chapters and book along to her area because your CV is so many and long, so I'm confused to resume Prof. Lisa. She is active in clinical practice, editorial team in various journals in a lot of countries, and she inducted into Sigma International Nurse Researcher Hall of Fame in 2022. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome to Prof. Lisa McKenna to present the topic with title Understanding Experiences and Well-being of Internationally Qualified Health Professionals. Your time is 30 minutes for presentation, and after that we will continue to Q&A session about 15 minutes. Prof. Lisa, please, the floor is yours.
Terima kasih, Bu. And thank you for inviting me to present at your conference. It's wonderful to be invited. And I hope that my presentation will be of interest to your students broadly. Today I'm talking about experiences and well-being of internationally qualified health professionals. And so I'm not just talking about nurses, I'm talking about health professionals from many, many disciplines. So hopefully there's some relevance to you all. I thought I would just tell you a little bit about La Trobe University and where we're located. Indonesia and Australia are next door neighbours, but we often don't know very much about each other. So my university is around 55 years old. It's located in the city of Melbourne, which is down the bottom, as you can see. And we actually have 6 campuses now. We have 5 campuses in the state of Victoria, which 4 are regional, as you can see. I'm based at the Melbourne campus, and we have 4 at our regional campuses. And we also have a small campus in Sydney that is growing as well. So that's where we are, and this is a little bit more about our campuses and where they are in the state. So you can see Melbourne at the bottom there, that's where I'm from. And we have 4 campuses in very remote regional areas that serve populations that are very different to the city. This is just a picture of our our city campus. It's very big. It's got lots of green areas, lots of baby ducks right now because it's spring, and it's looking really pretty at the moment. So the sun's out and it's lovely. But we'd love to welcome people to La Trobe at any time. And I thought I'd just show some more pictures of it to start with, just to get you interested. So it's a great campus. We have lots of disciplines. At La Trobe, we have around 14 different health professions. So we're very interprofessional in our health area, and health is the strongest area, but we have many others. So one of the things that I want to talk about is about health professionals internationally. And this has been something that I've been interested in for many years, working with a number of PhD students, a number of nurses who've come from other countries to Australia. But we know globally that every year there's a large number of health professionals who migrate to other countries. And most the literature and World Health Organization has identified that most of the migration is from low and middle income countries to high income countries, which in itself is a bit of a problem, and we'll talk about that. There certainly is a potential impact on the source country's health service, because if health professionals are moving from low to middle income countries, they're depleting the health services in their home countries and going to high income countries, but they're also impacting on the health of their own populations. So in 2010, the World Health Organization set up a global code of practice on the international recruitment of health personnel. And that was designed to act as a bit of a safeguard. So there's within the code, there is a workforce support and safeguards list that gets regularly updated, and it was updated this year. And it comprises a list of 55 countries where they're trying not to deplete the health services, so that if countries are recruiting health professionals, ideally they're not coming from these 55 poor countries where health services are really needed. These countries have the most pressing health workforce challenges. They don't have enough doctors, nurses and midwives already, and they don't have a good level of universal health care. So this safeguards list is trying to keep health professionals in those countries. Fortunately, Indonesia and Australia are not among those 55 countries. There's a lot of work being done around the migration of nurses and doctors around the world, not so much around other health professionals, unfortunately, and that's something that is an issue. Between 2006 and 2016, the number of foreign trained doctors working in OECD countries was found to have increased by 50%. So we know there's a lot of doctors moving around, and the number of foreign trained nurses increased by 20% over the 5-year period from 2011 to 2016. And you can see these are big numbers of health professionals moving. Their report identified that the main country that these health professionals went to was the United States, followed by the United Kingdom and Germany. But the number of foreign trained doctors has also increased rapidly over the past decade in other European countries, such as Ireland, France, Switzerland, Norway, and Sweden. So we can see there's a real shift there. And certainly there's been very high numbers of nurses and midwives moving around the world. There's a whole lot of reasons why health professionals might move from their home country to another country to practice. And we talk about push factors and pull factors. So push factors are many, but sometimes they're related to low pay, poor living or working conditions. There might be a lack of career development opportunities or job insecurities that encourage people to move. Some of the pull factors are about the availability of secure work. We know globally there's a worldwide shortage of health professionals, so there's plenty of available work in many, many countries. high-income countries also pay higher, so that can be an attraction. Better living and working conditions, and many choose to leave because of the safety of their and security of themselves and the family if they're in a country where there's particular turmoil. So we know there's some of the reasons why health professionals choose to move countries. But when they move, sometimes they underestimate the amount of challenges that they actually have to encounter. And so I've done quite a lot of work around health professionals coming to Australia, and we found that there are a whole lot of adaptations that need to be taken on board. They include, obviously, lifestyle is different. Food can be different, not so much here in Australia because we have a very multicultural population and there's lots of different foods available. Language can be different, and even though some might come from other English-speaking countries, Australia has particular language. It has Australian slang, if anyone knows about Australian slang. We have our own terminology for some things, so language can be a problem, even if English is your first language. Cultural differences, and one of the things that we find is that health professionals might come from a country where there's not a lot of cultural diversity. In Australia, we have a lot of cultural diversity to adapt to, and our health services are filled with patients from all different parts of the world. So we have many different cultures here that sometimes can be something that they need to adapt to. But one of the biggest changes that people often underestimate is how different health practice is in Australia or other Western countries to their own home country. And so we'll talk a little bit about the research that we've done today. So a lot of this is based on work of different PhD students that I've had that have been really interested in this work. And one of my students recently did a scoping review on the transition experiences of internationally qualified healthcare professionals. And we weren't just looking at Australia, but we were looking at the transition for those across the world. And our scoping review included 48 studies. 70% were focused on internationally qualified nurses. There's a lot of research around nurses in this area, and 18% involved physicians. There was only one study out of all 48 that included other professions such as dentists, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, and midwives. Yet we know they're moving, but there's not a lot of research there. The majority of healthcare professionals in our study had migrated from the Philippines, India, and interestingly from South Africa. And most had settled in the United States in 29% of studies, Australia in 23% of studies, Canada 14.5%, United Kingdom 12.5%, and New Zealand 12.5%. So this is where the studies themselves were conducted about health professionals and their transition. And we're particularly interested in the transition of those health professionals to the new system rather than looking at the reasons why they move. But we were able to categorise all the studies into 4 different areas. So pre-arrival, early arrival, registration and post-registration. We found that pre-arrival, we called that misguided migration. Many health professionals got lots of mixed information, and it was very confusing across the world for them to navigate the systems as they chose to move. When they first came and they arrived in their new country, we found that there was a lot of reality shock, if you like, that things that they hadn't anticipated would be problems. They hadn't thought about how practice in their discipline might actually be very different. And they found that post getting their registration, so getting their professional registration with the registering body, they found that there was a lot of challenges that they faced, but actually getting registered in many countries was a problem in the first place. So before they even got registered, there was problems. So we found that there's lots of levels of transition and lots of things that international health professionals had to navigate across their the world whenever they moved. In another study, I had a student who looked at Chinese nurses' experiences working overseas. We don't have a lot of Chinese nurses here in Australia, but she undertook a scoping review also looking at what did they report. Certainly there's similar things that we're finding. Doesn't matter what the background of the nurse or the health professional is, there are similar experiences that people have as they transition. And you can see this, the studies that were included came from similar countries to the previous one. Only in Singapore was included here, and we know Singapore does take a lot of nurses from around Asia. We found these nurses reported, didn't matter which country they went to, that they had different phases they went through, and they were very similar to the previous students' work, so that they had to think about the initiating, but they looked more into their future. And I've got another slide, I think, to talk about some of the detail, but they went through stages what we called initiating, transition, the reality, and their future. And they responded to the move, either positively or negative, but there was a lot of diversity and there were a lot of things that impacted their experiences. And some of the quotes that came through, we talked about context and migration. They had perceptions of nursing being that in China, you're not necessarily seen as a professional, but when you move, you're seen as a professional, and you have to make that transition to being maybe a worker as opposed to a professional. The original culture, they learn to be submissive, to obey, to follow commands in their traditional culture. But when they moved, and this was one quote from a nurse in Canada, she found that she was responsible for everything all of a sudden, so that the levels of responsibility were found to be different. When it came down to them personally themselves, they talked about finding things they wanted if they stayed in China. Transition was perplexing, it was confusing, and that there were a lot of things that they had to navigate. In reality, they became strong, and they talked about being tough to actually get through the realities of the things they went through. And they talked about it being very difficult to uproot again as they thought about whether they would go home, because many of these, in many of these studies, nurses talked about going to their country to get some money, get some experience, then go back to China. But many felt that that might be really difficult to do. So it was really interesting. What we found through that review was quite similar across the countries that they moved to. So that student went on to do a study around Chinese nurses in Australia, but did a qualitative study involving 17 Chinese educated nurses who had come to Australia to work. And she found similar things, but in a different way. They found that nursing was really different. And I think that we tend to think that our profession is similar no matter where we practice it in the world. One thing that the Chinese nurses in Australia found, that they had a lot more opportunities for employment, a lot more diversity in what they could do here, and a lot more flexibility. So coming from China, they had to work full time. They were very structured. In Australia, there's a lot of part-time work opportunities, and you can have some control over what you do. They were much more autonomous. They needed to make decisions in their practice here and to be independent, where in China that was not something they'd encountered. So learning to utilise their own ability to make decisions and to practice autonomously. And they also had freedom. They expressed having freedom in Australia to make their own views, to actually allow their own views to be heard, which was something culturally they hadn't experienced before. In making their adaptation to their workplace, they found that there were communication barriers. Even though they spoke English, there was a lot of communication challenges, and that was because of accents, that was because of multicultural population and our patients. So they still encountered communication barriers. And one of the things that they talked about was the Australian slang, the Australian words that they hadn't heard before and not really understanding. And I think today you've noticed that I speak fairly fast. Australians speak very fast. So for some Chinese nurses, that was challenging. They also found it difficult because the roles and responsibilities they had was much greater than they'd experienced in China. So they had a lot more responsibility, and coming to terms and learning to take on that responsibility was certainly something that they found challenging. And because of their culture, they actually found it difficult to mix socially with their colleagues. And Australian culture is very different, and it took them a lot of time to be able to adapt to that. Eventually, they connected with Chinese people in Australia, and there are many, many Chinese people. So they had to then embrace themselves and their changing self. So learning who they were, they learned a lot about who they were and about what they'd achieved in making the transition, and also becoming comfortable with the individual differences and the lack of the diversity here in employment and all of those sorts of things. They had to realize they could make decisions and they could have some say over what they did. In another study from another PhD student that's fairly similar, she came to Australia from Iran and was really interested in Middle Eastern qualified midwives. She is a midwife herself, and during the course of her PhD, she was able to register as a midwife in Australia, but she was living through her study at the same time. But midwifery here is very hard for international midwives to come here and work because there's a lot of challenges that need to be overcome. And so she was really interested in talking to Middle Eastern qualified midwives about their experiences. In Australia, we're trying to make our workforce, our health workforce, much more diverse, more multicultural, because that represents our population very much. So we were really interested in looking at how the midwives got registered to practice as midwives here in Australia, but also the transition issues that they experienced. So she had 19 midwives who she interviewed, and she found that there was a lot of systemic issues that were barriers to these midwives becoming registered, and that some of the policy changes in Australia had been very strong barriers for any midwife coming from overseas to be registered to practice here. And so she found a lot of her participants were not able to ever get registered in the country. And so a lot of them had found work as in other roles since then. So a lot of the people that she interviewed were not necessarily working as midwives in Australia, but they were qualified overseas. So she found that registering to practice in Australia for midwives was very difficult. And our policy changed over many years, and she followed that chronologically. So she talked to midwives who tried at different periods of time. And one of the biggest challenges for midwives was meeting the language barrier. So to register in Australia, you require an English test and the equivalent of an IELTS of 7.0 in all bands, which is really high. And so that is a barrier for anyone who's got English as a second language. We found that there's different states and territories in Australia, and at different times, and as I showed you, I live in the state of Victoria, so there's a number of different states across Australia, and that each one had different processes and policies for registering midwives, particularly before we came together and we had a national registration now, which makes it much easier. But that was always a challenge. They also reported that they didn't really get orientated to midwifery practice in Australia, and they talked about how midwifery practice was really different in Australia. So in the countries that they'd come from, it was very medically dominated. The curricula were delivered by doctors, and there was very medical approach. Whereas in Australia, we have a very woman-centred approach to midwifery care. Midwives are the decision makers and the key provider of care to women in childbirth, and doctors are only there when there's complications. So that there was a big challenge in a lot of the midwives being able to take autonomy. And women here also have a lot of ability to make the decisions about their care. And so involving women in their own decision making was something they also found was challenging. And as they tried to register, they also found that they were getting all mixed information. And part of that was because the requirements kept changing over time, so that it was very, very hard for midwives to actually get registered to be able to practice as midwives, which we have a great shortage of midwives in this country, and it's a bit odd that it is so hard for midwives to register, although it is becoming easier now. So when we talked to the midwives, they talked about having to redevelop their professional identity. To be a midwife in Australia was very different to be a midwife where they came from. So they had to think about how prepared they were for practice, their scope of practice, and the context of care. And as I mentioned before, they were prepared by very medically oriented curricula. They worked in systems that had limitations on midwives practicing in antenatal and postnatal areas, which I know is also something in Indonesia. And in Australia, midwives practice across all of their areas of care. So similar to Indonesia, in these Middle Eastern countries, midwives practice only in the labour room, and that in antenatal and postnatal areas, so before and after birth, it's usually nurses that care for women there. Whereas in Australia, it's not. Midwives care for women across the whole spectrum. So these midwives had no experience working in antenatal care and postnatal care. And in their countries, there was not a lot of regulation or standards for midwifery practice. So in Australia, midwifery curricula are underpinned by woman-centred principles. So they're not medically oriented here, very much not medically oriented. And as I said, midwives practice across all areas of maternity care, and there are strong practice standards, codes of ethics, and professional practice. So those who were able to register in Australia learned to practice autonomously. They learnt to take up that full scope of practice, but it took time, and there was not often much orientation or education for them to fill in those areas that they had no experience of, and so they had to do that themselves. So in conclusion, the migration of international health professionals is an ongoing issue, and it potentially depletes source countries of important expertise they need for their own population's health. Yet many health professionals choose to migrate for various reasons. While we think it might be easy, transitioning to practice and life in a new country is complex, and it's not only about personal adjustment, but lots of professional judgment, and getting registration in other countries can be really challenging. We know that countries like Australia need to continue to build their own workforces so that we can ensure health equity across populations and across the world. And that's something that World Health Organization is very focused on. Our research suggests that we also need to have more support for health professionals who are transitioning to other countries and to new systems of healthcare. And we need to do more research into the experiences of other health professionals who are transitioning. So physiotherapists and others who might be moving countries. There's a little bit of evidence in the pharmacy area, but not a lot. So this is something that we need to grow. And there's a need for more research into the long-term outcomes for international health professionals in their new countries and whether they choose to return home again. So it's still an area where there's a lot of research needed. So I'll finish there. Terima kasih. And I'm looking forward to some questions.
Okay, such a great presentation, Prof. Lisa.
Terima kasih, Bu.
Yeah, a very interesting topic that provides an overview of the processes, obstacles, and adaptation to the work environment in countries with different languages and cultures. Actually, for us, maybe Indonesian nurses, Indonesian midwives, the language is the most barrier and the most obstacles, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's true that the salary is bigger in another country, but the challenges and demands for work professionalism are higher, more than other country, more than Indonesian country, I think. Yeah. So for all of the participants, maybe students or health workers who are interesting to going abroad for working as a professional health, please, I invite you to explore to Prof. Lisa about the challenges of professional workers working abroad. Yeah, so you can find out to best prepared before going there. Actually, I still not seen any question in chat box. Maybe it's about the language,
Yeah.
Prof. Lisa McKenna, because most of our participants come from Indonesia and most of them are students.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
for you, participant, if you are want to ask directly to Prof. Lisa, you can open your mic and raise your hand. Yeah, you can ask the question. While still waiting, Prof. Lisa, maybe I would like to explore some challenges and some kesempatan, opportunities for us as a higher education in Indonesia to work out what I mean internship in your country for students. Maybe short course, maybe clinical internship for nursing or midwifery. Is there any any procedure or any program for us to collaborate with internship and clinical practice in Australia, especially maybe in your campus?
Certainly, we have opportunities to collaborate and for students to have exchanges. Our system is very different in Australia, so it's different to yours, and I know yours fairly well too. So in Australia, students in the health professions, they do their degree, and once they've finished their degree, they go straight into registering as a practitioner. So as soon as they graduate from the degree, they then become licensed to practice. So we don't have internships, only in medicine, not in the other health professions. And so we don't have that opportunity like you have. And so I know in Indonesia, you do your degree, you graduate from your degree, then you do your internship, then you can become professionally registered. So it's different. So we don't have that internship, but we do have a lot of opportunities for students to come and experience Australia and our education system. It's very hard to get clinical placements in nursing and midwifery for overseas nurses or students because our students have to be registered with AHPRA or the Nursing Board of Australia to practice. even as students. So they have to get registration as a student, which I know is also different to Indonesia. So it's always very hard for international students to have placements in our hospitals, regardless of their profession, which, is it's good and bad, but it's good that our students are registered because it makes them think like a professional from the beginning and that they have professional responsibilities to the board. But it does limit visiting students, but there are sometimes opportunities we can work about. I can see Nancy has put a question in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah. So one of the things that I have been involved in last year, I worked with a team from 3 universities in Indonesia. We received funding to look at increasing pathways for nurses from Indonesia to come and work in Australia and for nurses from Australia to work in Indonesia. And we did a lot of work there, and we found that the skill tests, the level of education was very similar. In some ways, Indonesian nurses were more skilled than Australian nurses when they finished their degrees. And it was really the English language component that was the part we need to really work on. The English language is hard. We found that in Indonesia, there's more clinical placement than in Australia. There's more, you do a project, so you do more research in the undergraduate program in Indonesia. We don't have that yet. And there was other things. So you have a lot of specialty experience throughout the course, whereas our students are only generalists. So they only do general nursing and mental health, and they don't generally go into specialty areas. So in a lot of ways, Indonesian nurses were more prepared than Australian nurses. So the systems are becoming very close. And I know there's another project happening now to continue to work on that ability for Indonesian nurses to come to Australia to work once they've registered. And one of the things we found was that it was very difficult for Australian nurses to get registered in Indonesia. And so I know that while there's probably not so much Australian nursing's wanting to go to Indonesia, I can imagine there might be Australian nurses who want to particularly go to Bali to work in Balinese hospitals. So they're things that are working on now to try and improve the possibilities for movement of nurses across the 2 countries. So it's a big project happening to continue that work, which I'm really pleased about. So I think that the competencies that you have are very high. The bachelor degree programs are very, very good programs. So I don't think there's a problem with the education level. And I think the challenge now is around getting through that English language requirement. Then things will be better.
Yeah. Actually, that's true. The English language is supposed to be better. And actually, when maybe this is the sharing session, when we are teaching in the class or in the discussion, because most of the textbooks in English language, most of the article or journal in English language, this is make our discussion is sometimes not engage better like that. I think Miss Nancy, your question is directly answered by Mrs. Lisa, by Prof. Lisa in the past discussion. Do you got the point, Miss Nancy?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, I think I need verification when you are sharing the picture of Melbourne. That is a beautiful picture.
We have a beautiful campus. Actually, right now, I have some of the senior academics from 4 universities in Indonesia with us in La Trobe right now, doing some advanced research skills training so nursing and midwifery lecturers working with us at the moment, and they're loving the campus.
Oh,
We have
Cool.
lots of very close relationships with Indonesian universities.
Good. I think maybe we are should approach to your campus for do some collaboration in education. Okay, Prof. Lisa, I got a question from chat box come from Miss Edita Panjaitan. Miss Edita asked you about for midwifery practice in Australia, are there curriculum specialty for women? How is the community application?
I try and understand the question. So thank you, Edita. So the midwifery curriculum in Australia has a philosophy of woman-centered care. So everything in the curriculum is focused around the woman and the woman's decision-making and being the focus of care. There's not a specific curriculum for men, women, but most of our midwives are women. We very occasionally have a midwife who's a man, but not very often. So I think, I'm not sure if I've interpreted the question correctly, but the curriculum are all woman-centered care. So like in nursing, we talk about patient-centered care and the patient at the center. So all of our curriculum in midwifery are very woman-centered, and we have to demonstrate for our accreditation that our curricula are woman-centered. And so in Australia, women have a lot of decision-making around how their care works. We don't have community midwifery as much as you do. So most of our midwives practice in hospitals, and most women birth in hospitals. Our birthing services in the hospital, some hospitals will let women have water birth. They can birth however they like in the hospital, but we don't have many home births. There are some midwives, very few midwives who can do home birth, but only about 1% of births are home births in Australia. Most are in hospitals or a birth centre that is attached to a hospital that is like a home environment, but it's attached to the hospital. So if something goes wrong, the woman can get the medical attention straight away.
Okay, Professor. Okay, you are freezing for a moment. Okay. How, Mrs. Edita? Do you got the answer?
Yeah. Yes, Miss. Thank you, Prof. Lisa.
Sama-sama.
Okay. Dear participant, is there any question?
Yes,
for Prof.
Mrs.
Lisa?
Rahayati.
Okay,
May I ask?
Miss Guntari, yeah.
Okay.
Go
Good
on.
afternoon, Professor Lisa.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Thank you for joining with us. You have so lovely campus there. So greeny. So beautiful. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question regarding of your presentation. How difficult or how challenging the accreditation issue in hospital, and also the accreditation issue in hospital, and also the registration of health professional based on your 55 countries cases found. And also, I'd like to know, could you please give more an example of how to support the transitioning of health professional? Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. So the accreditation of hospitals in Australia is very thorough, and it's very tough, and all hospitals have to be regularly accredited so that there's a standard across, and it's a very high standard. And I know some of the hospitals in Bali also have Australian standards applied, and the accreditations there. So there's a little bit of that happening in Indonesia as well. The transition of health professionals does not get enough attention by health services. And so we're very short-staffed on most of our professions are very short-staffed, and nursing and midwifery particularly, we have very big gaps in our workforce. But there's not really programs that have been designed that are really good for that transition. And I think our research, so this research that the students have, my PhD students have been doing, is only just being done now. And so they've just finished those projects last year and this year. And I think we're only starting to open up that there is an issue, because nobody's really opened that up as before. So I think our hospitals need to have programs to support those nurses and midwives to make the transition and to overcome some of those challenges. So I talked about my student who is a midwife who got registration while she was doing her PhD. She started working at one of our very acute high-risk maternity services, and she was given a mentor, but her mentor couldn't believe that her practice was so different to Australia and wasn't really able to help her to understand the philosophy of care and how it was different. And I think everyone was so busy that she didn't get the attention she needed. So she had to learn a lot of it herself, and so we've highlighted through the research, and we will continue to do research in this area to show that internationally qualified health professionals, it doesn't matter which discipline, need more support to adapt to Australian practice. And that way it's not as traumatic and stressful as it is right now. Have I answered your questions? I can't remember. There was a few questions in there.
Miss Kuntari?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Lisa, other question come from chat box from Mrs. Aprilia. Mrs. Aprilia asked you about as we know, transitioning to practice and life in new country is complex. Many transitions are due to easy conditions, moving from one to another, while someone may need a change. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I like that. I think sometimes we are very comfortable where we are, and sometimes we need to challenge ourselves, and that may well be a reason why some health professionals choose to move countries, for the challenge, for the life experience, to get experience living in another culture. And I think you're right. Sometimes we forget how easy things are where we are, and that we might just want to do and see something different. And I think that's a really good thing. And I think we should be making the transition easier for people who want to do that. And even if they want to transition for 1 or 2 years, then go home again, we should be able to make that happen. I think at the moment, the transition is so difficult that once people have their registration and they're practicing in their new country, it's almost too hard to go back home again, because it's been so much work. It would be lovely if we could make that an easier transition. I like it.
Okay, how Miss Aprilia? Okay, actually, I have a friend that's a nurse who works in Australia as school nurse from. When the first time she came there, yeah, there's shock culture extra. But when she was going 2 years, 3 years, she went back again to Indonesia. So now she's in Australia, because Australia, she said it's lovely country, greeny country, and clean country like that. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. Audience, is there any question for Prof. Lisa? We still have time.
I know that many Indonesian nurses, or they're beginning to go to countries like Japan and the Netherlands to work also, and that requires learning a new language as well. So I know there are Indonesian nurses going to other countries, but I think not practicing to full nursing, just as nursing assistants, I think. But there are some moving around, I understand.
Yeah, that's right. Because our government have a program G2G with some country like Japan, German, etc.
Yeah.
Okay. Dear audience, is there any question? If there is no, allow me to summarize our discussion today. Prof. Lisa, thank you for your wonderful explanation about the professional health care and migration from lower middle income country to higher income country has overcome the decrease of health professional resources such in Germany, USA, Japan, and such another country. The reason of professional health worker migration divided into push factors and pull factors. There are so many challenges for health professionals, such like language, culture, food, etc. Most healthcare professionals migrated from Philippines, India, and settled in USA, Australia, Canada, United Kingdom, and New Zealand. And we must be prepared with curricula, language, and adaptation ability to work in another country. That's my point. Okay, thank you, Prof. Lisa, for our wonderful session. Before we are closing our session, I will invite Dr. Susi Hartati, our head of school, Mitra Keluarga School Health Science. Please welcome Dr. Susi for our photo session. Mrs. Afrinia Ekasari, our head of research and community engagement. Yeah, and Miss Kuntari Prasetya, our chairperson. Okay, thank you. We are taking photo session together. I will count 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Prof. Lisa.
Sama-sama.
Terima kasih, Prof. Lisa.
Terima kasih.
Sama-sama.
Thank you, Prof.
Sama-sama.
Lisa, once again for our interesting session today, and see you in next agenda. Hopefully, I can go to your campus, to your green country. Okay.
You're welcome.
Dear colleagues, unfortunately, our session in this afternoon is over. Thank you so much for your participants, time, and attention. Hope to see you for the research factories during the next edition of our conference. Thank you very much for all contributions, your attention, and discussion. I'm Rohayati. I will end our session in this afternoon. Thank you. Selamat siang. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will give back to Master of Ceremony. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mrs. Rohayati. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a break for pray and lunch until 1 p.m. Western Indonesia time, and followed by speech session from our 4 international speakers. Please be kind to join with us again after lunch break. Thank you very much.
Stikes Mitra Keluarga merupakan sekolah tinggi ilmu kesehatan yang modern, komprehensif, multibudidaya dalam disiplin ilmu kesehatan yang terkemuka di Indonesia. Kampus Stikes Mitra Keluarga terletak di Bekasi Timur di sebuah kawasan strategis yang mudah diakses dan menyatu dengan Rumah Sakit Mitra Keluarga Bekasi Timur. Tuntutan akan kebutuhan pelayanan kesehatan yang profesional sesuai dengan kemajuan ilmu dan teknologi merupakan motivasi yang kuat untuk Yayasan Pendidikan Mitra Keluarga dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan kesehatan. Yayasan Pendidikan Mitra Keluarga berada di bawah naungan Mitra Keluarga Group yang terdiri dari beberapa rumah sakit yang tersebar di daerah DKI Jakarta, Jawa Barat, Jawa Tengah, dan Jawa Timur. Dengan didukung oleh pengajar yang berkualitas dan fasilitas lengkap, Stikes Mitra Keluarga mempunyai visi menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi kesehatan yang inovatif di tingkat nasional pada tahun 2035. Stikes Mitra Keluarga memiliki 5 program studi antara lain. Program Pendidikan Vokasi D3 Teknologi Laboratorium Medis. Program Pendidikan Akademik Sarjana S1 Gizi. Program Pendidikan Akademik Sarjana S1 Farmasi. Program Pendidikan Akademik Sarjana S1 Keperawatan Plus Nurse.
Stikes Mitra Keluarga adalah sekolah tinggi ilmu kesehatan yang modern, komprehensif, multibudaya dalam disiplin ilmu kesehatan yang terkemuka di Indonesia. Kampus Stikes Mitra Keluarga terletak di Bekasi Timur, di sebuah kawasan strategis yang mudah diakses dan menyatu dengan Rumah Sakit Mitra Keluarga Bekasi Timur. Tuntutan akan kebutuhan pelayanan kesehatan yang profesional sesuai dengan kemajuan ilmu dan teknologi merupakan motivasi yang kuat untuk Yayasan Pendidikan Mitra Keluarga dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan kesehatan. Diawali dengan berdirinya Akademi Keperawatan sejak tahun 1993, Yayasan Pendidikan Mitra Keluarga dengan perjalanan waktu saat ini menjadi sekolah tinggi ilmu kesehatan Mitra Keluarga dan berhasil mendapatkan akreditasi dari Badan Akreditasi Nasional. Yayasan Pendidikan Mitra Keluarga berada dalam naungan Mitra Keluarga Group yang memiliki beberapa rumah sakit yang tersebar di daerah DKI Jakarta, Jawa Barat, Jawa Tengah, dan Jawa Timur. Dengan didukung oleh pengajar yang berkualitas dan fasilitas lengkap, Stikes Mitra Keluarga mempunyai visi menjadi institusi pendidikan kesehatan yang unggul dalam tata kelola pendidikan pada tahun 2020 dan menghasilkan lulusan yang berkompeten dan unggul di bidang kesehatan. Misi Stikes Mitra Keluarga menyelenggarakan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat secara profesional sesuai dengan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Meningkatkan kesadaran masyarakat terhadap peningkatan derajat kesehatan melalui kegiatan pengabdian kepada masyarakat, serta mengembangkan dan meningkatkan kerjasama dengan lembaga lain di dalam maupun di luar negeri untuk pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi di bidang pendidikan kesehatan. Berdasarkan survei, sebagian besar alumni lulusan Stikes Mitra Keluarga mendapatkan pekerjaan pertama dalam waktu kurang dari 1 bulan sebanyak 64%. Sebuah prestasi yang membanggakan dan menggambarkan tingginya kebutuhan tenaga kesehatan di Indonesia.
Dalam menghadapi tantangan di era global ini, Stikes Mitra Keluarga bertekad untuk membangun pendidikan tinggi berkualitas agar lulusannya dapat bersaing dan terima di pasar global. Pendidikan tinggi yang berkualitas merupakan pendidikan yang menghasilkan lulusan yang mampu secara aktif mengembangkan potensinya dan dapat menghasilkan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi yang berguna bagi masyarakat, bangsa, dan negara. Menghadapi tantangan tersebut, Stikes Mitra Keluarga memiliki visi menjadi institusi pendidikan kesehatan yang unggul dalam tata kelola pendidikan. Membangun tata kelola perguruan tinggi sangat penting, baik dari sisi penjaminan mutu, transparansi, keadilan, tanggung jawab, tanggung gugat, efektif, dan efisien. Dalam membangun tata kelola yang baik tersebut, Stikes Mitra Keluarga selalu menciptakan suasana akademik yang kondusif. Oleh karena itu, penyediaan sarana prasarana menjadi prioritas kami untuk mendukung proses pembelajaran yang berkualitas. Stikes Mitra Keluarga selalu melakukan koordinasi dengan Kopertis Wilayah 3 Jakarta, Kemenristek-Dikti, dan lembaga akreditasi. Mari bergabung dengan Stikes Mitra Keluarga, the best health education for your bright future.
Saat ini Stikes Mitra Keluarga memiliki 5 program studi, antara lain program pendidikan vokasi, D3 keperawatan, D3 teknologi laboratorium medik, program pendidikan akademik sarjana, S1 gizi, S1 farmasi, S1 keperawatan dan nurse. Program studi D3 keperawatan berorientasi menyelenggarakan pendidikan diploma 3 yang unggul dalam penguasaan, pengembangan, dan aplikasi ilmu dan teknologi secara profesional dalam bidang keperawatan untuk pembangunan masyarakat berkelanjutan. Program studi D3 Teknologi Laboratorium Medik berorientasi menyelenggarakan pendidikan diploma 3 yang unggul dalam penguasaan, pengembangan dan aplikasi ilmu dan teknologi secara profesional dalam bidang teknologi laboratorium medik untuk pembangunan masyarakat berkelanjutan. Program studi S1 Gizi berorientasi menyelenggarakan pendidikan sarjana strata 1 Gizi yang unggul dalam penguasaan, pengembangan dan aplikasi ilmu dan teknologi secara profesional dalam bidang gizi untuk pembangunan masyarakat berkelanjutan. Program studi S1 Farmasi memiliki visi menjadi penyelenggara program pendidikan sarjana farmasi yang bermutu dan menghasilkan lulusan yang unggul dalam farmasi klinis, serta berorientasi pada peningkatan kesehatan pasien dan masyarakat. Program studi profesi nurse merupakan pendidikan akademik profesional dengan proses pembelajaran yang menekankan pada tumbuh kembang kemampuan mahasiswa untuk menjadi seorang akademisi dan profesional. Fasilitas yang dimiliki oleh Stikes Mitra Keluarga antara lain ruang kelas multifungsi, ruang teater, auditorium, laboratorium lengkap, laboratorium komputer, perpustakaan, ruang diskusi mahasiswa, untuk menyalurkan bakat dan minat mahasiswa di luar kegiatan perkuliahan, terdapat unit kegiatan mahasiswa antara lain futsal, voli, tari, paduan suara mahasiswa, dan bulu tangkis. Stikes Mitra Keluarga adalah sekolah tinggi ilmu kesehatan yang modern, komprehensif, multibudaya dalam disiplin ilmu kesehatan yang terkemuka di Indonesia. Kampus Stikes Mitra Keluarga terletak di Bekasi Timur, di sebuah kawasan strategis yang mudah diakses dan menyatu dengan Rumah Sakit Mitra Keluarga Bekasi Timur. Tuntutan akan kebutuhan pelayanan kesehatan yang profesional sesuai dengan kemajuan ilmu dan teknologi merupakan motivasi yang kuat untuk Yayasan Pendidikan Mitra Keluarga dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan kesehatan. Diawali dengan berdirinya Akademi Keperawatan sejak tahun 1993, Yayasan Pendidikan Mitra Keluarga dengan perjalanan waktu saat ini menjadi sekolah tinggi ilmu kesehatan Mitra Keluarga dan berhasil mendapatkan akreditasi dari Badan Akreditasi Nasional. Yayasan Pendidikan Mitra Keluarga berada dalam naungan Mitra Keluarga Group yang memiliki beberapa rumah sakit yang tersebar di daerah DKI Jakarta, Jawa Barat, Jawa Tengah, dan Jawa Timur. Dengan didukung oleh pengajar yang berkualitas dan fasilitas lengkap, Stikes Mitra Keluarga mempunyai visi menjadi institusi pendidikan kesehatan yang unggul dalam tata kelola pendidikan pada tahun 2020 dan menghasilkan lulusan yang berkompeten dan unggul di bidang kesehatan. Misi Stikes Mitra Keluarga menyelenggarakan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat secara profesional sesuai dengan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Meningkatkan kesadaran masyarakat terhadap peningkatan derajat kesehatan melalui kegiatan pengabdian kepada masyarakat, serta mengembangkan dan meningkatkan kerjasama dengan lembaga lain di dalam maupun di luar negeri untuk pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi di bidang pendidikan kesehatan. Berdasarkan survei, sebagian besar alumni lulusan Stikes Mitra Keluarga mendapatkan pekerjaan pertama dalam waktu kurang dari 1 bulan sebanyak 64%. Sebuah prestasi yang membanggakan dan menggambarkan tingginya kebutuhan tenaga kesehatan di Indonesia.
Dalam menghadapi tantangan di era global ini, Stikes Mitra Keluarga bertekad untuk membangun pendidikan tinggi berkualitas agar lulusannya dapat bersaing dan terima di pasar global. Pendidikan tinggi yang berkualitas merupakan pendidikan yang menghasilkan lulusan yang mampu secara aktif mengembangkan potensinya dan dapat menghasilkan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi yang berguna bagi masyarakat, bangsa, dan negara. Menghadapi tantangan tersebut, Stikes Mitra Keluarga memiliki visi menjadi institusi pendidikan kesehatan yang unggul dalam tata kelola pendidikan. Membangun tata kelola perguruan tinggi sangat penting, baik dari sisi penjaminan mutu, transparansi, keadilan, tanggung jawab, tanggung gugat, efektif, dan efisien. Dalam membangun tata kelola yang baik tersebut, Stikes Mitra Keluarga selalu menciptakan suasana akademik yang kondusif. Oleh karena itu, penyediaan sarana prasarana menjadi prioritas kami untuk mendukung proses pembelajaran yang berkualitas. Stikes Mitra Keluarga selalu melakukan koordinasi dengan Kopertis Wilayah 3 Jakarta, Kemenristek-Dikti, dan lembaga akreditasi. Mari bergabung dengan Stikes Mitra Keluarga, the best health education for your bright future.
Saat ini Stikes Mitra Keluarga memiliki 5 program studi, antara lain program pendidikan vokasi, D3 keperawatan, D3 teknologi laboratorium medik, program pendidikan akademik sarjana, S1 gizi, S1 farmasi, S1 keperawatan dan nurse. Program studi D3 keperawatan berorientasi menyelenggarakan pendidikan diploma 3 yang unggul dalam penguasaan, pengembangan, dan aplikasi ilmu dan teknologi secara profesional dalam bidang keperawatan untuk pembangunan masyarakat berkelanjutan. Program studi D3 Teknologi Laboratorium Medik berorientasi menyelenggarakan pendidikan diploma 3 yang unggul dalam penguasaan, pengembangan dan aplikasi ilmu dan teknologi secara profesional dalam bidang teknologi laboratorium medik untuk pembangunan masyarakat berkelanjutan. Program studi S1 Gizi berorientasi menyelenggarakan pendidikan sarjana strata 1 Gizi yang unggul dalam penguasaan, pengembangan, dan aplikasi ilmu dan teknologi secara profesional dalam bidang gizi untuk pembangunan masyarakat berkelanjutan. Program studi S1 Farmasi memiliki visi menjadi penyelenggara program pendidikan sarjana farmasi yang bermutu dan menghasilkan lulusan yang unggul dalam farmasi klinis, serta berorientasi pada peningkatan kesehatan pasien dan masyarakat. Program studi profesi nurse merupakan pendidikan akademik profesional dengan proses pembelajaran yang menekankan pada tumbuh kembang kemampuan mahasiswa untuk menjadi seorang akademisi dan profesional. Fasilitas yang dimiliki oleh Stikes Mitra Keluarga antara lain ruang kelas multifungsi, ruang teater, auditorium, laboratorium lengkap, laboratorium komputer, perpustakaan, ruang diskusi mahasiswa, untuk menyalurkan bakat dan minat mahasiswa di luar kegiatan perkuliahan, terdapat unit kegiatan mahasiswa, antara lain futsal, voli, tari, paduan suara mahasiswa, dan bulu tangkis. Stikes Mitra Keluarga adalah sekolah tinggi ilmu kesehatan yang modern, komprehensif, multibudaya dalam disiplin ilmu kesehatan yang terkemuka di Indonesia. Kampus Stikes Mitra Keluarga terletak di Bekasi Timur, di sebuah kawasan strategis yang mudah diakses dan menyatu dengan Rumah Sakit Mitra Keluarga Bekasi Timur. Tuntutan akan kebutuhan pelayanan kesehatan yang profesional sesuai dengan kemajuan ilmu dan teknologi merupakan motivasi yang kuat untuk Yayasan Pendidikan Mitra Keluarga dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan kesehatan. Diawali dengan berdirinya Akademi Keperawatan sejak tahun 1993, Yayasan Pendidikan Mitra Keluarga dengan perjalanan waktu saat ini menjadi sekolah tinggi ilmu kesehatan Mitra Keluarga dan berhasil mendapatkan akreditasi dari Badan Akreditasi Nasional. Yayasan Pendidikan Mitra Keluarga berada dalam naungan Mitra Keluarga Group yang memiliki beberapa rumah sakit yang tersebar di daerah DKI Jakarta, Jawa Barat, Jawa Tengah, dan Jawa Timur. Dengan didukung oleh pengajar yang berkualitas dan fasilitas lengkap, Stikes Mitra Keluarga mempunyai visi menjadi institusi pendidikan kesehatan yang unggul dalam tata kelola pendidikan pada tahun 2020 dan menghasilkan lulusan yang berkompeten dan unggul di bidang kesehatan. Misi Stikes Mitra Keluarga menyelenggarakan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat secara profesional sesuai dengan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Meningkatkan kesadaran masyarakat terhadap peningkatan derajat kesehatan melalui kegiatan pengabdian kepada masyarakat, serta mengembangkan dan meningkatkan kerjasama dengan lembaga lain di dalam maupun di luar negeri untuk pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi di bidang pendidikan kesehatan. Berdasarkan survei, sebagian besar alumni lulusan Stikes Mitra Keluarga mendapatkan pekerjaan pertama dalam waktu kurang dari 1 bulan sebanyak 64%. Sebuah prestasi yang membanggakan dan menggambarkan tingginya kebutuhan tenaga kesehatan di Indonesia.
Dalam menghadapi tantangan di era global ini, Stikes Mitra Keluarga bertekad untuk membangun pendidikan tinggi berkualitas agar lulusan
Stikes Mitra Keluarga merupakan sekolah tinggi ilmu kesehatan yang modern, komprehensif, multibudidaya dalam disiplin ilmu kesehatan yang terkemuka di Indonesia. Kampus Stikes Mitra Keluarga terletak di Bekasi Timur di sebuah kawasan strategis yang mudah diakses dan menyatu dengan Rumah Sakit Mitra Keluarga Bekasi Timur. Tuntutan akan kebutuhan pelayanan kesehatan yang profesional sesuai dengan kemajuan ilmu dan teknologi merupakan motivasi yang kuat untuk Yayasan Pendidikan Mitra Keluarga dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan kesehatan. Yayasan Pendidikan Mitra Keluarga berada di bawah naungan Mitra Keluarga Group yang terdiri dari beberapa rumah sakit yang tersebar di daerah DKI Jakarta, Jawa Barat, Jawa Tengah, dan Jawa Timur. Dengan didukung oleh pengajar yang berkualitas dan fasilitas lengkap, Stikes Mitra Keluarga mempunyai visi menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi kesehatan yang inovatif di tingkat nasional pada tahun 2035. Stikes Mitra Keluarga memiliki 5 program studi antara lain: Program Pendidikan Vokasi D3 Teknologi Laboratorium Medis, Program Pendidikan Akademik Sarjana S1 Gizi, Program Pendidikan Akademik Sarjana S1 Farmasi, Program Pendidikan Akademik Sarjana S1 Keperawatan plus Nurse.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conference is going to begin in 2 minutes. Please be prepared. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda, that is to hear the speaker's speech, which will be delivered by Dr. Nurhayati binti Abdul Hadi from the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics Faculty of Health Sciences, University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Malaysia. Assistant Professor Dr. Satapon Namukote from the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. Professor Lin Xiaofeng from the Department of Microbiology and Immunology, College of Medicine from Taipei Medical University, Taiwan, and Mrs. Maria K. Gigi Sturkenboom from the PhD from the Department of Clinical Pharmacy and Pharmacology, University of Groningen, the Netherlands. This afternoon session will be moderated by Ms. Guntari Prasetya, Master of Science. Mrs. Guntari Prasetya, Master of Science, is Tikas Mitra Keluarga's lecturer from the Nutritionist Study Program. Please welcome Mrs. Guntari Prasetya.
Okay, thank you, Master of Ceremony. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Excellency, distinguished guests, and participants. So in this afternoon session, allow me to be your moderator for these 4 amazing speakers. We will have such an interesting topic here about nutrition from 2 speakers, and medical laboratory technology, and also pharmacy. So without further ado, let me introduce you to our first speaker in this afternoon, Dr. Nurhayati binti Abdul Hadi from the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, Faculty of Health Sciences, University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Malaysia. So, are you with us, Dr. Nurhayati? Hello.
Okay, hello Ibu Guntari.
Hello, Bu Nurhayati. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Yeah,
Can you
thank you
hear
for
me
joining
loudly?
with us. Yeah, sure, clear enough. Okay. Firstly, I'd like to show your CV to participants. So committee, please share screen for the CV of her. CV, committee or CV. Okay. Curriculum vitae, please. Okay. Yeah, Dr. Nurhayati binti Abdul Hadi from Faculty of Science, University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Malaysia. Her PhD done in food science from Universitas Trengganu, Malaysia in 2019. She has an expertise on nutrition, food and hospitality services, nutrition promotion and education. Her work experiences were as graduate assistant in UPM in 2003 until 2006, University lecturer MSU in 2006 to 2008, and university lecturer in Universitas Sultan Zainal Abidin, Malaysia in 2008 until now. She has a lot of teaching courses, mainly regarding the courses related to food science, food product development, nutraceuticals, or functional foods development. As the researcher and lecturer, she has received so many awards here or recognition. Some of her research outcomes have been registered as the intellectual property rights, and she has a wide contribution both in university and community development. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Nurhayati binti Abdul Hadi. Dr. Nurhayati, time is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good evening to our moderator, Ibu Guntari, and also all participants for this conference. Okay. Okay. Before I start, okay, I will share my slide first. Okay, everybody can view my slide?
Yes,
Sure.
Dr. Hana.
Okay, okay. For this afternoon, okay, I will discuss about sharing about honey and health. Okay, which is for this study, I focus on effect of honey, okay, on cardiovascular disease, okay, cardiovascular disease risk factor. Okay, for your information, okay, our participants, okay, in Malaysia right now, okay, the prevalence, I think not only in Malaysia, but also in the worldwide, okay, the prevalence of CVD has been increased, okay, especially in Malaysia, okay, the prevalence of CVD has been increased in the middle income group, whereas the death already shot up, okay, from 15%, okay, to 23 or 23 to 24%, okay, right now, which is actually the CVD is a silent disease, okay, which is sometimes we didn't know we have CVD problems, okay, until we have heart attack and others, okay. So for this one, okay, this study mainly focus, okay, to see the effect of honeys, okay, on the cardiovascular disease risk factors, okay, which is for these studies, okay, our respondents, okay, our respondent is around 100, okay, which is around hundreds. Okay, this is my content of my presentations today. Okay, we start with introductions, problem statements, okay, conclusions. All right. Okay. All right. As we know, okay, honey is a natural product, okay, which is produced by bees, okay, with medicinal properties, okay, that known worldwide, okay, which is have contain high nutrients, okay, and then honey is also rich in polyphenol of phenolic compounds, okay, which act as natural antioxidants and are becoming increasingly popular because of their potential role in contribute to human health, okay, human health here, not only on cardiovascular, but also for diabetes, okay, for wound healings and others, okay. A wide range of phenolic constituents is present in honey, like quercetin, quercetin, camphor, galanine, which have promising effect on the treatment of CVD. Okay, the problem statements, okay, why we use honey to study the CVD. Okay, to this, okay, many drug treatments have been used in the CVD preventions. However, the safety of prolonged use of drug is not yet to be revealed. Okay, to date, only have a few studies that focus on the influence of oral honey consumptions on the regulations of human lipids values, okay, including studies with honeybee, acacia, and stinglebis honey. Okay, for these studies, okay, I use both. Okay, I use acacia and also kelulut, okay, to see which types of honey that give a good effect, okay, to control the cardiovascular disease risk factors. Okay, this is the significance, okay, of the studies, okay. Necessary to employ complementary and alternative therapy for the CVD subjects based on the natural sources, okay, which is we use honey as a natural sources compared we use drugs, okay. And then honey is extensively used for various applications as it is anti-hypocholesterolemia and also anti-inflammatory. Okay, recommendations for the best dose honey supplementations. Okay, in modulating CVD risk at secondary preventions. Okay. For these studies, okay, I use three doses of honey to see, okay, which doses can give a good effect. Okay, I give 10 grams, 20 grams, and the last one is 30 grams. Okay, and then the CVD risk moderation might be related to its antioxidants. Okay, the objective, okay, we have three objectives. The first one is to compare the doses effect of acacia and kelulot, okay, in anthropometric, hemoglobin, blood glucose, serum lipid profile, and also blood pressure. Okay, the second objective is to compare the dose effect honey and kelulot on serum antioxidant level. Okay, we want to see either these two types of honey can increase the antioxidant level in our blood or not. And the last one is to compare the dose effect of acacia and kelulot on inflammatory markers of cerebral circulating adhesions molecule levels. Okay, VCAM and ICAM. Okay, VCAM refers to the vasculars, okay, human vascular cell adhesion molecules, while ICAM focused on intracellular cell adhesions molecules. Right? Okay. This is our study designs, okay, for these studies, okay, which is we have a phase 1 and phase 2. Okay, for phase 1, okay, we gave acacia honey first to respondents, okay, and then for the first phase and second phase, okay, our respondents will consume, okay, each types of honey, okay, for 30 days, okay, and then after the phase 1, after they consume acacia honey for 30 days, okay, we will have a washout periods, okay, okay, and sorry, not for 2 months but 2 weeks, okay, and then we continue phase 2, okay, which is we give the other honeys, okay, which is kelulot, okay, also for 30 days. Okay, this is the methods, okay, that we use. Okay, now we go to results and discussions. Okay, for the first one, okay, first phase, okay, which is we see the characteristic of subjects on supplementations with acacia. Okay, okay, from these tables, okay, what we can see here, okay, this is the result for body weight, BMI, and also body fat for acacia consumptions, okay, which is the results, okay, display a reductions in body weight for each group of supplementations, which is 10 gram, 20 gram, and 30 grams, but it is not significant, okay, while for the body fats, okay, the group with 30 grams supplementations shows the highest decrement, okay, by 30% compared to 10 grams and 20 grams groups. Okay, while this one, table 2, okay, shows the dose effect of acacia honey supplementations on the blood pressure. Okay, it was found, okay, that there was not significant difference, okay, between SBP, systolic and diastolic value in all groups of supplementations. However, in control groups, okay, diastolic blood pressure (DBP) was significantly increased, okay, by 7%. Okay, next we go to the hemoglobin concentrations, okay. okay, which is for HB, okay, it was shown that there was only increment, okay, HB in 30 gram supplementations, okay, but it's also not significant, okay, but have a significant reductions, okay, from baseline to end line in 20 gram supplementations, okay, which is in the other studies, okay, that have been done by Aliu, okay, he also found that HB decreased with the increasing of the honey consumptions. Right. Okay, this is the results, okay, for the effect, okay, on blood glucose, okay, which is we can see here, okay, there was a reduction of blood glucose level in 10 grams, okay, by 3.8 and 30 grams supplementations by 7.1, okay, supplementation group, okay, but only significant in 30 groups supplementations, okay. On the other hand, okay, there was a significant increase, okay, in blood glucose level at the end of the month interventions in group of 30 grams compared to the baseline value. Right. So this is the table for the lipid profiles, okay. For the TC, total cholesterol, okay, was significantly decreased, okay, in 10 grams by 6.8%, okay, 20 grams by 5.85% and 30 grams by 4.7%, okay. There was an increment, okay, in level of HDL-C in the 10 grams and 30 grams supplementations by 9% and 4.9%, but it is not significant. Okay, as a significant reductions, okay, was then found, okay, in TG level by 20% only, okay, with 10 grams group supplementations compared to the others group supplemented. Supplementation with 10 gram and 30 grams, okay, exhibit lipid lowering effect in LDL-C level by 8% and 12% respectively. Okay. Okay, this is the doses, okay, of the Acacia supplementation on antioxidant activity. Okay, for the antioxidant activity, group 10% and 20% supplementation shows, okay, increased antioxidant activity by 70% and 41% respectively, but it is also not significant. Okay, this is the result for ICAM and VCAM, okay, vascular and also intracellulose, okay. No significant effects, okay, for each treatment shows in VCAM. Okay, there was also no significant effect found in all group supplementations as shown in ICAM-1. However, control groups have a significant reduction after 1 month intervention by 70%. Okay, now we go to the phase 2, okay, which is after a washout period for 2 months, okay. We supplement, okay, the respondents, the same respondent with a calulode, okay. All right, for body weight, BMI, and body fat, okay. The result observe a reductions of body fat with only in 20 grams for 1 month, but it is also not significant, okay. In terms of body fat, okay, each group of 10 grams, 20 grams, and 30 grams supplementation shows a reductions, okay, by 2.4, 2.5%, 2.4, and 3.1% respectively, but with no significant. Okay, this is sorry. Okay. Okay, this is the results for the blood pressure. Okay, the SBP and also DBP in all groups, okay, were not significant change compared to the baseline values. Okay, there's not there's not a big differences, okay, between baseline and N9. Okay. For hemoglobin, okay, the present results shows that HP reduction with 20 and 30 grams supplementations, but it is also not significant. Okay. Also for glucose level, okay, results, okay, shows a significant increase of glucose level by 11% in 20 groups supplementations. Okay. Okay, this one is results, okay, for lipid profile. Okay, based on these tables, okay, result shows that 10 grams and 30 grams significantly decrease, okay, the level of total cholesterol by 5% and 4.8% respectively. Okay, there was an increase in the level of HDL-C also in 10 grams at the end of interventions by 8.3%, but it is not significant. Okay. Okay, and then a reduction level in TG, triglyceride, was observed in 10 and 30 gram groups by 15% and 6.3% respectively, but it is not significant. Okay, LDL-C also shows a significant reductions in 10 grams by 5%. Okay, for the antioxidant activities, okay, for the antioxidant activities, for groups of 10, 20, and 30 grams, okay, supplementations shows an increment of antioxidant activity by 10%, 48%, and 15% respectively. However, okay, there was no significant difference among found among each groups. Okay, for VCAM and ICAM, okay, the results did not show a significant decrement. Okay, in VCAM, 1 after 1 month supplementations, okay, in each different groups, dosage of 10 grams, 20 grams, and 30 grams, okay. While for the ICAM groups, okay, of 10%, 10 grams and 30 grams shows a reductions by 17.7% and 16.7% respectively, but it's also not significant. Okay, this is the summarize of the Acacia and Kululut consumptions on the BP, HB, glucose, lipid profile, antioxidant, and VCAM and ICAM. Okay. As the conclusions, okay, 10 grams of Acacia supplementation significantly decrease the TC, total cholesterol, LDL-C, and TG. Okay, a 20 grams of Acacia supplementation increase the HB and LDL-C and significantly decrease TC. Okay, a 30 gram day Acacia supplementation significantly decrease blood glucose, total cholesterol, and significantly increase the HDL-C levels. Okay, while for Kululut consumptions, okay, 10 gram per day shows it is beneficial effects by significantly increased TC and LDLC levels, okay, while doses of 20 gram per day shows the decrement in the glucose level. 30 gram per day Clolute supplementation significantly, okay, increase TC levels only, okay. The Acacia consumptions or supplementation at 10 gram per day exhibits better lipid lowering action based on lipid profile data. Okay, as a conclusions, okay, the Acacia supplementation at 10 gram per day, okay, exhibit better lipid lowering action based on lipid profile data compared to the Clolute consumptions, okay, or Clolute supplementation. Okay, this is the first study reporting that the level of honey supplementation on CVD risk modulations, and it can be concluded that effects are not due to its antioxidant content. Okay, due to the positive effect, okay, honey can be widely consumed for nourishment, constituting a nutritious supplement with medicinal properties recognized, okay, across the globe. Okay, this is references that we refer. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nur Hayati bin Abdul Hadi, for your interesting presentation here. So, ladies and gentlemen, dearly participants, we are now welcoming you to all for the Q&A section. So you are pleased to give your question directly by raising your hand and state your question, or by writing your question in the chat box. So we already have question here, Dr. Nur Hayati, in the chat box. Okay, we'll take a look here. So the first question comes from Mrs. Afrinia Kasari. The question is, the first, why you choose Clolute for kind of bee? How about another kind of bee? Is there any research before about any kind of bee? And the second question, honey have the risk of safety food about the risk of Clostridium botulinum spore. In this research, are you doing microbiology analysis about Clostridium botulinum spore? And the last question from her, for the antioxidant activity, what method are you used to analyze?
Okay, thank you for the questions. Okay, for the first one, okay, the first questions, okay, why I choose Clolute for kind of bee. Okay, actually, in Malaysia, okay, Clolute, the price of Clolute is very high, okay, compared to the others, okay, which is for 1 kilo Clolute honey is around 200, okay, 200 to 300. Okay, so actually there's not many Clolute have been done in Malaysia. So because of the price, okay, I'm glad to know, okay, why Clolute is more pricing compared to the others. So I choose Clolute and also Acacia. Okay. And then actually for all honey, okay, Acacia and Clolute, I get it from Jabatan Pertanian Negeri, okay, which is for the safety, okay, for the microbiology. I have done it, okay, but I didn't report here. Okay. I have a team. Which is one team do the microbiology part, okay, which is for that one we combine with the Ministry of Health here, okay, in Makmal analysis, okay, to see the effect or the safety, okay, of this microbiology. So we already do this, but I didn't report here. Okay. And then for the antioxidant activity, okay, I use 2 types. Okay, I use FRAC and also the PPH. Okay, which is for this one I use a FRAC and then it is antioxidant kits. Okay, that is very precise compared, okay, when we use a manual. Okay, I use these types of kits, okay, which is analyzed using ELISA. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nurhati. It seems 3 questions already answered by you.
Okay,
Mrs.
for the
Sofia
other one.
Yasari, is there enough?
Okay, for the other one questions, okay, from Aprilia.
Yes, from Aprilia.
Okay. So interesting about the topic, flu load prevention LCD, decrease blood pressure. How long patient can consume? Okay, for this study, actually, this is a short study, okay, which is I only focus on 30 days supplementations, okay, compared to the other study that have been done previously. They do this for 6 months, okay, 6 month intervention study. So because of the time given, 6 months is actually too long for us to consume honey. So I just want to see the effect. Either there was an effect in a short period compared to a long period. Okay, so for this study, okay, I just managed to make it in 1 month. And also I can see the results. Okay, so for how long consumptions, okay, if we want to consume, we can consume until long time lah, okay, until long time. But for this study, I only give 1 month for each types of kelulut to see the effect. Okay. And then where can I get the kelulut honey? Okay, I think I didn't know either in Indonesia also have a kelulut or not, Ibu Guntari?
I'm not sure how about that, Mrs. Aprilia. Kelulut varieties.
Actually, the kelulut honey is more sour compared to acacia.
Sour.
Yeah, kelulut is more sour, which is actually my respondents, okay, my subjects didn't like acacia more compared to didn't like kelulut compared to acacia, which is acacia is quite sweet compared to kelulut, which is quite sour compared to the others lah. Okay, I didn't know, but in Malaysia we have a lot of kelulut honey. Okay, substance to make a person body healthy. In the meantime, we also need to control our intake, our food intake, and also we need to exercise. Besides, okay, we use supplementations. Okay. So far, the doses continue for the next 10 days. For this one, okay, for the short studies, okay, they didn't have any effects on the kidney. Okay, but for the long time, maybe this is a good idea, okay, to further our studies, okay, which is maybe in a long period they will have maybe, but I didn't know because I didn't study it yet. Okay, maybe it's a good idea, okay, to further, okay, the studies to see the kidney, what we call the kidney problems ataupun the kidney effects, okay, after we consume in long period. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Dr. Nurhati. So it could be a future next step, yeah, next
Yeah, in the
recommendation
future.
for the study.
Guntari,
Yeah,
there was another questions.
Yes. This is
Larangan
another
saat
question
kita
from
consume
Fadian.
madu. Okay, consume madu. Okay, I forget to share. Okay, actually for these studies, okay, our respondents, okay, we suggest to consume madu. Okay, untuk consume madu early morning. Before we take any makanan and minuman. Okay, which is, and then for this madu, consumptions madu ni, okay, kita menggunakan sudu plastik. Not a steel spoon. Okay, we use a plastic spoon that we provide, okay, to all respondents. Okay, to make sure they follow, and then because when we use a stainless steel, there was some effect, okay, on the what we call on the ingredient ataupun bioactive compound dalam madu. So we ask them to use our provided spoons, and then they need to consume it early in the morning. Okay, after subuh prayer, okay, we ask them to consume madu first before they consume another food and beverage.
Okay, interesting. Does it have a specific reason, Dr. Nurhayati?
Yeah.
Does it have specific reason? Apa ada alasan tertentu?
Specific reasons in the morning, because our stomach is clean. Clean. So we want to make sure, okay, the consumption of honey ni dia dapat digest sepenuhnya before. Sebabnya kita tahu bila kita makan there was a lot of sugar, anything, and then sometimes, okay, madu ni can make us fullness. Dia rasa kenyang because of the madu tu, and then the glucose level itself in a madu. Glucose ni dia bukannya ditambah, tapi glucose tu adalah secara natural, which is the bees get from the flower. Either from acacia flower or the other flowers that they go and suck lah dia punya madu.
Okay, I see.
Okay.
So it means to prevent the fullness and also to boost the efficacy of the honey in the digestive system. So thank you.
All right.
So ladies and gentlemen, dearly participant, we still have time for question and answer. So please feel free to ask Dr. Nurhayati. So we can learn a lot about honey and health. So while waiting for the next question, Dr. Nurhayati, I'm just wondering, how many steps do you have to finish these studies? It's kind of have a prolonged step, isn't it, Dr. Nurhayati?
For these studies, for the first step, to select the respondents, okay, and then to make sure they follow our needed,
protocols,
okay.
Yeah.
Almost 6 to 8 months.
6 to 8 months.
6 to 8 months, okay. But in the same times, okay, we need to make sure they follow our needed, okay, because my respondents also the lecturers from the UNISA and also UMTs, and then from the other departments, okay, around Kuala Terengganu. So some of them sometimes go for outstations, okay, and then we need to keep remind them, okay, to bring the honey and then to consume the honey. Actually, when we have a study with humans, okay, actually it is very struggle. We need to make sure. Yeah, we need to follow up. Sometimes I follow up every morning. Sometimes call, and then sometimes we have a WhatsApp, okay, to make sure they consume the honey, okay, and then also, okay, how macam mana kita nak make sure they consume, okay. After I give them honey, okay, which is honey is packed in the bottles, okay, in the bottles. When they come from for the what we call blood taken, okay, blood taken for the day of 31, Okay, for each supplementation, I ask them to bring their bottles. Because I want to see the waste or the left, okay, from the honey, either they consume or not. Okay, but in kelulut, okay, kelulut honey, I need to withdraw a few respondents, okay, which is they didn't like, okay, the taste of the kelulut, which is as I mentioned previously, the kelulut honey is more sour. Okay, they didn't like the sourness. Okay, and then kelulut honey also what we call light, cair. Okay, dia tidak likat seperti mana akasia. So they didn't like the texture and also the taste of sour. So they didn't consume all grams that we provide. So for that one, I need to withdraw them. Okay. That's the thing. How we need to monitor. How we need to monitor to make sure.
Monitoring and follow up.
To make sure they consume our honey and be a good respondents. Okay, for our studies.
Yeah, so you have done it whole. Alhamdulillah. Okay,
Yeah.
Dr. Norhati, the time nearly finished for your session. So let me summarize your presentation. Many drug treatments have been used in the CVD prevention. However, the safety of prolonged use of drug is yet to be revealed. To date, only a few studies have focused on the influence of oral honey consumption on the regulation of human lipid values. Yeah, especially emphasizing the potential beneficial effect of honey on CVD risk factors. Based on the study have done with approximately 100 of subjects, it is concluded that the acacia supplementation at 10 grams per day exhibited better lipid lowering action based on lipid profile data compared to kelulut. This is the first study reporting that the lower of honey supplementation on CVD risk modulation, and it can be concluded that the effects are not due to its antioxidant content. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Norhati, for your amazing presentation. And I would like to invite you for the photo session together with Dr. Susi Hartati and Mrs. Afrinia Ekasari. So please, committee, spotlight for them. Okay. Okay, ready? Dr. Susi Hartati. Okay, please, thank you. So I'll go down. 1, 2, 3. Okay, done. Thank you. Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much, Dr. Norhati.
Thank you,
for your
Dr.
contribution.
Norhayati. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. Okay, dearly participants. Now we are going to the second session in this afternoon session. So we will invite Assistant Professor Dr. Satapon Ngamukote from the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. Professor Satapon, are you with us already?
Yes. Hi.
Sawadika Chan.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
All participants and also quarterly.
Yes. Hello. Okay. So Dr. Satapon already with us, and let us see curriculum vitae of her. So please, committee shows the CV of her. Okay. Assistant Professor Dr. Satapon Ngamukote. Her affiliation is from Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, Chulalongkorn University. Her current position is as lecturer, Director's Consultant of Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University, and Assistant Dean of Graduate School, Chulalongkorn University. Professor Satapwan have graduated her PhD study in Biomedical Sciences, Graduate School, Chulalongkorn University in 2009. Despite her activities and roles in academic fields, she also has a role as CEO and co-founder of Tandy InnoFood Co. Ltd. as food tech startup since 2022 until now. Her research interest is on health product development, functional food, nutritional intervention for the prevention of oxidative stress in diabetes, and herbal medicine and chronic diseases. She has received several awards. One of is 21st Team of Finalists for Future Food for Sustainability APEC 2022 Thailand for the product Egg White Protein Noodles. Honorable Mention Award, National Research Council of Thailand 2023, High Protein, No Carbohydrate, Low Energy Album Milk, Popular Food, Food Innopolis Innovation Contest 2020, among others. She has so many publications here, and her current publication is Effect of Inca Peanut Oil on Omega-3 Polyunsaturated Fatty Acids, Physicochemical, Texture, and Sensory Properties in Chicken Sausage, published in 2022. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Satapwan Ngamukote. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you for inviting me here, and such a good opportunity to see all of you again. So I would like to share my screen a little bit, and then we will go through our my presentation for today. Let me share my slide. Okay. Okay, can you see my slide here?
Yes, Professor, clear enough.
Okay, you can see it clearly. So today I would like to update you all about the protein and which, especially the alternative proteins, innovation, and also the market opportunities, because nowadays a lot of people are like, pay attention on the nutrition and also health and well-being. And I think one of the nutrients that we should talking about now today is about the protein, and I will show you why we have to mention about this. And all of you might know that the protein is very important for our body, right? You know a lot of function of the protein. But recently, as you can see here, all the protein purchased across the world, especially in Thailand and also in Indonesia, we consume less of the protein intake when compared to other countries. But actually, especially in Asia, because we mostly eat like plant or carbohydrate predominant. So for Thailand, of course, we intake protein less than the recommendation, also other country and also Indonesia as well. But nowadays, the consumer are trying to increase the protein intake. It's not just only Thailand, but also, as you can see, the Indonesia, the people in Indonesia would like to intake more protein as well. And the reason why that they would like to increase the protein intakes, as you can see here, a lot of the reason, but one of the reasons that they would like to be healthier, and also they're concerned about the immune system, also would like to, concern about their body weight, and also to improve the appearance as well. Okay, this is the reason that why you can see the trend of the consumer are trying to increase the more protein intake nowadays. But as you can see from this survey from the Euromonitor, you can see that even though they are trying to increase the protein intake, but the protein that they would like to intake, they are trying to move from now that we eat like basically from meat, but they would like to increase more protein from plant-based nowadays. And of course, the reason that they would like to move from the red meat, they would like to limit the red meat, and instead they would like to intake more plant-based protein because they're concerned about the animal. As you can see here, they're concerned about the animal right, also the environment as well. But for our Asian population, they're concerned about the health more when compared to other reasons, compared to like environmental and also animal welfare. Okay, but three of these keys are a big momentum of the switching from the animal protein to the alternative proteins. Okay, and now, okay, from the meat and red meat, or which is the major source of the protein now, you can see here the first generation, but we are trying to shift to the plant-based and other alternative proteins, as you may see in Thailand, of course, or in European country, they are trying to move to other protein sources as well, like from the insects base or like microbial base, and also the lab-grown meat. You might have heard about that. Okay, but the big growing of these protein alternative is going to increase the value from like 600 million metric ton consumed to 880 metric ton consumed, or increase like almost 3% in year 2020 and 35. Okay, and the big market share of this protein alternative, as you can see here, the red one is plant-based, which accounting for about 15% in total by year 20 to 25, but it's going to move to animal cell-based in year 2030 to 2035. Okay, so it means that we might have to prepare our if you are like in winter, if you are like one who are interested in the food innovation, you may have to think about the new sources of the protein or other innovation that you might have been thinking of, and focus on the consumer needed in the future. And if we go back to the customer interest, which is the plant-based protein. From previously, we eat maybe just like tofu, or the texture is not like use that much technology. In here, you might eat like soy-based or like texturized soy protein only. But then we have focused more about the technology, and we have like higher technology to change all the appearance and also the texture of the plant-based protein. As you can see, that there are a lot of products launched in the market with very nice texture and also very nice appearances, and also such a high variety of the plant-based protein and also other alternative protein in the market now. And near future, we might have seen the product that come with the lab-grown meat or cell culture meat, and also the milk without, landscape, or without a cow with no cow milk with no cow. Okay, that's come from the cell culture. Okay, in near future. Of course, because the plant-based alternative protein the market share is quite big now when compared to other alternative proteins. So I will go through this plant-based first, and then we will go to a bit more from the other source of the protein. Okay. In here, I'm pretty sure that in Indonesia also have like plant-based meat as well. And also it's not just only meat, but also the plant-based milk, okay, come from oat or almond milk and soy milk, etc. Okay, and this market of the plant-based fuel also a lot is going to be a big market in soon and in the near future as well. And also the concern about the plant-based, you might have seen the plant-based as a meal and also plant-based egg in many countries as well. In many countries like in Thailand, we also have a lot of the startup who work on the plant-based egg in variety of the in a variety of the source of the protein, and also many products that launch in the market now. Okay, here as you can see that the consumption of the alternative, okay, that majority come from the meat and seafood alternative. And the second one is the milk alternative, as we mentioned earlier. Okay, and the last one is might be, less than the milk alternative, and also meat and seafood substitute or meat and seafood alternative. Okay, which are the tofu and also the derivative of the tofu or other product that come from the tofu. Okay, this is the market survey or the respondents that they search. They have participants about 500 people. Okay, that are interested in the alternative, and they would like to buy the healthy food. But as you can see that about 63% they would like to get a good life. Okay, they would like to buy the healthy food, but what they concern, they would like to be healthy, but that healthy food must be the taste good as well. Okay, so it doesn't mean that you provide them the healthy food, but the food is not taste, so they are not going to interested. Okay, they also would like to be like health wise. Okay, and also they would like to find something that can help them to control their body weight, and also like be like a partner to help them to be healthier as well. But this is a kind of perception when they see the source of different source of the protein. Their perception, when they see the meat or seafood, they would think about this sort of the protein will build their muscle to give them the energy. But for the milk, okay, for the milk or dairy, they concerned about the health and growth and the development, okay, and also the muscle building. When they see the whey protein source, they will see like, they would like to build a muscle. That's the perception. But for the soy protein or plant-based protein, they're concerned about the heart healthy, energy, and weight maintenance, etc. Okay. And the source of the protein, okay, source of the protein that they, okay, let's go back. The source of the plant-based protein they use now is soy protein, brown rice, and pea protein. And the pea protein is tending to get more interested for the consumer consumption, because is contain less allergy when compared to the soy protein. Okay, and also the rice protein as well. Okay, this is the plant-based innovation that has been launched in the market worldwide. Okay, you might have heard about the Beyond Meat, Impossible Burger, those kind of thing. Okay, and also like Just Egg is made from the plant-based egg. Okay, the milk, and also the ice cream, the plant-based noodle, and also the chicken-based meat. This one is green label. I think you have seen this because it's from Indonesia. And this products come from the startup in Indonesia, which is a unicorn in the Indonesia as well. But I haven't had a chance to taste it. But you might have known it more than me. Okay. Okay. But the the threat from the plant-based is that the consumer might concern about the taste and texture, and they might have very high expectation after eating or after trying the plant-based protein. They would like to get a texture that really like the real meat. Okay, so when they taste it at the first time, when the texture is not that right or doesn't meet their expectation, so they might be disappointed. That one of the threats. And also the price is might be like a bit higher when compared to the real meat, so it's unable to be afforded for the products. And also some people, they might not be familiar with other ingredients that contain in the plant-based processed meat, because they put a lot of the food additive to make them appearance and also the texture is really like the meat. So you can see that all the label, they might have shown like a lot of the food ingredients there. So they might get a question from the consumer whether it's really, healthy or not. Of course, so that's why from the process, a lot of the process, it might concern whether it's, sustainable, really sustainable. Okay. And the media that have shown us the big size of the market, but actually the consumer doesn't really get used to it, or the market size is not very as expectation. So nowadays the plant-based is kind of niche market, and it need a time for the consumer to develop or to get used to it and also accept it in the future, and kind of have the repeatability for the plant-based product. Okay. And as you can see that there are a lot of choices that come from the plant-based protein in the market now. In Thailand, there are a lot of the brand, maybe more than like 10 brands. They are focusing on the plant-based product, even the big company as well. But the market is not that large, so it take a time. Okay. But for the opportunity, of course, the new technology that might provide the new product that has, new texture. And nowadays, the machine or the instrument that get interest from any company is the double screw high moisture extruder, to make the texture is nicer and to make like more meat fiber. Okay, so in near future, you might have seen like plant-based or protein alternative product that have the texture like really close to the real meat. Okay. And also for the consumer, they need the time in growing the demand for the new protein products. Okay, and get more information and be aware of the climate change, and also their health aspect as well. For the next one is the insect-based, which is another source of the alternative protein. One of the things is that the market size is quite big, and in near future, we might have to really eat the insect-based protein, because the population are going to grow like fast growing, almost reach 10 billion population, that we might require a lot more protein consumption. So that's why the protein nowadays might be the supply for the protein might not enough for just only from the meat, but we have to find other alternative of the protein as well. And importantly, for the insect protein is good source of the essential amino acid. Okay, that's why they might get interesting from the consumer, and also have like high fiber, also other minerals, vitamins, and also the fatty acid, which is good for our health, especially the omega-3 and omega-6 as well. But luckily, insect is haram, as I know, right? Is not halal. So the market for the Muslim consumer, they might won't be able to be allowed to consume the insect protein. So Okay, here is the insect-based innovation. You can see many products that have the powder of the insect, okay, containing like in pasta, in like a protein bar, and also as the powder as well. Okay. Of course, the market size is might be go through the animal feed instead of the protein from the soybean meal, which is the big market, okay, for the animal feed. But of course, in near future, we might have to adopt to eat insect based, because we don't really have the source of the protein from the meat, so we might have to adopt it anyway in near future. Okay. But for the nutrition and other things, we have to, it's contained in the insect, okay, but its appearance or the perception of the consumer, they might not accept it now, but in the future, if we, have other texture, and also we can clear our mind about with the appearances of the insect, we might get used to it. For me, I eat insects, so I have no problem with that. Okay, and it's nice anyway. The next one is the microbial based alternative. This one is getting grow in here. Of course, in Thailand, we eat a lot of the algae, and also in many form, and the market size is going to grow in the future, of course. And we can see that the seaweed has a lot of the nutrient, especially the high calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, other micronutrients, and also other vitamins like A, D, E, and B complex. And of course, it has the high potassium. Okay, so it can provide you the salty taste without the sodium intake. So it means that it can be used as a sodium substitute, okay, to reduce the sodium amount of the sodium in the food. Okay. Of course, it has high omega-3 fatty acid in some kind of seaweed. It might contain also the EPA, which is the omega-3, which is good for our body, and also other active compounds. It can have like antioxidant properties, and also good source of the protein and other fiber as well. Okay. Another one is the microprotein. This is very popular in the UK. From the start in the UK, they use the microprotein, which is made from the fungus, the specific type of the fungus, okay, that make, as an alternative source of the protein that come from the fermentation process. It's just like you make like, other fermented food, beer, alcohol, other alcohol, but they provide a texture is just like the meat fiber, but it's come from the microprotein, okay, or it come from the fungus. I have a chance to taste. It's a very nice taste. Like I have tried, I think chicken nuggets, something like that, and the texture is very nice. It's very close to like you eat chicken. And of course, for the opportunity, because of it's new product, so you have to take a time for them to purchase it. You can introduce them to purchase it once, but it's not easy for them to purchase like the second time and the third time. So it's means that you have to maybe put a lot of the media on them, and also give them for more information to understand or really accept the alternative protein. Of course, sometimes the price is higher than the normal meat, so you have to give them a lot of information why you should like intake or choose the alternative protein, how the alternative protein is better for them, something like that. And also for the opportunity, you might have to, have the technical to support, and also try to find other strain of the fungus to make like the texture and the new protein source, or the different of the fungi might get different type of the taste or smell. You might have to search to find more technical or technology to make new protein as well. Okay, for the last one is lab grown alternative. So a lot of the investors try to invest to the lab grown meat, and of course the market is is huge and a lot of the opportunity, because as we mentioned that a lot of the people will number of the population will increase in by 2050. We will have like people almost reach to 10 billion people. That's why we have to really find the new source of the protein that can provide us the meat or provide us the protein for many functions for our body. And also we have to concern about the environment as well. The new source of protein that must be eco-friendly as well. It means that they have to use very limited of the resources and give our high potential of the source of protein as well. Okay, so that's why a lot of investment has been, put into the startup, especially in the North America. As you can see that the distribution of the culture meat producers come from basically from the North America. But in Thailand, we also have the startup who are working on the lab grown meats as well, but I'm not familiar with that. But I know that we are going to move to that technology as well. Here is the innovation of the lab grown meat. This one is from startup in here. They grown the cell line that can produce milk without farm, and also the other startup that who work in the meat cell culture meat, can produce the meat that without just only the limited of the area in the lab, and then you can grow and you can really upscaling to make the productivity that can reach with the number of the population. Okay, but of course, it's not that easy to make it's really like the meat, because some of the technology, as I have known, that they cannot make the fat that can penetrate into the cell, and the texture is not really like the meat now. But of course, in near future, I think is possible. And now today is very expensive, but in near future, of course, the cost is going to be reachable. Of course, the opportunity is quite a lot because of the new product, and you get interest in many people, especially the investor that would like to invest with the new technology, and they see the opportunity that in near future the lab culture meat going to serve world population because of its safer resources, and is might reduce the gas emission which is the really environmental friendly. But of course, the new technology and how to develop the new model or the production, and also the other facility that can upscaling this product. And the next one is the air-based protein. Okay, it's just like we fermenting, but this one they use the bacteria that can trap the air and use the air, for example, like carbon dioxide, oxygen, nitrogen, and ferment it in the specific condition that can produce the protein. This the startup. They use the technology from the NASA, from the America, to make air protein. So this is the interesting new source of the protein as well, which is can produce it in the lab as well. But for this one, because as the Kutali mentioned earlier, that we come from the nutrition and dietetic department. So we make the protein different from the previous source that we mentioned because our background is dietitian. We concern about a specific person who need the protein, especially for the kidney diseases, cancer patient, also the elderly that we are going to have a lot of number of the elderly people. So we concern about the good source of the protein, especially in here, the source of the protein that dietitian always provide to our patient is the egg white protein. But the problem is that they cannot really tolerate with the boiled egg white because sometimes we just offer them like 6 to 9 boiled egg white and they won't be able to eat it. So we just think that as the dietitian, we would like to, provide them the good source of the protein, and also it's easy to eat and cannot reduce their stress and can improve their nutrition with the high amount of the protein as well. So we just use the technology to change the hardness of the the boiled egg white to the noodles. With in here we are familiar with the rice, we're familiar with the egg white. We're familiar with the noodles. So we just change both of the texture to be softer and to be like not really like you eat like boiled egg white, and also to make the texture is like really like the noodle in here, like vermicelli or ramen or khanom jin, as you may know, the Thai dish, and without carbohydrate added at all because we eat a lot of the carbohydrate already. So this one we also provide to the cancer patient, and also we get attention from the elderly people that would like to reduce the carbohydrate and also would like to increase the protein as well. And of course, it can replace with all the noodle. Like in Indonesia, you have like laksa, right? So, but laksa is fully of the carbohydrate loading into the body, but this one you get just only protein into the body. And also you can control the blood sugar, control the body weight as well, because one serving of the noodle is about maybe 80 kilocalorie, but for the Ekide it's just only like 40 kilocalorie to 45 to 50 kilocalorie, and it's ready to eat. You just tear it and you eat it like that. For our patient, okay, to carry to everywhere, they no need to be chilled because it's passed through the sterilization. So you can keep it at the room temperature for like 18 months to everywhere. Okay, so you can replace it with all noodles. Okay, this is just the protein that we create the innovation. And also it's going to be trend because of the consumer trend nowadays is, they are trying to increase the protein intake as well. And of course, we're concerned about the sustainability, both of the among all the protein that we have already mentioned, the eco-friendly, environmental friendly. We as you can see, that different source of the protein that we intake consume or produce the carbon emission quite a lot. If you eat beef, pork, that's why we'd like to reduce the carbon emission with the plant-based or like other source of the protein. And also the consumption of resources that is used a lot of the resources. If we eat like red meat from pork, from beef, okay, and the second one is the chicken, and the lower resources is come from like plant-based. Okay, but keep in mind that even though you are trying to create a new innovation, but people still would like to be healthy with the happiness. Okay, they also concerned about the taste and the texture, and also they would like to be happy. So that's why they would like to get just only less guilty experience, but still be healthy with the product, even though it's healthy product. So you have to concern about the good taste as well. Okay, that all would like to update on the protein alternative innovation and the opportunity that you might have seen in the future. Okay.
Okay, really nice, Dr. Satapon. Thank you very much for your presentation. So we have maybe only 8 minutes for the Q&A. Is that okay, Dr. Satapon?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so we already have a question here in the chat box from Mrs. Afrinia Ekasari. The question is, as we know, animal is good resources of protein and more complete of amino acid than protein from the plant. Is there any protein or amino acid fortification for the plant-based product?
Okay. So, of course, because the different source of the protein, from the plant-based and animal-based has complete amino acid differently. For the animal-based, of course, we have like complete amino acid. But for the plant-based, they have like some of the plant have the limitation of the limiting amino acid. That's why when we would like to eat the plant-based, we have to eat variety of the source of the plant-based to make all the essential amino acid to be complete. Okay, so you if you eat just only one source of the plant-based protein, you might have you cannot get all the essential amino acid completely. So that's why it's not just only for the consumer side, but also from the producer side as well. From the company, they have to mix different types of the plant-based protein together to make that meal or to make that product to be like get complete all the amino acid containing in the product as well.
Okay, so it's complementary, right? So the second question is, most of the plant-based is come from bean or leguminous, and the beans like soybean mostly that we use come from genetic modified organism. Is there any potential risk if we consume it in the long term?
For the genetic modification, there are a lot of the information, whether it's gonna good or it's gonna bad. But for now today, a lot of the information regarding the genetic modification, in some country they might have the regulation. In some country they might have no regulation. So in terms of the health, okay, actually, it doesn't have very clear of the information regarding the genetic modification. Of course, in nowadays, we eat some of the things that they might have not really declared the genetic modification. Okay, it's not just only soy, but in other source of the plant-based like corn. In here, we have like corn with the genetic modification, but of course, we don't really know in the long term whether it's going to change our genes in our body or not, because it takes quite a long time. But now today there are limitation of the study in the clinical trial in the human study.
Okay, and the last question from Mrs. Afrinia Kasari. How about the food safety for the insect as a source of protein?
Actually, for the insect, is the problem is that some of the person might allergy from the chitin. That's just only one of the concern. Apart from that, it's just a good source of the protein. But for the limitation for the allergen, just like the soy protein, some of the body might have get allergen from the soy, allergen from the egg white, for example. So apart from that, there is no limitation of the eating of the insect at all.
Oh, okay, I see. So the next question comes from Mrs. Aprilia Ferranita. Wow, this is quite long here for the text. So I will read for you, Dr. Satapon.
Okay.
As we know, there are many sources of animal protein on the market, such as burgers, which are often feel when consuming them are junk food, and people like them. And there are also ones that are trending in Indonesia, like outside. How about this, Dr. Satapon? And the second question, what about people who do gym or maybe fitness, right, on a protein or and low carbo diet for a long period of time, accompanied by diet in milk consumption? Is it safe? Could you please explain it?
Okay, for the first one, I would say when you eat, when you think about to be healthy, okay, to be healthy, you're also concerned about like you cannot really eat other thing at all. Okay, you cannot just really eat like junk food, or you cannot really eat what food you like. But actually, if you kind of balance yourself, no matter what food you eat, okay, if you can balance it, so you know the limitation or the amount of you eat, so you can control yourself, you can still be healthy. But even though you just eat healthy food, but you eat quite a lot of the healthy food, but in long term, because you eat you eat too much, but you eat healthy, okay, but you eat a lot, you eat very, like maybe that food is very low calorie, what you eat a lot, it can be high energy as well anyway. So it means that you have to be balanced yourself. Okay, if you eat junk food in the morning, you might eat like healthier food in the evening. You can eat healthier at lunchtime. It doesn't mean that you have to eat like really all healthy every time, or you just, if you prefer to be healthier, like from the oatmeal, which is healthier for you, if you're happy with that, it's good. But if you are not really happy with that, so you have to be balanced yourself to be like healthy and also happy as well. Okay, so I would say you can still happy with the junk food, with the limitation, with the limit of the amount. And you also can improve your body to be healthier with the healthier choice, and balance yourself every time, every daily life. Okay, I'm not sure whether the answer is right or straight.
Yes,
enough.
is that right? Maybe, yeah. Mrs. Aprilia Veranita and Mrs. Afrinia Ekasari as well. Okay, and I guess it's
For the second,
for the third question, and this is for Mrs. Aprilia. Are you okay with the answer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Long
And how about Mrs. Afrinia Ekasari? Is that enough for the answer?
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Guntari.
Okay. And we still have the third question here for you, Dr. Satapon. Apart from containing carbohydrates, ramen or noodles also contain protein, sometimes with very high sodium levels. What do you think? Why this product must be high in sodium?
With high sodium, of course, it maybe is because actually the taste of the product that people like and addicted is sweetness and saltiness.
Salty, yeah.
Yeah. So that's why if you eat like is banned, not like have the salty at all. So it doesn't feel like increase your appetite.
Yeah.
But of course, if you intake with the noodles, okay, instant noodle is usually come with the very high sodium. But now today, because of the consumer are really concerned about the sodium intake as well, so many company, they are trying to have the new version of the noodles as well, with like low sodium noodles, a lot of
sodium
choices. Yeah, a lot of choices now today, and there's new segment of the instant noodle with a healthier.
Yes, even the processing as well, right? The processing not by frying.
Yeah, and many sources in the grocery shopping, you see that there are many, sources from many company that try to, reduce the sodium intake or low sodium recipe in that product as well. I think there's a trend nowadays that the consumer are trying to concern about the health, and they are trying to limit it, not just only the sodium, but also the carbohydrate, also the sugar as well. As you can see in the market now today, they have like artificial sweetener in
Yes.
in any drink in the market, because they
Beverages.
the consumer, they are trying to reduce the sugar intake. I'm not sure whether the boba tea is
Boba tea. Boba.
boba tea is popular in Indonesia or not, but in Thailand it's very popular. It's become
Yes, the same.
yeah.
The same.
Yeah, and previously they have just only like very high sweetened beverage, and the taste is very sweet. But now today the consumer can choose the amount of the sugar containing in the cup. When you order, you would like to increase the sugar, or you would like to reduce the sugar, you can choose, or even you can choose the artificial sweetener instead of the sugar as well. So and of course the protein, they are trying to increase the protein, as I mentioned earlier, that just only they eat and they feel like better for themselves. They don't really know whether it's gonna good for them or not, but they feel better. That's the trend. And of course the protein, they would like to use the protein to control their appearance, the body weight. And of course there's a big market here that increase the protein for the weight control as well. So that's why you're going to see a lot of the product that try to increase the protein in that product and try to reduce the carbohydrate in the product in the market.
Okay, I see. Yeah, Dr. Satapwan, we still have so many insight here. Yeah, we got many insight about the protein alternative foods. I'm wondering, in what group, based on your survey or study, in what group these kind of foods may have an effective way to improve the parameters in health in adolescents or adult, maybe? In what
You
group
mean
of
for the high protein intake, right?
yes? Mhm.
So actually from to be honest, in Thailand, because we eat very low amount of the protein, so it means that if you increase the protein intake, it's good for the elderly, of course, because when you're getting old, you have to your body lose the muscle. That's called what we call the sarcopenia. So it means that you have to provide them more the protein, which is the good source of the protein as well. High quality of the protein that can help them to maintain the muscle. Because otherwise, if they lose their muscle, they're gonna fall and they're gonna, have the lifespan they shorter than the normal. And another group is that, of course, for the weight maintenance, the protein also help them to make them feel like full longer time when compared to the carbohydrate. Because if you eat carbohydrate, especially the refined carbohydrate, your blood sugar is gonna shoot a lot and drop down very fast. It means that you're gonna feel hungry very fast, and you're gonna eat it again. Okay, and your blood sugar going to swing. So it means that your insulin kind of go up and down all the time. So if you increase more protein intake, and also you trying to find other source of the carbohydrate, like non-refined carbohydrate, to help to maintain the blood sugar level in the blood, then you can control the hunger better than the carbohydrate with the refined carbohydrate, and then it can easier to control the hunger and also the body weight as well. Okay.
And also another one from me. We have question here from Mrs. Afrinia Kasari again. Okay, doctor, In Thailand, what institution can make the regulation for plant, insect, or microbiology product, or for permission to commercialization those products? In Indonesia, we have such as BPOM.
The regulation, what
the institution, what institution that have regulation to develop those kind of protein alternatives food?
I think it's gonna be in the part of the FDA regulation.
FDA regulation.
I guess. And of course, I think they are the for the insect, they have like how to say, they also have like the standard for the insect as well, but I'm not certainly sure what the institution is that. But I'm pretty sure that there is the regulation of the insect, especially the insect that we would like to export abroad as well.
Okay, okay, Dr. Satapon. And the last one for me, I was wondering, as you mentioned in your presentation, to get the second and the third time of customers' consumption, it's kind of difficult. So we need to deal with the fullness and also the characteristic of high protein intake in our digestive system is slowly digest. So it's like low to leave the stomach. So it will also affect to our defecation time. So how could you give the solution for that kind of natural problem for us?
That's why you have to choose the right protein. I mean, like the protein that easy to digest and easy to absorb for them. If they really can tolerate with the lactose, you can also like whey protein that easy to absorb in the body and reduce the the fullness of the stomach, or how to say, uncomfortable with the protein.
Yeah.
Okay. Or like for the egg white, okay, it's easy to absorb and easy to digest when compared to like red meat. Or you can also choose the white meat that easier for them to digest and absorb as well when compared to the red meat, of course.
Okay, so it means that in the whole day we need to properly select the foods, the kind of protein that we want to eat, right? So if we already choose this kind of products, alternative products, so we will have to consider with other food sources that we eat in a day.
Yes, of course, you have to conserve our with nutrition that should provide all the complete amino acid and easy for your stomach as well. Good for your stomach as well.
Okay, Dr. Satapon, I guess it's already finished for your session here. So we are very happy to hear from you, and let me summarize your presentation a little bit, a few from me. So nowadays we are dealing with the condition of global increasing in population. So the increase in population will also increase the needs of protein intake. And researchers and also food industry try the best way to apply with this condition. And the application of plant-based alternative foods, insect-based alternative foods, and also others like microproteins, lab-grown protein alternative, and air-based protein kinds of give the opportunity for us to consume protein in the wise way, yeah, for the next generation. But it seems we still have a lot of works to do in the future. Not only develop the product, but also how to sustain and gain the trust of the customer, and also how to deal with the potential benefit and also the challenges of each product. And also it depends again with our culture and social habits to consume any foods that we develop in industry. So thank you very much, Dr. Satapon Ngamukote. We are very happy to have you here to give us more insight and knowledge about the innovation in nutrition.
Thank you very much to have me.
I would like to invite you for the photo session. So the committee, please invite Mrs. Afrinia Ekasari and also Dr. Susi Hartati for taking the photo session with us. Okay, Mrs. Afrinia Ekasari. Okay, already. I will count 1, 2, 3. Okay, then thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Satarko.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen. So we will continue to the third presentation, but before we continue to the third presentation, we will have a break for a while. So please stay tuned in this Zoom.
Stikes Mitra Keluarga merupakan sekolah tinggi ilmu kesehatan yang modern, komprehensif, multibudidaya dalam disiplin ilmu kesehatan yang terkemuka di Indonesia. Kampus Stikes Mitra Keluarga terletak di Bekasi Timur di sebuah kawasan strategis yang mudah diakses dan menyatu dengan Rumah Sakit Mitra Keluarga Bekasi Timur. Tuntutan akan kebutuhan pelayanan kesehatan yang profesional sesuai dengan kemajuan ilmu dan teknologi merupakan motivasi yang kuat untuk Yayasan Pendidikan Mitra Keluarga dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan kesehatan. Yayasan Pendidikan Mitra Keluarga berada di bawah naungan Mitra Keluarga Group yang terdiri dari beberapa rumah sakit yang tersebar di daerah DKI Jakarta, Jawa Barat, Jawa Tengah, dan Jawa Timur. Dengan didukung oleh pengajar yang berkualitas dan fasilitas lengkap, Stikes Mitra Keluarga mempunyai visi menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi kesehatan yang inovatif di tingkat nasional pada tahun 2035. Stikes Mitra Keluarga memiliki 5 program studi antara lain. Program Pendidikan Vokasi D3 Teknologi Laboratorium Medis. Program Pendidikan Akademik Sarjana S1 Gizi. Program Pendidikan Akademik Sarjana S1 Farmasi. Program Pendidikan Akademik Sarjana S1 Keperawatan plus Nurse.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, good afternoon, Professor
Yeah.
Lin. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, thank you for joining with us. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to continue our third session with Professor Lin Chiu Feng from Taipei Medical University, Taiwan. So committee, please share the CV of him. Okay. Professor Lin, he is a professor in School of Medicine, College of Medicine, TMU, Taiwan, head Department of Microbiology and Immunology, TMU, Taiwan, and also as the Director Immune Monitoring Corps, TMU, Taiwan. Professor Lin research interests focus on several fields, including infection and immunity, oncoimmunology, cell death, and signal transduction. He had more than 25 years of experience studying autoimmunity, viral immunology, and antiviral drugs for emerging virus research. He has a lot of publication here, so without further ado, let us welcome Professor Lin Chiu-Feng for his presentation. Time is yours, Professor. You have 15 until 20 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your kind introduction. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm Professor Chiu-Feng Lin from the Department of Microbiology and Immunology, School of Medicine, College of Medicine, Taipei Medical University, Taiwan. So it is a great honor to be invited as a speaker in this webinar and share our experiments in the application of laboratory technology we called flow cytometry. Okay. So now I will switch the screen to slide presentation. Please wait for a few seconds. So it's okay?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So today's topic is innovation of medical laboratory technician for supporting the clinician. So I use the subtitle using flow cytometry for disease prognosis. Okay. So I hope today's talk can bring you new stimulation and be helpful to the application of flow cytometry. So if you have any suggestion or corrections, please email me for further discussion. So this is the outline of this presentation. So I will first describe the development and application of immune profiling. So the human immune system provides a defense against tumor genesis, known as the tumor immunosurveillance. So tumor-associated antigen activate T lymphocyte in lymphoid organ through the antigen-presenting cell, so-called APC, and then mature through the activation, proliferation, and differentiation of T lymphocytes into the cytotoxic T cell, so-called CTLS. So after CTLS are infiltrated into the tumor, so the cancer cells are cleared through the cell activation and killing mechanism, so which is the anti-cancer immunity to protect the individual from the damage of cell disease. However, suppose the tumor antigen is expressed at low level or without the correct tumor antigen presentation. So in this case, you will not be able to effectively stimulate the T cell activation, resulting in a lack of CTL response. So finally leading to the low immunity and the immune escape during tumor genesis. In particular, within the tumor tissues, tumor often has a immunosuppressive microenvironment that prevents CTL against tumor cells. So they are all common immune escape phenomena when tumors occur, which may cause the considerable drug resistance to traditional cancer treatment, or may cause the tumor recurrence. So in response to tumor immunoescape, the development of tumor immunotherapy is more diverse. As you can see, its basic principle is to improve the anti-cancer immunity or reshape anti-cancer immunity, including resistance to tumor immunosuppression. So you may find a lot of the reactivate strategy against tumor genesis. Fortunately, cancer immunotherapy brings hope for cancer patients, but it is not fully effective. In other words, the strategy is good, but not perfect. So because according to the large scale statistics, immunotherapy effectiveness falls below the 10 to 30%. So we still have a goal and difficulties that we must overcome for further cancer immunotherapy. So I will use the immune checkpoint inhibition therapy as an example. So scientists identify the cell surface molecule, including PD-L1, CTLA-4. Those molecules are immune checkpoints to control the T cell activation. In general, they inhibit T cell activation. So Dr. Ellison discovered CTLA-4. He found blocking CTLA-4 can enhance T cell activity. Also, Dr. Hongzhou identified the bracket of PD-L1 or PD-1 can reverse the T cell activation against the tumor. This immunoregulation have promoted the application of the anti-cancer immunotherapy based on the blockade of immune checkpoint. So as you can find list here, you can identify a lot of immune checkpoint molecule which can be targeted for cancer therapy. However, drug resistance still occurs even we have immune checkpoint therapy. This is a very interesting paper published in 2016. The paper identified the resistance of cancer therapy from anti-CTLA-4 therapy. You can find the result. After treatment, there are some patients showing the non-responding effects. What's happened? According to the genomic study, they identify a lot of interferon gamma related genes are downregulated. So, which means cancer cells develop the immune escape strategy from gamma interferon activation. That means even we have an immune checkpoint therapy, we reactivate T cell. We have a lot of gamma interferon for anti-cancer. However, if the tumor are resistant to interferon gamma signal transduction, they are resistant. Okay, so we have to overcome such effects. So earlier research in my laboratory focused on exploring the immune resistant to gamma interferon. So if you got interested, you can follow our publication before. So we proposed that cancer cell may escape immune attack by producing the interferon proteins. So you may identify a lot of the oncogene or oncogenic protein, which can suppress the gamma interferon mediate anti-cancer activity. So if we want to develop a precision medicine, we want to treat cancer so efficiently. So we have to identify the possible immune escape. So we have an immunogram. What does it mean? If we want to treat a patient with unknown effect from tumor genesis, in general, we want to reactivate their immunity. So we have to check their immune response. For example, whether the tumor cell express MHC, which can express anti-cancer, I mean the tumor-associated antigen. Whether the patient cancer cell show the gamma interferon sensitivity, which means if we have an enhanced T cell immune response, those cells are respond to gamma interferon, which means they can show the anti-cancer activity. Of course, we have to check whether they are immune checkpoint targeting protein expression. That is what we can do or what we can use for the specific immune checkpoint therapy. So those effects we call the immunogram. This is a very interesting term to describe the pattern of the immune response. So I want to share some about the immunogram history, okay? In 1970s, immunogram were originally the result of immunoassay. So in 1970, the scientists used the electrophoresis to identify the immunogram expression. I mean the immunoglobulin expression. So with the progression of the modern diagnostic technique, we can identify more immune factor, not only the immunoglobulin, but also the immune cells, immune factor, and so on. So load factor, we can see a lot of immunological parameter, so we can prepare the immunogram for specific individuals. I use a clinic in Asia as an example of precision medicine. So it is evident that this is a private clinical specializing in cancer treatment, Tokyo Cancer Clinic. So it is reliable that the clinical will introduce many advanced tumor immunotherapy. However, what impressed me the most is the clinic provide immunoassay testing service, so-called immunogram test. They detect the patient's cytotoxic factor released from the treatment. So you can identify the list as shown here. This clinical identify the immunological parameter as an immunogram to track the patient treatment efficacy. Okay, so I think that will bring you an imagination of the future world of precision medicine. I think it's quite amazing. So yeah, you can try to answer the above two questions. Do you think the most diseases are closely related to immune dysregulation? And do you agree that mastering the immune changes can treat most of the disease? Okay. So if you agreed, so we need an immune profile analysis. Okay. So going back to the outline of this presentation, I will continue to discuss the challenge and the innovation in immune monitoring. So as shown in this figure, the immune system complexity can be tracked into different infection and the cytopathogenicity. So we all know the immune system include innate and adaptive immunity, meaning many specific immune cells participate in individual immune response. In other words, a single or small number of change cannot represent the comprehensive immune response. It's just like a network, but not decided by a single or very small number of immune cells. So you can find innate immune cell perform the non-specific immunity and present the foreign antigen information to the adaptive immune response. So activated adaptive immune response, such as T cell, are continuously differentiate and mature into the memory immunity through the specific antigen stimulation. So the interaction between these two types of immune cells may determine the individual protective immunity in response to change in the microenvironment. Furthermore, I want to use the T cell differentiation to mention you much complexity of the immune response. So after the T helper lymphocyte respond to a specific antigen, they will continue to differentiate into several T lymphocyte subsets as shown here, so many, according to the moderation in the microenvironment. So this is immune diversity. This change will also bring about individual differences. Okay, as a result of immune response, there may be inflammatory activation, or they go into an antimicrobial response, anti-cancer response, or allergic reaction, or interaction with no reactions. So that is quite important. We have to provide a comprehensive immune response, but not just focus only one. For example, you focus Th1, you may identify the increased Th1. However, other T cell subset also increase. So overall, the immune response may not be reactive. Okay, so we have to use an immune profile to check all of the immune change. So the first change is the immunoprofiling, is that the detection methods must be permitted in response to the diversity of immune cells. So as shown in this slide, immunophenotype is determined by combining cell subsets, cell subpopulation with their cell status. We call it subtypes. So you can identify so many different so different kinds of the immune cells, for example, in T cell response. So fortunately, a multi-parameter flow cytometry can standardize and analyze the multicolor antibody. Because of accessibility of flow cytometry, so we can quantify the cell-based, antibody-based, bit-based, or dye-based immune staining. So we can identify a lot of the immune cells to save the research and material resource. Okay. So if you may not much understand the flow cytometry, I use this principle slide to introduce you about the principle of the flow cytometry. This is the single cell suspension. So by using the fluorescent or antibody conjugate, so we can label any antigen on the surface of a cell or within the intracellular location. So after a laser stimulation, you can identify the fluorescent change. So through the parameter detection, you can identify the different color of fluorescent, which means they can bind a different antigen. So through the analysis, you can understand a single cell, you can verify their antigen expression. So after calculation, you can understand so different cell types, okay, present in the single test. So this is the application of flow cytometry. We can quantify the number of the change. So compared with the past, the limitation of the simple blood count test makes the study of the immune cell profiling insufficient. So by establishing the core of the immune monitoring laboratory, so multiple in-depth analysis and innovative methods may make the immune profile more precise. Okay, you can identify that is quite different if you can understand much cell population in your sample. So you will understand what's happened in your test. So immunological research is moved ahead. So innovative immune cell test is coming. So I introduce you about the immune profile in this talk. So indeed, so everyone may have a similar understanding. So your research institution could provide the equipment and the instruments, but may not provide the routine service of flow cytometry analysis as a focus on immune monitoring. So immune professionals and the immediately analytic service are therefore required. I mean, a core facility, a core service is quite important to promote the immune cell profile. So indeed, for core service, so we should agree that a core technology that is needed can be served immediately. Okay, so I use the immune profile, which means we need the professionals, we need the skills, we need the biomaterials, we need the machine, and after that we can service immediately. Okay. So we look at the university of research institutions to respond to the application of immunotherapy. So set up an immunomonitoring core and provide the regular testing service is important. So in addition to biotechnology company, so build up a core laboratory in universities will help people to develop the immunological research. So perhaps you can think much about your university, whether there is an immune monitor core provided for promoting the immunological research. The automation and the standardization of cell counting are necessary to avoid the human error, as you know. So the core laboratory should minimize the possible error of human manipulation. So integrity of the service platform will determine the change of service. So in addition to the instruments, so we should develop the skill and the training program. Those skills are essential to maintain the core service. Okay. So based on the service content, so I believe the timing and suitable supporting instrument and methods is the key of the success of the core facility. So for this case, our school built up so many different flow cytometry core. So we use the different machine to service the different people who are interested in what kind of the instrument they are required. So I think that most of the instrument can make it possible to analyze the immune cell, okay, using the real blood sample. So if you can check the facility in your department, so what kind of the machine instrument you have to detect the different immune cell population. So based on our experiments sharing, okay, the university independently makes the policy to support the immunograde research plan. So you can find our president or our university, okay? So support the clinician and professor to implement the related research project using the core service. So our university evaluate clinician. So they encourage the PI to join this program. So which may help the core and the immune monitoring funding and development. So what I mean is you should promote some kind of the research idea and to build up the relative research resource to facilitate all of the immunological study. So I will show you our experiments. So after 4 years of operation, so the core in our university complete over 6,000 service, okay? And the unit used include not only the affiliate hospital, but also the university teachers. So the main service research areas are cell therapy and immunocell therapy, including other fields such as neuroscience or chest medicine. So you will understand if you got a core facility, all of the research field of the clinician, they can use the facility to test the immunoprofile in their patient or in their animal model. Okay. So in order to speed up and facilitate the use of TMU immune monitoring core service, so the brief table show you the possible service content currently provided. So the PI can understand what kind of the service they are required. And I want to emphasize the importance of consultation service. That is quite important for all of the initiation of study design. So after that, you can analyze the possible sample you have and use the immunocore service. So now I will share the possible application of immune monitoring in infectious disease. So as you know, the outbreak of COVID-19 is a healthy issue of global concern. Along the pandemic, our immune core laboratory also issued that monitoring the immune status as a potential strategy for fighting COVID-19. So that is quite important time because the report are published in Taiwan Research Highlight in 2000. That is the initial stage of the COVID-19. So we believe the individual's immunity is the key fighter against the COVID-19 progression. So that is quite important to understand the individual's immunity by using the immune profile approach. So later, the TMU research team conduct a study using our monitoring service. So the number of the patients are small. You can identify. This paper just used the 4 cases, okay? But we do the kinetic monitoring, their immune cell profile. So according to the data, they've identified that CD19 positive B cell are upregulated in prolonged viral RNA shedding patient, which means the B cell may play some role in maintaining or maintaining the individual host to fight the COVID-19 or something wrong in those cases. Okay, so of course they're done the more case study in the near future. So this is a long-term follow-up study by using the same case after viral infection. So the results show the immune imbalance in post-COVID-19 or long-term COVID-19. So persistent deregulation of cellular immunity, those patients show you the lower total T cell or lower T helper cell number following COVID-19. They are showing the post-immune activation. So that is quite important part to understand what's happened in those patients, okay? So again, so the team continue to track the immune response to COVID-19 vaccination. As you know, all the people got the vaccination, but what's happened? You never know until you got the infection. Okay, so this is a quite interesting study focused on the end-stage renal disorder, which means that is a quite hypoimmunity patient. So as we can speculate it, okay, so those patients are show lower vaccination effect, which means they cannot produce enough antibody. So what's happened? So according to the profile data, we can identify the B cell and NKT cell response shape the delayed response to vaccination. So what does it mean? If we want to vaccinate somebody, so if we can understand what the level of B cell or NKT cell, so we can image that whether the vaccination efficacy is occur. Okay, so that is the impact of immunoprofiling. So we
sorry, Professor.
Yes.
Your remaining time is 1 minute.
Oh, okay, sure. So I will shorten of my talk again. So we believe a lot of the approach by using the flow cytometry, I think is quite important. But this is a example of the safety case. We can understand the patient show you the low level of the B cell lymphocytes in critical phase. So we can use the profile as established by using an animal model. So we can detect not only B cell decrease, but also other immune cell change. So in the near future, we can identify the more signature of the immune profile. So that is associated, the sepsis-associated kidney disorder. So using the immune profile, we may have a chance to predict the disease progression. So we can check the immune profile within 1 week of the sepsis diagnosis. So we can understand whether those patients will develop the chronic kidney disease or others. Okay. So last part, I will mention you about the lung cancer, but the time is quite limited. So I will skip some of the predict. I will show you this as a last slide. Here, lung cancer diagnosis is quite challenging to the chest medicine because once we got the abnormal image data, we should follow up CT, MRI, or other PET analysis. Otherwise, actually, we should need the biopsy to check the possible diagnosis of lung cancer. So if we got the immune profiling, as you know, all the immune system can respond quickly, okay, to the cancer development. So after analysis, we have chance to identify whether this case are lung cancer patient or not. So we got the accuracy rate reach 98%. Okay, it's quite good. And other challenges about the cancer cell type, as you know, that is depends on the image assay or the biopsy assay. So now we have a 90% accuracy to identify those cancer type is adenocarcinoma or squamous carcinoma. So I think the immune profile is quite good for develop as a clinical disease diagnosis in the near future. Okay, so I should skip some of the slide. So, and I want to use the implication. So monitor the immune change. You monitor immune change, you may have a chance to identify the immune biomarker to predict the disease, okay, progression. Of course, in the near future, maybe those biomarker can be used as therapeutic target. You can develop another immunotherapy targeting such immune population which are involved in the disease progression. Okay, so I believe that is a quite important day. So thank you for your listening. I'm sorry for the time delay. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Lin. So perhaps we can invite only one participant to share your question. Is there any question from participants? Okay, so we already see here in the chat box, Professor, the question from Mrs. Aprilia. The question are, how effective is the adaptive immunity should cancer sufferers have to innate immunity so that it can reduce cancer cell? Is there any additional immune booster? Please explain. And the second question, what is the use of cytometry in measuring the number of cells using a PET scan or bronchoscopy for detection cancer cell for lung cancer? Thank you.
Oh, okay. for the first question about the adaptive or innate immunity, so of course we can understand all of the immune therapy, they are developed by reactivating the adaptive immunity, which means we can develop a memory immunity to against the tumor cell. I think it's quite efficacious as compared to the innate immune system. But of course, in our body, we have a lot of immune cells which are currently identified for anti-cancer. So which means in the near future, maybe we should manipulate the adaptive and innate immune cell at the same time for cancer treatment. Okay. So about the second question, what is the use of cytometry? Oh,
What
okay.
is the use of?
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. Thank you. Yeah, because the flow cytometry is the cell-based analysis. So we believe you got a biomarker. For example, you got a specific antibody which can target the specific marker expressed in cancer cell. So you may remember some of the instrument developed for detecting the circulating cancer cell or circulating tumor cell, CTC assay. So again, for flow cytometry, that can use the instrument to detect the abnormal cell from a mixture. So we believe the technique is not difficult to develop. Okay, so in the near future, maybe we can have a good idea to detect the specific cell population from the biopsy of the bronchoscopy after you got the specimen from those events. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Professor. And we still have maybe the last question here
Okay.
from Ria Amelia, Mrs. Ria Amelia. So the
Mhm.
question is, in the development of erythrocytes with nanoparticles in the treatment of cancer, according to Professor Lin, can erythrocyte with nanoparticles avoid the immune response?
Yeah, as we know, the erythrocyte cannot express the MHC molecule, which means they cannot express any antigen to the host. So we believe those particles can avoid the immune recognition and activation. So if somebody used the bioengineering erythrocytes with the nanoparticle, I think it's a quite good idea. But you have to think much about the blood type. Okay, so we know we have some kind of exacting antibody. So for the treatment, if you can avoid the antibody-mediated rejection, so I think that is a good idea about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Thank you, Mrs. Aprilia and also Mrs. Amel for your question. So I believe we still have so many questions for Professor Lin. However, the time is not enough for us. Okay, let me summarize a bit from your presentation. Cancer or tumor and infectious disease are rising health problem in the world. Also happens in Indonesia right now, such as breast cancer and tuberculosis for infectious disease. Immune profiling is the one of the important alternative ways for combating cancer and infectious disease. With profiling, we can choose a better option for treatment, also for monitoring during or after the treatment. But we will face many challenging aspects to go. At least in the future, we will have a potential breakthrough to eliminate cancer and infectious disease. So, Professor Lin Qiufeng, thank you very much for your amazing presentation. We are so happy to have you here. Thank you very much. Maybe committee, please invite Mrs. Afrinia Ekasari and Dr. Susi Hartati for taking photo session with us. Yeah, okay. So I will count. 1, 2, 3. Okay, done. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your invitation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are continuing to the last presentation will deliver by Professor Mareki Gigi Sukenboom from the PhD from the Department of Clinical Pharmacy and Pharmacology, University Medical Center Groningen, the Netherlands. So Professor Mareki, hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Thank you for the
Yeah.
invitation. Very nice
Very
to
welcome. Very
be able
welcome.
to speak here.
Yeah, very nice to have you here. So without further ado, let us introduce Professor Marie K. Gigi Sultanboom from the PhD committee. Please show the CV of her. Professor Marie K. Gigi Sultanboom from the PhD from the Department of Clinical Pharmacy and Pharmacology, University Medical Center Groningen, the Netherlands. Her position now is as hospital pharmacist. Professor Marie K. was graduated her PhD study in medicine from University of Groningen, the Netherlands in 2016. Previously, she got certified on clinical pharmacologist in 2015 from University Medical Center Groningen, the Netherlands. Professor Sultanboom started her career as a pharmacist working in community hospital medical center Richmond Zuid in Rotterdam, the Netherlands. She moved to another community hospital, Zans Medical Center Zaandam. Here she started her residency hospital pharmacy in 2001. As it was a combined residency, she board certified in 2005 in the VU Medical Center, Amsterdam. After finishing her PhD, Professor Marie K. Gigi Sultanboom continued to work on PK and PD of anti-infective drugs with a focus on anti-TB drugs. Her main focus is on optimizing patient care with the use of TDM, preferentially combined with optimal sampling strategies. Apart from some key publications, she published over 50 papers in peer-reviewed journal. Very spectacular. Thank you, Professor, for joining with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Marie K. Gigi Sultanboom. Time is yours.
I will start with sharing my presentation.
Yes.
I'm not a professor yet, so I'm not a professor. I'm just a doctor, but a PhD.
Okay,
But,
doctor. Okay, doctor.
I'm sorry. First, I need to share my screen. I'm sorry. There we go. Just to be sure, can you see my presentation now?
Yes, it's clear enough now.
Nah, lovely.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to share with you in the coming about 30 minutes something of which is my focus. So that's therapeutic drug monitoring, as has been read out in my CV. Thank you very much for that. How can we use therapeutic drug monitoring, or TDM, as a tool to improve medication safety? Let me see whether that works. Oh, gee. Yeah, there it goes. Oh, don't know. Conventionally, the large proportion of drugs, the large majority of drugs is officially, of course, is just dosed in a standard way for every adult patient. For instance, I've got 3 examples here, but there are many more. If you suffer from pain or fever, you give for an adult paracetamol 500 to 1,000 milligrams 4 times daily at max. And the same goes for a lot of other drugs like hypertensives. So we sort of think the one size fits all. Of course, this is only pertaining to adults. With therapeutic drug monitoring, it's a bit different. What is therapeutic drug monitoring? It's a way to optimize drug therapy, and we do that by measuring the drug concentration, preferably in blood or some other matrix, but most of the time it's blood. And based on this drug concentration, or sometimes it's even exposure, we advise to adjust the dose if necessary. And you can do that for different reasons. One of the reasons could be that a drug shows a small therapeutic range, which is depicted in the slide here. You can imagine that if there's a small therapeutic therapeutic range, a drug can easily be underdosed and have no effect, or be overdosed and show toxicity. So that is a good reason to perform TDM. And another reason to perform TDM would be that the efficacy cannot be determined in an easier way, in a different way. I gave the example of the furosemide. If you're interested into lowering the blood pressure in hypertension, it's very easy to measure the pharmacodynamic effect by measuring the blood pressure. And the same goes to a different extent for paracetamol. If you're not suffering from pain enough, you will probably have enough. So when we perform therapeutic drug monitoring, it is a proxy of the pharmacodynamic parameter, and efficacy cannot be determined in another easier way or in a timely manner. One condition to be able to perform TDM is that there should be some kind of concentration effect, or if you're interested in toxicity or safety, a concentration toxicity relationship. So there should be some kind of therapeutic range. And a specialized way of TDM is the model-informed precision dosing, also called MIPD, which is TDM using prior information from a population pharmacokinetic model. Some basics on pharmacokinetics. I will go through this very, very quickly because I hope and I expect that you know a bit of this. Most drugs are absorbed. Of course, this is not the case if you give it intravenously, but there's four major processes: the absorption, the distribution, the metabolism, and the elimination. Once the drug is absorbed into the systemic circulation, it could be bound to proteins. Then it also has the time to distribute to different tissues, other from the systemic circulation. A drug may be metabolized into metabolites which are either active or non-active, and in the end it will be eliminated. So if you make this a time concentration curve, you can see a curve like this, where all the four ADME processes are depicted to a much a lesser extent or more extent. And a lot of drugs do work like via exposure. So we are often interested in the area under the curve, which is very simple, just the area under the time concentration curve. Some drugs in anti-infectives, as was said in my CV, I'm quite interested in anti-infective drug therapy. Some drugs work like have an effective PK/PD parameter of Cmax over MIC, the minimal inhibitory concentration. In that case, we will measure the peak level. So integrating the pharmacokinetics into the pharmacodynamics, this is another example of the pharmacokinetic curve as I showed before. And there's also a pharmacodynamic curve which shows that if you set out the concentration to the effect will maximize at some stage, but it will be at lower concentrations. At higher concentrations, excuse me. And if you integrate the two curves, you get a curve like this, where it shows the time to the effect. What are the conditions that we need to be able to perform TDM or MIPD? This is depicted in this graph, and it all starts with the blood sample, of course. And a blood sample should be analyzed at our lab. I'm working mainly at a lab performing TDM and toxicology. And so we do quite a bit of bioanalysis of about 200 different drugs. And this is just one flow of how a bioanalysis procedure may go. We start with the blood, we precipitate it with some kind of fluid, then we vortex and centrifuge it, and the supernatant goes to the LC-MS, liquid chromatography with coupled MS spectrometry is the most used technique in our lab. It's about 80 or 90% of our TDM procedures that is analyzed using LC-MS, and the mass spec is used to quantify the drug. It's all quantification, of course. Once we have a bioanalysis method, we need to know at what moment should we sample the patient. That's really depending on what is the effective PK/PD parameter we're interested in. Traditionally, a lot of TDM was performed using Throff levels, and as long as the Throff level is, for example, related to the area under the curve, a Throff level could be is enough. A Throff level could also be used if you're interested in medication adherence. That's not something that is very, very obvious in infectious diseases, but of course you can imagine that if you're doing TDM for antipsychotic drugs or immune suppressant drugs, medication adherence is very important, and it could be a way to TDM could be a way to monitor that. An example of Throff level we use in anti-infective disease is the voriconazole Throff level. Voriconazole is an antimycotic drug, and indeed, in this case, it is shown that the AUC is related to the Throff level, so we can easily measure only a Throff level. There are also examples of where we need to measure a peak level and a Throff level, and examples of those are aminoglycosides like gentamicin or tobramycin, but also amikacin that is used in tuberculosis, MDR tuberculosis. And that has to do with the fact that aminoglycosides, their effective PK/PD parameter is shown to be the Cmax over MIC. So we want to know if it's effective, then the Cmax level should be high enough. So we measure a peak level, and we also measure a Throff level, as this is correlated to toxicity. Very straightforward, very easily put. If your Throff level is low enough, you can give another dose. If your Throff level is too high because of, for instance, renal failure or decreased clearance through the kidneys, we need to extend the dosing interval, because we still want to have the same peak level, the high peak level, and a low Throff level. Many drugs, as I said before, many drugs exert their effect with concentration, and we are interested in the area under the curve. Examples of those are rifampicin, which is an anti-tuberculosis drug, and ganciclovir, which is an antiviral drug. And to be able to measure an AUC, actually, we should measure all kinds of moments during this dosing interval. And I guess you can imagine that it's very laborious. It's a laborious procedure. It's also expensive. It's very nasty for the patient. So if the AUC is the best parameter and we cannot use only a Throff level, we try to develop optimal sampling strategies. And this is a way of defining which moment in this curve, in this particular drug curve, is most important to be able to estimate the AUC with a good reliability. And we did this for rifampicin, for instance. One of the other conditions for TDM MMPD, I said that in one of my first slides, is that we need a concentration effect relationship, and also we need to know where we need to target for. But to be honest, in infectious diseases, this PK/PD target is still quite a knowledge gap. It's very difficult to determine this, and that has to do with the fact that often anti-infective drugs may be combined, so you don't know the separate effect of one drug. The combination has to do, for instance, with the fact that we don't want the antibiotic micro resistance to develop. And another aspect where it's difficult to define these PK/PD targets is that to relate the dose or the exposure of a drug to definite outcome, being either a survival or overcoming the infection, is a very multifactorial process. So the separate influence of only one drug is very difficult to define. So there's still, although that's a pity, there's still a knowledge gap. Once we have a bioanalysis method and we might have PKPD target, we can start sampling individual patients and to construct a population in the end. And these individual curves can be used to define a population PK model in the end. Why is that interesting? Because all individuals are different. Here you see one example of only 3 different patients. All the patients received the same rifampicin dose. Rifampicin is dosed as 10 milligrams per kilogram total body weight. And you can see that they show very different AUCs. And as we know that the AUC is the effective PK/PD parameter for rifampicin, you can imagine that this efficacy of in these 3 patients might be quite different, as the AUC is very different. So we try to get to know which factors influence this blood concentration, this inter-individual variability. Now, one of the most known factors is age. I don't think it's very difficult to imagine that these different patients will be part of a different population and will need different dosing and maybe different exposures as well. Another factor that influences the blood concentration is body size measures like body weight, but also the body mass index or the body surface area. Again, it's not very difficult to imagine that these boys might need a very different dosing and to get the same exposure as this tuberculosis patient. Comorbidities may play a role. We did perform some research some time ago already into the exposure of fluconazole in pediatric cancer patients and pediatric patients receiving fluconazole as prophylaxis. Fluconazole is an antimycotic drug, just like voriconazole, and the exposure is related to the trough concentration because it has quite a long half-life. And in this graph, it is shown that depending on the comorbidity of the pediatric population, although the patients, the pediatric cancer patients received quite a large dose of fluconazole, than almost 10 milligrams per kilogram, the exposure that was shown was definitely lower than in the other populations that were investigated. These are transplant patients, surgery patients, and also premature children were included in this study. So also comorbidities may influence the exposure of a drug. Another factor which might be well known already is pharmacogenetics, of course. Here's an example. Voriconazole, I already mentioned, an antimycotic drug is metabolized by cytochrome P452C90, and you can see that depending on the polymorphism of the different population groups, there's a exposure difference in AUC of a factor 3 almost. So polymorphism in the case of voriconazole causes already a factor 3 difference. Apart from some examples I gave on the inter-individual variability, there are also intra-individual variables. For instance, organ function. Of course, when patients are admitted to the hospital, the kidney function may go up and definitely may go down. The same goes for liver function. In this study, they investigated vancomycin, which is an antibiotic that is dosed intravenously and is used quite a lot all over the world. It's used, for example, for the methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus. And vancomycin is a drug, the effective PK/PD parameter is AUC over MIC, and it's renally cleared. And in this table, it is shown that depending on the renal clearance, the dose that is given every 24 hours goes up to a factor 4. So depending on what kind of renal function the patient has, the dose might go up 4-fold or go down 4-fold. And as this happens quite a lot in the hospital during their admission. We will monitor vancomycin very regularly because the clearance goes up, and also the exposure will go up then, will go down then. Another important factor may be drug-drug interactions. And now I've got two examples where we use, most of the time we as pharmacists think of drug-drug interactions as being very difficult to handle and very, we rather have them not. And here is an example where we did use an interaction to the benefit. This is an example of in a multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. Those are treated in the Netherlands often with linezolid, and also worldwide linezolid is used more and more. But back then, linezolid was still a very expensive drug, and it struck the specialists as odd that when they dosed, when they combined it with clarithromycin, which is also a drug that is sometimes used in MDR-TB, it seemed like the exposure went up. So they performed a trial where they combined, where they looked at the exposure of linezolid alone, and then they dosed clarithromycin 250 milligrams daily and went up to clarithromycin once daily. And they found that the exposure of linezolid alone was like this, and when it was combined with either 250 or 500 milligrams clarithromycin, the exposure went up almost twofold. So in the days when linezolid was still a very expensive drug, this could be an option to lower the costs. Another example where we used a drug-drug interaction to its benefit was this case. It was a case of a patient that was admitted to our ICU, and she had poisoned herself with a lot of benzodiazepines, but it was very strange. The patient did not wake up, and although it took her very, very, very long. So in the end, we sampled quite a bit to see. This is a logarithmic scale. We tried flumazenil, and flumazenil is an antidote for benzodiazepine, and we saw that her Glasgow coma score went up when we gave her flumazenil, but it went down again a lot when the flumazenil was stopped, and it has a very short half-life, so we could not use that as an antidote. And then we thought we might use rifampicin as it induces the enzymes that were involved in the benzodiazepine metabolism. So when we started giving rifampicin, first you saw hardly any decrease in the dose, and once we started with the rifampicin, you saw that the the levels really went down finally, and she was in the end admitted successfully. Inflammation. Inflammation is a factor that may influence the intra-individual variability, or may work as a covariate. This was again a case report we saw at our lab. It struck us as odd that when we dosed voriconazole, we performed TDM, and we had different doses, but actually, it seemed like the dose and the levels of the voriconazole, which are depicted with the dotted lines, they didn't correspond. We gave a dose of 2 times daily, 150 milligrams, and the level went up and down. And then when we had a high level again, we lowered the dose. It did go down, but it went up again as well. And then we saw that also the C-reactive protein had some kind of similar curve. It seemed like C-reactive protein is a protein, the acute phase protein, and goes up in inflammation. And it struck us as odd that once the CRP level was high, the voriconazole level was high as well. And if it went down, the voriconazole went down as well. So inflammation might be a role to take into account in the voriconazole metabolism. In the end, it was detected that it's not the inflammation, but because it is the inflammation and the C-reactive protein goes up, but due to the inflammation, the liver metabolism is decreased, and the decreased liver metabolism leads to higher voriconazole levels. And then lastly, food-drug interactions. You may be familiar with, for instance, the food-drug interactions of the grapefruit juice, that it might influence the exposure, but it was also shown that food influences the PK of first-line anti-TB drugs. If patients are treated for tuberculosis, they need to take 4 drugs at the same time, and many patients get very nauseous from this therapy. It's a difficult therapy to endure, and it was thought that if we give them food, they might get less nauseous. So we investigated in a trial what the influence is of food on the exposure of the anti-tuberculosis drugs, and it is definitely shown that if you compare the fasted orally fed patients and the fed orally patients, that the AUC again goes down, the Cmax goes down. It takes them longer to attain the Cmax. So indeed, there is an influence of food on anti-tuberculosis exposure. So once we have once we have collected all these individual data, we can use those data to make a population PK model and also develop limited sampling strategies. And I've got 2 short examples of those. Based on the CRP level correlation with voriconazole, we developed a population PK model of voriconazole, and with taking CRP into account as a covariate, and the same goes for the data of these anti-tuberculosis fast-fed patients. We defined a population pharmacokinetic model of the pyrazinamide, which is one of the anti-tuberculosis drugs as well. Then finally, one short example of how we implement TDM and MAPD in clinical care. This is a screenshot of one of our, this is the software we use. And in this software, the model, the population PK model, in this case, it is a gentamicin for a neonate, for very young children. Is used. So in the software, the model is loaded, and we add all the individual patient data, like its body weight, length, renal function, and of course the levels we measured. So in this case, it's an example of a neonate of only 2.2 kilos, and we dose gentamicin, the aminoglycoside, in 4 milligrams per kilograms every 48 hours, because they clear it very slowly at this stage in life. We measure a trough level, which was 0.8. This indicates that we probably need to dose even slower than every 48 hours. And we measured a trough level of 6.3. And depending, because gentamicin shows a lot of inter-individual variation and also intra-individual variability, it is important to TDM this drug. And then we get the same curves as we showed before. It's dosed intravenously. That's why it goes up really quickly. And based on these levels and the information from the combined information of the population PK model with the levels, the individual levels we measure, we define an advice for this patient. So my take-home message is really short, actually. I think that TDM is precision measurement and precision medicine for those cases where one-size-fits-all strategy does not work. And to come back to the title of my presentation, therapeutic drug monitoring is a tool to improve medication safety. Are there questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Stukenboom. for your great presentation. So, dearly participant, we are welcoming you for the question, and we already have many questions here, Dr. Sturkenboom. The first
Okay.
question is
I
from-
cannot. Oh, I cannot see them. Sorry.
Okay. So the question already written down in the chat box, Dr. Stukenboom. So
Yes.
the question is the first question from Diana Nur Permatasari. What happens if furosemide with paracetamol and amoxicillin are taken together? Are there any interaction effects with this drug? So
No, I don't think so. And I did not give those examples. I just gave them as they are drugs that are dosed in a very similar way for every patient. So no, I don't expect any interactions between paracetamol, amoxicillin, and furosemide. On the other hand, I should be very careful with saying so because I don't know every drug interaction by heart. But paracetamol, I'm quite familiar with that one. I'm investigating that as well. There are not a lot of drug-drug interactions with that drug.
Okay, very well noted. So we will move on to the next question, Dr. Stukenboom. Okay, from Ranti Amanda Putri, I would like to ask, in addition to improved therapeutic response and medication safety, are there any advantages of pharmacogenetics in clinical practice? Is pharmacogenetics cost effective?
Ooh, difficult question. I'm not a pharmacogenetic expert. I think there are cases where it has proven to be cost effective, but it's really rare at this stage. At this stage still. And one of the reasons why I think it will be difficult to prove cost effectiveness, even TDM. I'm a great believer of TDM, but TDM is not cost effective. It has only been proven cost effective for the aminoglycosides, and even for vancomycin it's not. And also another reason why I think it is difficult, but I don't say it won't happen, is that once you take the pharmacogenetics out of the equation, as I try to show, there are so many factors that may influence the exposure of a drug that pharmacogenetics is only one effect. But I think if you compare it, I think, and I know that there has been a publication recently where they showed the great benefit of pharmacogenetics. If you have drugs where you do not do TDM, it might be very more interesting to do it. And for instance, for the clopidogrel, which is not an anticoagulant, but we give it as prophylaxis for heart heart failure, for instance. It is metabolized by 2C19, I suppose, and there it is definitely more safe to do pharmacogenetics. Whether it's cost effective, I dare not to say, but I expect it to be for some drugs at some time. Yes.
For some drug at some time. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Stukenboom. So we still have question here from Mrs. Melania. I would like to ask what the other analytical method can be used beside LCMS in TDM that have high accuracy, short time, and cheaper. Example for measuring TDM in the remote area.
What it sort of, I'm not sure what you mean with bedside LCMS in TDM. At our lab, we use a lot of LCMS, but I can imagine that in remote areas, that's very difficult. So what we see, because I do quite a bit of research in tuberculosis, where we have to struggle with remote areas as well, and sometimes we try to develop very simple methods for local labs, and if it gets more difficult, if you really definitely need an AUC, then you need to go to, for instance, a national reference lab or something like that. That's one thing. Another thing, and I did not hit on that a lot, another option would be to use other matrices than blood. I know that for tuberculosis we have trying to develop a dried blood spot method, and that means that you drip from your fingertip, you drip blood on a card, and you can dry that blood, that card, and you can send it to any lab actually across the world, because it doesn't take difficulties with sending with the logistics. A lot of blood samples are, of course, not stable during a long time and should be preserved at low temperatures and stuff like that. So there are different solutions to that very difficult problem. One's to have a easy method locally, and another would be to send it using other matrices. But it really depends on what kind of drug you're interested in, because sometimes there are other methods, but sometimes there are not. Is that an answer to the question?
Okay, how's about that, Mrs. Melania?
Yes, okay. Hi, Mary, this is Melanie.
Hi. Hi.
Thank you for coming. Yes, thanks for
Thank
the
you.
answer. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So move to the next question from Vivi. What can causes drug-food interaction and how to avoid that? Dr. Stekenboom.
What happens is that the food that is taken at the same time may influence, for instance, the absorption. It could be something more difficult than only absorption, but in general, it is sometimes, in general, it is seen that exposure goes down. And in the case of the anti-tuberculosis drugs I saw, it was a real big problem because patients get so nauseous. And what can we do about it? I think it is important that we know the extent of the absorption decrease in exposure, and as we know, if we know how big the decrease, if we know whether there's decrease in exposure or not, that is also that is already an important finding. And if we know that it does decrease the exposure, we should dose a bit higher maybe. And so that was the original reason. And another option would be to always take them on an empty stomach, but as many patients struggle from nausea and emesis, we thought this would be a good solution. So we think that you can give it, if patient gets nauseous, give it together with food, but please realize that exposure may be lower, and if you are on the edge of the exposure, please go up in dose.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Stekenboom, for your answer. I think it's clear enough about the answer. Okay, so next question from Mrs. Aprilia Veranita. The first question, only one question from her. How do we know if a patient is at a toxic level? As we know, drug toxicity can occur as a result of the over-ingestion of medication. Much of the drug to be in a person's system at once, such as patient in intensive care units or not. Is there a measuring too?
Again, the difficult question, very good question. I think there is a difference between toxicity and adverse events. Of course, every drug can lead to adverse events, and that is something different from toxicity. But one way to measure toxicity is if you know what the therapeutic range would be, of what should be, and you're measuring quite high, a lot higher than that, then there might be then there is a toxic level. So it really again depends on the drug whether that's occurring, and also it depends on the therapeutic range. For instance, I gave an example of amoxicillin. We do not do a lot of TDM of amoxicillin, but it also has to do with the fact that there's a very wide dosing range of amoxicillin. So amoxicillin in itself is not really toxic. You give quite a bit more, even medication errors occur and patients get 10 times the dose they need. It has a very short half-life, so it is excreted rather quickly, as long as the patient has a good renal function, of course. So measuring levels could be an answer to the question, is something toxic or not, provided we know what is toxic.
Okay. How's about that, Mrs. Aprilia Veranita? Is that clear enough for you?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Dr. Sukanbon, we still have 4 questions on the go. Okay. Students, you're very, very interested in your topics.
No, that's nice to hear, of course. So, no, very nice.
Okay, so the question from Fadia Amanda. Permission to ask about the ADME process in the human body. Are there factors that influence the process of drug movement in our body, especially during the metabolic process? And what happens to our body if the body's metabolism decreases?
Ooh, again, it's hard to answer this in a really short way. All the ADME processes, the absorption, the distribution, the metabolism, and the clearance or the excretion can be influenced by other drugs or comorbidities or whatever. For instance, very simple example of absorption. If we give ciprofloxacin, that is a quinolone, it binds to calcium ions. So if we combine that, for instance, with an antacid or with milk, it will bind before it's absorbed into the systemic circulation. It will bind to the calcium ions in the milk, for instance, and it will be excreted without being absorbed to the systemic circulation. That's one example. And so there are actually all the processes are examples how it works. So yes, everything can be influenced, and that's if we know what what factor is of impact. It might be a solution to measure or to try to avoid it. That's the easiest probably, but a lot of research is being performed on all these processes, and not everything is known yet.
Okay, very well noted, right, Fadia Amanda? Okay, thank you. So we have question, I guess it's, we can some summary, Novelin Happy and Fabian equation into one question. What are the benefits, the challenges or barriers for implementing precision medicine?
Ooh, well, let's start with I try to with the graph I showed on the bioanalysis and the PK/PD targets and the individual measurements and the population PK model. All these processes should be investigated. So, of course, we cannot perform TDM if we cannot analyze it. It's really simple, but so first we need a method to analyze the drug. So such a process in total for one drug, yeah, well, setting up an analytical method might take, sometimes it only takes a few months, sometimes it only takes 2 months or so, and validate the method. And if you know what to target for, and you can extract a population PK model from the literature that is useful for your population you're interested in, and you have your method, then it could be a process of I guess a few months, but it takes quite a bit of time, to be honest. And maybe to give an example, the voriconazole example with the CRP, I think the first publications were from 2014. So then we were already able to analyze the drug, and we also had a population PK model, but the development of the population PK model with the CRP as a covariate took us another year, and we performed that somewhere in 2020, 2021, and we published the publication only this year. So a lot of time. I should add that we're doing a lot of patient care and doing research on the side. So I'm not a full-time researcher. So if you're doing that, it's something different, but still it's a complicated process.
A complicated one with a longer time. Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Never mind. So another question from Novria Rizky Amalia. We know that the most common side effect anti-tuberculosis drug is stomach problems. In contrast, food can reduce concentration of anti-tuberculosis. In that case, should anti-TB be taken with the food?
Yeah, I'm a great how you call it. I think that's a good option, but do please take into account that it's mainly the isoniazid. It's the first line drugs we investigated. I should be careful. The isoniazid and the rifampicin are really influenced. It's about 50% less exposure. So 15% less exposure. I should not exaggerate, but I think it's my strong opinion that we're dosing both isoniazid and especially rifampicin very, very low, and we should dose higher. And there's a lot of research being done with higher doses of rifampicin, and I imagine that I know that if you're dosing rifampicin in 20 mg per kilogram, I think the influence of food is manageable. So if patients suffer from nausea problems, stomach problems, please do combine with food, but be aware that the exposure will go down.
Okay, how's about that, Mrs. Novria?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. It seems that so many questions for you, but however, we have a due time here.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Our sessions. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me provide a few summary of your presentation. The conclusion are therapeutic drug monitoring, or TDM, is used as a tool to improve medication safety. Therapeutic drug monitoring is aimed to optimize therapy by measuring the drug concentration, have an adjustment of the dosage for the patient with certain condition, have beneficial for the drug with small therapeutic ranges, and knowing the efficacy and toxicity for determining the appropriate dosage. To apply TDM, we need concentration effect relationship, and we need to know the blood concentration that are having several factors as intra-individual variability, which influence the blood concentration, including age, body composition, genetic, organ function, the drug-drug interaction or drug-food interaction, inflammation or infection, and comorbid condition. So again, thank you very much, Dr. Stukenboom, for your time joining with us here. We are so happy to have you here. And
well, thank you very much for the invitation. I did it with great pleasure.
Yeah, we would like to invite you for a photo session with Dr. Susi Hartati and Mrs. Afrinia Kasari. Please, committee, invite Dr. Susi Hartati and Mrs. Afrinia Kasari. Okay. Okay. I will count. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you.
very much, Dr. Sukarno.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Excellencies, distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having us in the afternoon session of the Third International Allied Health Students Conference, and thank you for having me here. I'm Guntari Prasetya, wishing you all best and enjoy the conference until the end of this conference. And return back to the Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good evening, everyone.
Says.
Thank you, Mrs. Guntari Prasetya. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now arriving to the end of our agendas. Before that, we would like to remind you to fill the link of attendance that we will share in the chat box. Thank you. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now arriving to the end of our agendas. On behalf of the Third International Allied Health Student Conference 2023, we would like to thank you for your participations, and don't forget to join with us again for tomorrow's session on 8:30 a.m. Western Indonesia time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.